we counting down for 15. So Sylvester, we gone in 15, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Good morning. Welcome to the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, the home of Cricket West Indies. And we're getting ready for the start of the second CG Insurance Women's ODI Series. Two powerful nations, West Indies Women's Cricket Team and Pakistan Women's Cricket Team, squaring off here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. Our panel today will include Garfield Burford in the ball-by-ball comments position, Sylvester Bongton Joseph, and trust me, the man of the moment, England. He's not taking me on today at all. England. Let me see his face there, Garfield. England. Mali Richards. Good morning. And Owen Matthew will be joining us a little later in the afternoon. Sylvester, West Indies up 1-0. And we talked about partnerships in the last game, Sylvester. And when we looked through the Pakistan lineup, we would have seen that at least there was an attempt to be able to get some partnerships going. Aisha Zafar, and Maniba Ali, they're sharing a 71 opening partnership, 99 balls, and then we have
the top order batter will, bat through as long as possible, closest to the end. You definitely have a respectable and challenging total and even overhaul whatever is in front of you. But let me start again by saying good morning to the listening audience wherever you are in the world. We're happy that you're tuned in and listening to us, and we are really pleased and hopefully that we can do justice with our service here for you today. The conditions here Springs are absolutely gorgeous again for, as you mentioned, the partnerships. Is going to be very important. Pakistan, I believe, from the team that remains the same. We haven't seen any changes. They think that if they get a good, respectable total, that they can really, put some pressure on the West Indies batting order. Sometimes it seems like the partnerships in this team when they're ready to blossom and make more inroads, it seems like someone do some crazy things. And that is the key that I think the difference making. The captain with her experience and the brilliant century, that her sixth century, showed that she understood that she had to stay to the end, and she was batting superbly. And as I said, I thought that if she had, especially Nation, they were building a partnership there, and I think she had ready to take the game away, more quickly from the Pakistanis, and the Nation got out at a crucial time. So she had to be more circumspect again, and but she really showed that she understood the situation, and her experience as well, led them to let the West Indies team to victory.
So in case you just joined our broadcast and you're wondering what's happening, Pakistan would have won the toss and they decided, Sylvester, that they're going to bowl.
They're going to bat first.
They're going to bat first today. Wow. They should have been bowling. What do you think?
Nah. I'm not one for conditions looking superbly and
you
put
like
me
the
up. Of course.
Oh boy. Sylvester like the West Indies team for today, Sylvester, is Stephanie Taylor, captain, Anisa Mohammed. We have Shamila Connell, Whitney Cooper, Deandra Dottin, Keisha Knight, Shauna Knight, Haley Matthews, Shady Nation, and then we have Shakira Selman and Kanisha Isaac, who made her debut in the first game. She's left out for this game, and she's replaced by Karishma Amarak. A little bit strange here, Sylvester.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Ramarak is a fantastic player from what we have seen so far as well. But after a bowling performances for the West Indies team in the first ODI, and I think that they put on sustained pressure. And Isaac in her first game. Kanisha Isaac in her first game, I thought that she handled herself well. A few bad deliveries, especially, that in the first game you're going to be a bit nervous. So I thought, after a good bowling performance, that, she would have got given another opportunity to build her confidence and so forth. But we are not sure. We haven't got any information in terms of if she has any injury or whatever. It's just a change, but from my perspective, I think that she should have been given another opportunity. Springs.
Well, I also think that in the same point of view, Sylvester, that you were making, that Isaac, on debut, and the winning team should have been given another opportunity. But like you said, we don't know if she's injured or not, but we'll get that information a little sometime later. The Pakistan team for you today, they're almost playing the same team, Sylvester, from the first game. So they're deciding that they're going to try and see if they can rally their troops to get something going. Javera Khan, she's really not come to the party as yet here in the Caribbean. Her form has been really dipping off. Aisha Zafar, she looks good. Maniba Ali Siddiqui, Omer Shohail, Nira Da, Aliyah Riaz, Sidra Nawaz, Fatima Sana Khan, Diana Beg, Nashra Sandhu, and Siddiqui Iqbal. The West Indies team is on the field as we speak. The umpires for today are Taylor and Ramdani. The Pakistan batters, they have not yet come out of the hut yet, Sylvester. And maybe they're just having their little prayer just before they sneak out.
Yeah, because it seems like they're having we haven't seen, we are not seen any of their players so far, so they're getting their final preparation out, but the West Indies are out in the maroon, the glorious sunshine and good conditions here. But what you think? You think if West Indies won Thursday, they would have inserted the opposition again?
I think so. Because, in fact, let's have a discussion, Sylvester, to maybe just look at the bowling lineup for, they're now taking a knee. Oh, so that's why the Pakistan batsmen didn't come out, Sylvester. The entire West Indies team, the umpires, support staff, everyone for Cricket West Indies, even the groundsmen and everyone here, we also have up our fists just to be able to give some support. They're taking a knee for the Black Lives Matter movement. That's been a touching situation around. And when you listen to Michael Holding, one of the legends from West Indies cricket and now top broadcaster, talk about that situation, it's pretty touchy. So here comes the opening pair for Pakistan. Aisha Zafar and Maniba Ali Siddiqui, they're walking out for the Pakistan team. Go past the big Shakira Selman, who's just down in the boundary right here. And we're hoping today that no run-outs. Had a chance, Sylvester, to look at the Pakistan team against England in the first T20 game. There had to be a run-out.
And don't tell me that was involved.
Huh? No, we're talking about the men's team.
My God.
So it's almost like a sort of communication issue that is taking place. So we hope that they don't have any run-outs at all today for the Pakistan team. In fact, in one of the T20 games, there were about at least 5.
Yeah, but what we have seen, it's basically in front of us. I think we're going to have at least one.
You think we're going to have one? Sylvester, come on. Don't go down that road, Sylvester.
No, but over the years, man, when you know about the Pakistani team, over the years, with Inzaman or Haq and these guys, there's going to be a run out in between. And we have seen it, throughout this series again from the women's team as well. The communication factor, needs to improve drastically.
So we just about ready and ready to go. Shamila Connell, who has been very impressive so far, will look to start and get herself organized and going. She'll start from the Citizen by Investment Unit N. She'll start from the Citizen by Investment Unit N. First delivery, bang on target. And Siddiqui coming across nicely. Coming around there. So, good start so far, Sylvester.
Yeah, Connell has shown us her, and she's really, put the ball in the right areas and get a few wickets as well. Give the West Indies a good start.
Connell goes past Taylor and Maniba Ali driving up to short mid-on. Cooper coming around nicely and just cutting off that brilliantly.
I think Ali and Zafar, they're a good pair. They understand each other. When one is going, the other one, be more
circumspect.
Yep.
As you would say. There is a short delivery and just pull into the leg side. Cooper is after it. Big tall Cooper. She retrieves and she takes her time and she just lobs it back to the bowler. But Connell just saving her hands, backed up by the captain of the West Indies, Stephen Taylor. So had a good one. Sylvester was talking about the combination of the opening pair for Pakistan, Aisha Zafar, Munib Ali. Ali, the little left-hander, busy player.
Yeah,
I even thought about that.
These little players, yeah, they little
time. Is Ali just opening the face of the bat and steering this down to third man. Ranarak coming around there nicely. One bounce throw into the keeper. And Pakistan at 3 without loss.
Yeah, good start again here by the two Pakistani batters. Ali especially, continuing where she left off from the last game. She looks positive. She looks with good intent. She plays the game the way that it should be played. Spins. Her shots are natural cricket shots, and I like that balance. Back foot, front foot, and I am impressed. With the way that she's going, and she got run out in the last game. Her game is continuing so far with the deliveries that we have seen her face.
Zafar has been around. She's got 3 half centuries for Pakistan. We'll get her first delivery from Conal. Just picking up the line right there. Got a good stride out. Good positive stride. 3 without loss. That's the main score that's taking place here in terms of what has been happening. 3 without loss. As we look around and finding out what's happening, Zafar would have been very disappointed the way she got out in the first game. She's driving beautifully up to cover, can't score, and really didn't get to lean on that. And Knight coming around nicely, cut that off. First over completed here for the West Indies. West Indies in high spirits from their first game. Pakistan, the end of over number 1, they're 3 without loss.
Yeah, and good start again by both teams. Good intriguing cricket. Both of them trying to get off to a good start. Cornell, she bowled some really good areas. She even tried a short delivery to, I guess, test the pitch to me. The last time it was a bit slow, and it seems like it's a bit slow against the spins. But we have seen a fair bit so far. Her line, her length, her pace is up, and she just has to continue, and hopefully that she can nick out and give the West Indies the start that she normally does.
Early wickets is really what you want, to be able to sort of put some pressure back onto the Pakistan team, and their opening partnership in the first game yielded 71 runs. This is the second game for the West Indies women team right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. So it's nice to have your own ground. That's important, and it's now international status. So it now makes Antigua and Barbuda a venue with 2 international status, the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and Coolidge. Selman comes in now to bowl to Munib Ali. She comes quietly forward. Bottom pad close together. And a good start so far here from Shakira Selman. I want to say good morning to all of the listeners all over the world who are following us via the YouTube channel, on the Flow channel, wherever you're listening to us. We say thanks very much for tuning in and supporting West Indies cricket. It's a CG Insurance 50 over series. Down the onside, and she just turns out to fine leg, short fine leg. Where's she going? Munib Ali. Again, we were talking about communication, but Zafar already just turned her back.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're talking about, the run-out sprints. It seems to me like, every over you have a chance, because the communication is not as clear as it should be.
They'll only get better as the time go on. 3 without loss into the second over. A quiet start here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And Shakira Selman goes past the umpire, Ramdani. And now the Munib Ali is back and looking to punch that, but can't beat Knight. We're in the number 40, Kesia Knight. Kashona Knight, the wicketkeeper, wears the number 47. I wonder if it's a combination where they had a discussion about the numbers.
Yeah, probably. You see in the men's team, you have DJ Bravo and Darwin Bravo with 46 and 47.
Sure. Here is Ali coming onto the front foot, stroking it again, coming up to Kesia Knight at cover. Can't score. Good start so far, Sylvester, by Shakira Selman.
Yeah, good steady start. As we have seen through the years that the two opening bowlers bowl very well in tandem, good partnership. Just as we see here with Ali and Zafar, these two they have a good understanding. So does the opening bowlers in Selman and Cornell for the West Indies team.
Our best bowling figures have been 5 for 15. Should we look into to add to that? Selman should like to get a 5er today. into bowl to Ali, and Ali's coming quietly forward. As compared to the last game, Sylvester, Mali was talking about her snapping through. You could see a different approach today. I thought she got thrown off in the first game where the umpire almost indicated to her she was running on the wicket. Today, she looks a little bit more confident. She's snapping through. She starts from the media center end. Look at subtle. Run up and now to bowl to Ali. Ali is driving again. But can't score up to Cooper at mid-on. And so the over number 2 comes to an end. And it's a maiden by Henry.
By Selman, yeah. Yeah, good.
I think I want Henry to come and play.
Yeah, it's a good start, good consistent start. It seems to me like I like the opening pair for West Indies in Connell and Selman. They are experienced and they don't come and give you any warm-up ball springs. You know, sometimes they have open bowlers come and give you a warm-up ball. These girls are ready to go. They understand that they have to be on the ball from the start, and they're really doing that.
Here is Zafar. It's a new day, and she was off the back foot looking to punch. Look at back of the length delivery, which is down the line of the fourth stump. Can't beat Knight at cover. And the score remains on 3 without loss. We're into over number 3. Here comes the big lady, Connell. To bowl to Zafar. There was a peel for a leg before, but that did hit her high, and all of a sudden they quickly changed. West Indies starting today in real good spirits. When your captain inspires you, it should inspire the entire team, so they would have a different level of energy. One of the things I'd want to see from them today is a very clinical bowling performance. Cut down on the wides, cut down on the extras, and force the Pakistan batsmen to play something else different. Here is Zafar turning this into the short mid-wicket area, where Shady Nation comes around. She's due for some major runs for the West Indies, Sylvester.
Yeah, Nation, I think it's about time that she understands that it's not all about talent now. She has been around for a number of years and she's batting well, but at the end of the day, when you reach this level, you need to have a score behind the name, Springs.
Here is Zafar picking up the line right there. Lovely delivery there, just holding its own there from Shamela Connell. And coming down, nice line. I like Connell's approach. She really looks like a big, strong, fast bowler, and she's fitter. I'll say that to you. And Courtney Walsh, I know, has been really working with all of his seamers. And you could see that level. Here comes Connell is in now to bowl to Zafar. Zafar is just whipping this beautifully in the air, but Nation will only go to retrieve. First boundary for Pakistan, and Zafar off the mark with a lovely, badly lined delivery there by Connell, and she whipped that one away, Sylvester.
Yeah, the Asian players, I mean, you know, we have seen in this team so far, if you bowl maybe straight like off stump, middle and off, you know, they tend not to score as freely as if you bowl them wide. But you know, in the Asian players of the years, those are the areas that they score. You can't bowl them straight, but but that one shows that she reminisces of what an Asian player is. The one was about middle and leg, and she whipped it beautifully to the mid-wicket boundary.
7 without loss. Easily comes onto the front foot, and just for a moment Deandra Dartin in the 25-yard circle just made a fumble, but they were so scared because it was Deandra Dartin that they just changed their mind for the single. Over number 3 is completed. Pakistan batting first here. They're 7 without loss. Zafar is 4. Maniba Ali Siddiqui is on 3.
Yeah, good start, I'll say, by West Indies bowlers again. Continue doing the good work, hitting those areas, but they're very good. So they start as well for the Pakistani players. They're looking also to punks, you know, and the loose deliveries where they haven't really had much. So it's good. It's good cricket. It's not that the Pakistanis are in a shell, but they've been bogged down, I think, there by good bowling and good feeling, supporting feeling.
Shakira Selman is going to start from the media center end. It's going to go past umpire Ramdani, the left-hander, Siddiqui. She's back, squared her up, and she just opened the face of the bat and stared that down to Connell. A third man picking up her 4th run. And Pakistan, a little quiet period of play here at the coolest cricket ground, the home of cricket West Indies. They're 8 without loss. Lots of action happening this week in Sylvester. We have Brazil against Argentina, England against Italy, Wimbledon final, men and women singles. Eight without loss. We get ourselves organized right here. There's just a little change right there. Zafar maybe just taking a guard there, making sure that you're all right. We're still starting with 2 slips, Sylvester. So they're in an attacking mood here for Selman. Fine leg, third man, 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid on, mid off, short mid wicket. So the West Indies looking for wickets. And they get their first wicket. A soft dismissal here. Zafar will be very, 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 very disappointed, Sylvester, with that. It was like, I don't know if she played too early, but just lobbed that up, Sylvester. She's disappointed. Pakistan losing their first wicket. Selman being the bowler, 8 for 1, and Zafar goes very soft dismissal there, Sylvester. Soft shot.
Yeah, I would think so on the Pakistani behalf, but I think that Selman from the first over that she bowled, you see that she was really mixing up her pace. But that was the first delivery to Zafar. Zafar was on the non-strikers end during the first over, and she really didn't really picked up that Selman was really bowling some mixing up her pace. And that one, I think she got caught. She thought that ball was much quicker, and just an easy catch to the mid-wicket.
8 for 1. Pakistan losing their first wicket in Zafar, and Javera Khan, the Pakistan captain, comes out. And Sylvester, she is really sort of some form. This is her 108th match for Pakistan, high score of 133 not out, 2 centuries and 15 half centuries. So she's really easily one of the most experienced batsmen for the Pakistan team, but she's really not come to the party as yet. Selman bongs away nicely to bowl to Khan. Khan is driving, coming out to the front foot, but really just half. Didn't really come right out, Sylvester, like you.
Well, that's her first delivery. But what I can say about Khan is that I don't think that she's really out of nick. The way they see her batting, I think she's just short of one. She looks positive. She's hitting the ball nicely. You know, it's just sometimes I think she make a wrong decision. But she looks like she's playing, and she drew. I think she drew a few.
Stands up straight and spanks that onto the offside. Big effort there from the fielder. Looks like who's injured herself there. Hope she's not injured.
That's Knight.
No, I think Knight is on the leg side in the short mid-wicket area.
Yeah.
Is it Nation?
Yeah,
Nation,
that's Nation.
Nation.
Yeah.
So I think she's up and okay. So she's just running that. So in the meantime, Khan is off the mark. She's won. And Pakistan are 9 for 1. 9 for 1. Selman been the wicket taker. Zafar caught Keisha Knight, bowled Selman for 4, and it now brings Maniba Ali Siddiqui into the strike. She's 4 from 11, and the West Indies really trying to see if they can put the squeeze on the Pakistan batting team. Selman, just look a few shuttles she starts with, and Maniba Ali plays that beautifully, punching it up to Cooper, and the score remains on 9 for 1. So good morning to the folks in St. Kitts and Nevis, Anguilla, moving around, St. Martin. Good morning to Don Farrell and company there in St. Martin. French and Dutch St. Martin. Got some activities happening there in terms of cricket at the Carb Lumber Park in St. Martin. We break for a little while. Here is Maniba Ali on driving up to Taylor. Can't score. Lovely shot. Over number 4 is completed. Pakistan are 9 for 1. 9 for 1. Maniba Ali Siddiqui is on 4. And Javera Khan, the Pakistan captain, is just coming. She's 1 from 2. And Selman picking up a very all-important wicket, Sylvester.
Yeah, I mean, they have been very frugal this morning in their line and length, the 2 opening bowlers. And, you know, she got the just reward, I think, for, you know, the areas that they are bowling. They're bowling really consistently. The Pakistani batters in Ali, you know, and Khan, especially Ali, she's choking the ball nicely, but we have said this on numerous occasions that, you know, they're stroking the ball, but they're not finding the gap swings. I think we need someone like a Brian Lau, Sachin Tendulkar, those guys who find the gap pretty regularly.
Here is a delivery here from Connell, and Javera Khan losing, not really, neither backward nor forward, but is looking to just more or less a nothing shot, as we would say in cricket. Flash at it, missed. And Kashona Knight was taking it gleefully. Haley Matthews at first slip. Gully is Anisa Mohammed. Backward point is the energetic and always lively Deandra Dottin. As Connell comes in now to bowl to Khan. Khan is driving in the air. Had there been a second slip, should have been able to catch that. And Ramnarak, who I think was a little bit wide and more or less in, couldn't get around to it. And the second boundary for the Pakistan team. A little loose shot from by Javera Khan, but she got away with it, Sylvester. 13 for 1.
Yeah, very loose shot. I mean, you know, she, as I said, she's out of nick. She's trying to force it a bit. And the two slips, you know, I think would be good at that time. That would be an easy one at that second slip. But she's fighting. I think Haley Matthews now, you know, trying maybe to implore on the skipper that they need a second one. But you think the horse is already bolted? Rawson Atwood said that when I was captain. You wait until the horse is bolted to shut the gate.
Well, Connell has got more pace than Selman. And if you have two slips for Selman, then you certainly need to have two slips for Connell. To me, I think that would be the issue. So we wait for a while. 13 for 1. They now have employed the two slips now, Sylvester. But as you said, the horse is bolted already. We never know. Connell comes in now to bowl to Siddiqui. Javera Khan. She's back and looking. Just more or less lean into it. She just choked it. It came off the bat nicely and raced her way down to, I think you have to call in world cricket, one of the most dynamic fielders that you could think about. And as you said when you were on with Garfield in the first game, if you say backward point, it has to be Deandra Dottin.
It got to be, right? The West Indies senior team is playing, girls team, ladies team, sorry. You know why she's on that field, she's at point.
Another delivery there by Shamela Connell, working up some steam. Christopher Taylor just looking around and saying, well, everything was right. You ran off nicely.
But what we see from Khan here, that she's going down fighting, Springs. She's not going to back down and try to play more sedate, leaving wide balls that she thinks she can, her shot, you know. In the T20, you see the wide delivery was her shot as well. And she's gone.
Brilliant catch. Easy catch right there for Selman at first slip. And Haley Matthews is going to come up and says, I told you that, Skip. We had to have two slips. And it has worked. Javera Khan, as Sylvester said, she's just lost her confidence. Doesn't look herself right there. Got away with one a little earlier. But this time the West Indies set the trap. And she couldn't do anything about that. It's all over. Pakistan losing their second wicket, 13 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, the captain, she hasn't showed that responsibility of batting. This is not T20 Springs. You have a lot of time that you can really, you know, build an innings, and she failed to do that. The amount of shots she plays, how many deliveries she plays? She plays about 6 deliveries, and I can tell you that she plays about 5 or 7 attacking shots. You know, like all the deliveries she played in an attacking manner. Like it's a T20 game. I think that she has a lot of time. She has the quality, and she just been too, you know, expansive, I think, and she got out, you know. No other fault but her, but you must give Connell a lot of credit, because she continues to put the ball in that right area. She nicked her off in second slip and there was none, but this one the ball was in the right slot, and you know, straight down Selman. Selman is a first slip now, Springs.
Yes, at first slip.
And easy catch. She looks like she's a slipper.
And she's a good athlete too. Thought she was a little bit pretty close, Sylvester, but she's all right. Here is Sohail, just picking up the line coming there. So the end of over number 5, Pakistan in trouble here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. They're 13 for 2. Connell and Selman picking up the wickets. And we now have Maniba Ali Siddiqui on 4 from 13. And Pakistan, as we said, Sylvester, after 5, they're 13 without loss.
Yeah, good start. Good start. 13 for 2.
13 for 2.
Yeah, you're denying us our few wickets there, Spinks. You gotta focus.
Maybe I need a longer game.
You gotta focus. Spinks.
The-
The West Indies bowlers will be very disappointed with that comment that you made.
You can hear Mr. Springer there saying he doesn't want us to get any more wickets. 13 for 2. Here comes Salman. It now the ball to Maniba Ali. Siddiqui. The ball is coming off of her bat nicely, Sylvester. You could hear it.
Yeah.
It's positive. And they're going to put a little bit more pressure now on her now because she really now has to farm this batting.
Indeed. But she has a good, competent player at the other end. So I'm impressed with the way that she applies herself, and I think this is a better version for Sohail, and hopefully, for the Pakistani sake, that she can really build a partnership, because they need a partnership. The Selman and Connell, they are bowling well, Springs, but they are not really. There is any, so to speak, devil in the pitch, in the bowling. If you apply yourself, you can get rewarded later on. It's just to apply a little patience.
Here comes Selman, and she comes in now to bowl to Maniba
beautiful.
Ali, and she driving through cover. Cooper just chases to retrieve. Lovely shot there. She leaned into that, got the stride out. Good execution. And any coach, David Hemp, he would enjoy that shot. It's just sped across. A lovely outfield here at the Coolidge ground. A boundary to Siddiqui, and the score goes up to 17 for 2. Half volley there from Selman, and she knows that she was guilty. She quickly apologized for that.
Yeah, that's a delight for the eyes of a cricket fan. No matter which team it is, that's a beautiful cover drive.
Selman again in out about to Siddiqui. Siddiqui easy on the eyes. She's growing in confidence. She just stroked that up to Kesey Knight at cover. Expected that there should be 2 legal deliveries there. Communication between Ramdani and Taylor. And the score here at the Coolidge grounds. Pakistan 17 for 2. Selman in now to both of the Iggy. She's just turning this into the short fine leg area. The fielder coming around nicely, Ramnarak. And they get an easy single onto the leg side. And the score goes up to 18 for 2. Siddiqui's 9. Sohail, who's faced 1 delivery from Connell, will now face from Selman.
Yeah, I mean, Siddiqui. Ali looks look like she's in control there, Springs. She's really, playing the ball accordingly. She's playing good cricket shots. She's not doing anything exuberant so far. She's really watchful and playful.
18 for 2. Here comes Selman. She bungs away, comes in now to bowl to Sohail. Sohail comes quietly forward, gone past, dotting a backward point, racing away down to the boundary, and they'll get a couple of runs as Sohail. Just a little miscommunication there for a moment, Sylvester. 2 was always on the card. But for some reason, Siddiqui was more or less holding a crease. Over number 6 comes to an end, 20 for 2. And Sohail is 2 and Siddiqui is 9.
Yeah, I think, DeAndre Dutton was going after that one, and, the respect that they have for her. So she was a bit sordid in terms of Ali at the non-striker, and thinking that the fast, explosive Dutton would get to that one, but that one was well placed. Sometimes in these conditions, in this situation, you have to trust the striker, because they have a better view, of the area. So you have to trust your partner and go through with that easy single. Eventually came up to be an easy 2, but good placement, good timing. As I said, very compact player in terms of Sohail.
20 for 2. Maniba Ali Siddiqui. But for Maniba Ali Siddiqui, they're using 1 slip, Sylvester, and not 2. So you would have gone for 2, Sylvester?
I would go more for a square leg. I think for Ali so far.
She squared up by a delivery, bang on target.
Not only that, Connell seems to me like she get the ball, to go a bit away from the right-handers. So the 2 slip for the left-hander, for the right-hander would be, really, really good. But in terms of how her natural way of bringing back the ball to the left-hander, I would really love to see, one of those offside fielders, probably at mid-wicket, even the deep backward square with the fine leg, the short fine leg.
Connell goes past the umpire in now to bowl to Siddiqui, and that had some gas on it, as we would say. She hit the deck there with that one, Sylvester. That really took off.
Seems like she can bowl a little faster than
She
she's
can.
showing.
And she's not afraid to be able to, put the ball into the surface. She did hit the pitch hard with that one. She's got a 5-ounce ball in her hand. And like I said, she's a lot fitter. That's what you want. You want her to be able to attack these Pakistan women cricketers. She comes in again into bowl to Siddiqui. Siddiqui driving up to cover. Knight coming around nicely. Can't score, and the score is 20 for 2. Connell 1 for 11. She's into her 4th over. And I think what the ploy would be here is that the captain looks like she will use her opening bowlers for 4 and then turn to her strength, which will be a Nisa Mohammed or maybe even a Haley Matthews, but we never know. We'll see what's happening here. Connell. Lovely straight drive down the ground for 4, going past the captain. That's a lovely shot. Elegantly stroked down the ground, hit the CG insurance sign there, pitched up. And Muniba Ali Siddiqui just stroking it. That's what you want to see as an opening batsman. Straight down the ground, lovely shot. And that raced away, as Sylvester said, once you're at the Coolidge cricket ground, no need to run on this ground. Once it goes past the 25-yard circle, boundary to Pakistan, the score goes up to 24 for 2, and Siddiqui goes up to 13.
Indeed, a delightful shot. That was a half volley, we will say, and he got the right treatment. Siddiqui, she's looking really, really good, and she's not going to miss out on any loose deliveries. The only problem is that sometimes she doesn't really find the gaps, but she's good.
Cornell back on target with a good delivery right there, searching length. So Siddiqui had to come quietly forward and played that well, right under her eyes. Didn't try anything too much.
Good, nice stride. Her front foot play and back foot play looks like she's really ready for the game today. Springs.
Certainly. 24 for 2. Connell in out the ball to Siddiqui. She comes quietly forward, as Sylvester said, the big stride coming out right there. So the score at the end of number 7, 24 for 2. 24 for 2, Sylvester. Connell 1 for 15 from her 4. And Siddiqui, in terms of the Pakistan batting lineup, she's 13. Sohail is 2. And Pakistan losing important wickets at important times, Sylvester. Something they needed not to lose. But that's a game of cricket.
Yeah, and good stuff. I have to give credit to Selman and Connell for the areas that they're bowling. A few bad deliveries in between, but they have a lot of wicket-taking deliveries, a lot of deliveries hitting those areas. I think bowling coach Corey Callimore will be really pleased with what we have seen so far, and we asked for that, Springs. The last game they had a few wides, but this time around they're more consistent,
Pitched up. And Sohail coming down nice and straight, playing it up to mid-off. And there's a little change here, Sylvester, where the mid-on and the mid-off, mid-on is a little bit more closer than Taylor, who's at mid-off.
It's good to see that Taylor is fit and raring to go. We were wondering from the last innings, she was ailing a bit, and it's good to see that the physios and those that are in the medical field, get her back, because she's such an important piece to this West Indies setup.
Here comes Shakira Selman. She's into a 4th over, 1 for 9. Comes in now to bowl to Sohail. Sohail comes quietly forward. Rebuilding time here for the Pakistan team. They'll have to be able to regroup, get themselves organized. Shadi Nation coming across nicely and cutting that off.
Pakistan is in desperate need of a good partnership. Very good partnership.
I think if Selman could maybe just pick up either Siddiqui or Sohail, it could be a game-changing moment. Here is Sohail driving up to Nation. Nation in the mix there. She was thinking about throwing down the non-strikers' stumps there, because Siddiqui seemed to be backing up a little bit. Cooper was also backing up, so the next time Siddiqui knows that she has to be on the alert, but she was fast enough to get back quickly. 24 for 2 at the end of this over. You'll hear the voice of Garfield Burford. Selman in now to bowl to Sohail. Sohail is defending nicely. And again, Shadi Nation, who is almost as close as possible at the short extra cover area in the game. The West Indies buzzing away with excitement like bees. You can hear them.
Well, they're on top. The bowling is doing a fantastic job, and the fielders, are well sharp and keeping the pressure on and the Pakistani batters.
Selman goes past the umpire, in out the bowl to Sohail, is just opening the face and just steering this down to third man. Coming around there is Ramrak. She fumbled for a moment but got that control into it, and the throw was not good at all to the keeper, so she'll have to work on that.
Kaisi Knight, she doesn't like that at all. I mean, you just came in the 11, you gotta clean it up. You gotta get it up. From that distance you can get it up. But Sohail, she looks she reminds me of Youssef, Mohammed Youssef, that he batted at number 3 for Pakistan back in the day.
Sure.
A very good player.
So we wait for a little while. Let's see what's going to be happening. As Selman is going to move in nicely. And Siddiqui losing her shape there. Went for a big drive, and in the end she got a boundary. Lost her shape there, Sylvester. Went hard at the ball. Peeled off at the outside edge. Raced down to third man. Over number 8 comes to an end. Siddiqui goes to 17. Sohail is 3. 29 for 2 at the end of over. Number 8, Selman 1 for 14 for 4. More comments from you, Sylvester, and then will be the voice of Garfield Bufford.
Yeah, I mean, they just removed that first slip from there, and I was thinking about the mid wicket will come over in the offside, but they chose to remove the lone slip, and that one went straight where the lone slip was. So fortunate for Ali that there was no slip, and she got a fortuitous boundary. So well bowled again there by Selman. Good areas, creating opportunities. It's just that unfortunately they really didn't get the feel in the right place. Welcome, Burford. Good to see you. Sharp as usual.
Very good to see you too. I try to follow your example. This delivery is taken by Kaisi Knight. As we say, the new over started by Shamilia Connell. From the CIU end. 29 for 2, the Pakistan women winning the toss and choosing to take first strike in this one. 29 for 2. They would have lost the 2 early wickets there, and certainly they want to, this partnership looking to really consolidate the Pakistan position. They want to vindicate the position of the captain, Javeer Khan, to bat first. So far they've suffered early setbacks. Here comes Shamilia Connell up bowls, and this one is just outside the off stump, just opening the face and punching it down into the down to Anisa Mohammed, who is in that gully position. So there are 2 slips for Shamilia Connell, and she's been getting some movement this morning, and certainly they want to exploit that movement. Salman at first slip, and Hayley Matthews at second slip, and Nisa Mohammed is in the gully position. There's a backward point in, as we said, Deandra Doughton, who has pretty much signed the contract for that position.
Indeed.
It's her own. Here comes Shamilia Connell up to the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, and fishing at that one was Sohail. No edge found on that one. She has to be careful though. That's the corridor of uncertainty, and she didn't have to play on that one. It was sufficiently wide for her to have let it go to be taken by Kaisi Knight. As it was, she flayed the bat at it. No run, 29 for 2.
Especially in the situation that they're in, all they need to do is to build a partnership, and and no unnecessary risks. And I think that was risky, because that's the area that they want Connell to be bowling.
Here comes Connell bowls, and this one again outside the off stump, and this one is just punched off the back foot into the covers. Khan's score is Sohail. She remains on 3 from 10. Siddiqui, that's Muniba Ali Siddiqui, is on 17 from 25. She's looked absolutely impressive, hasn't she? She looks to be in a purple patch. She's played some absolutely exquisite drives this morning. She's at the non-strikers and the left-hander. She looks on as here comes Shamilia Connell, starts to move in again from the CIO end up to the wicket, bowls and outside the off stump again, and there was Sohail fishing at the ball again, and the 2 slips were holding their arms to say, well, why couldn't there have been an edge on that one? But as it was, no edge found. She's living dangerously, Sohail, and perhaps because of her own doing, because she doesn't have to play those.
Indeed, but it seems to me like they like the ball in that particular area, but there comes a point in time in your innings that you have to recognize that it's not going. I need time. I have time. This is 50 overs.
glorious sunshine comes out here. Shamilia Connell up to the wicket outside the off stump. Again, that was just pretty much borderline in terms of a wide, as it was just within that marker there. The end of the over, a testing over from Shamilia Connell, an over in which Sohail was living dangerously, fishing outside her off stump as it was. It's 29 for 2. In fact, that one was a maiden over. 29 for 2 after 9 overs. Power play 1. Siddiqui looking absolutely fantastic. She's on 17 from 25. Sohail on 3 from 13. Pakistan women winning the toss and batting, the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Yeah, and we are accustomed to seeing Connell bowl 4 overs from the T20 and even the first game. Her first spell normally would be like a 4 overs, but this time around, because of she's bowling well, she's creating opportunities. So the captain decided to to prolong with her some more. Let's see if she will continue. Both of them now they're still going, so it's good. I mean, they have an extra bowler comes in today, so I think that that will benefit them in such a positive way. Indeed.
Well, let's see what Salman will have to offer here. She's 1 for 15 so far from 5 overs. She's starting her 6th over now, Shakira Salman. She starts to move in from the commentary position, and she's up to the wicket balls, and this one is just punched down into the covers. There is no run. Siddiqui on 17 from 25. She remains on 17 from 25. 29 for 2. So the West Indies women have been keeping things tight here and building the pressure, obviously, on the Pakistan women. They won the toss and batted. Of course, they batted first in the first match, the first ODI. They actually lost the toss that time, and West Indies women inserted Pakistan women. This time, Pakistan women winning the toss and choosing to bat. Here comes Salman up to the wicket bowls, and this one is beaten outside the off stump with a beauty of a delivery. Peach of a delivery there from Shakira Salman, and to have beaten Siddiqui, Muniba Ali Siddiqui, who has really looked a class act so far this morning, took a peach of a delivery.
Yeah, I think that they can insert back the slip, bring back the feel that they had before with the extra cover, point and mid-off and the slip. If you can take out the mid-wicket, I think that they need, where Salman, the area that she's bowling, the consistency that she's shown, that she need to persist with that slip.
This one is as driven down into the covers, down to a short extra cover position by Siddiqui. There is no run. Doing the fielding, there is Anisa Mohammed in that position. She just tosses the ball to Brittany Cooper, who is at the mid-off position, who polishes the ball vigorously on her flannels, getting ready to toss it back to Salman, who will be bowling for the fourth delivery in over number 10. So this is power play 1, 29 for 2. So certainly the Pakistan women really have not capitalized on the first power play, in which they would at least want to possibly get a few more runs in. But as it was, they suffered some setbacks. This delivery is just on line of the stumps, just on the leg stump, and pushed down to a mid-on position, fielded by Staffan Taylor, the captain. There is no run, 29 for 2. And so far, Salman has kept things tight. So has Shamilia Connell from the other end. And at this point, it's a building point. It's a consolidation mode for the Pakistan women. And Siddiqui will be crucial to that. She looks the part. If she bats most of these overs, they'll get a good score. She punches this one through the covers. Delightful cover drive. There's a chase on here for Brittany Cooper. She will pull it back in, just in brilliant work by Brittany Cooper. And the ball is retrieved by Anisa Mohammed. They got, let's say, they should have gotten at least 3, didn't they? 2 they got, actually.
They got 2. I mean,
2 runs.
That brilliant fielding there by Cooper. She saved 2 runs, to be honest, because I thought that one, I believe when you beat the infield, you just retrieve. But Cooper shows differently this morning with the energy, and a very good save there by Cooper, and backed up there by Mohammed, and good teamwork again.
Full commitment by Brittany Cooper. Here is Salman up to the wicket to ball to Siddiqui, and Siddiqui again drives delightful into the covers. This time she can't beat Anisa Mohammed, diving away to her right. Does the fielding, the end of the over there from the 10th over, bowled by Shakira Salman. 1 for 16 from her 6 overs now. 6 overs for Shakira Salman. 31 for 2 after 10 overs, scoring at 3.10. Siddiqui on 19, Sohail on 3, as we thank the great Sylvester Mount St. Joseph and welcome just as great, Molly Richards.
Not sure about that, but good morning to you, Garfield, and good morning to all the listeners wherever they may be at this point in time. Brilliant game we've got on our hands here today, Garf.
And what a fantastic, in terms of the conditions, how picture perfect for cricket. Delightful outfield conditions, still fast. Perhaps the first match was even faster. It doesn't seem as fast as the first match, but it's still a fast outfield. Glorious conditions in terms of the sunshine. A gentle wind just caressing the ground, blowing away here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. The VC Bird International to just a few meters, perhaps about 50 or 60 meters to our right here. So every now and again you'll be hearing the aircraft engine, the big Rolls-Royce engines of the aircraft is touching down and lifting off here at the VC Bird International Airport. What a fantastic picture perfect. In literature, Mali, they call it pathetic fallacy, where the natural environment mirrors the mood on the ground. I think this mirrors it.
And now we're actually in the literature realm before we're in the geography realm. I'm learning a lot working with you here, Gav.
Thank you very much indeed. No clouds to talk about, no stratocumulus or cumulonimbus. Certainly no cumulonimbus at all. If anything, just a few altostratus, if anything.
Yes.
We can barely see it here because of where we are in our commentary position. So it'll be a new over here, started by Stephanie Taylor, the captain. This one wide outside the off stump and punched through the covers by Sahil. There'll be a chase on here. They get one, and they'll have to stay with one. As in fact, a good chase on, good fielding, good sliding attempt to retrieve the ball there, and perhaps they could have pushed for two, but it might have been a touch and go if they'd gone for two. Yeah, and we've seen the miscommunication issues that the Pakistan batters have had in the series, even in the T20s as well, Garfield. Quite a few run-outs, and they'll be hoping to not shoot themselves in the foot again here today. Absolutely. No unforced errors they don't want. Talking about unforced errors, tennis is coming out, the business end of Wimbledon. Yeah. The All England club over this weekend. Semis today, isn't it? Indeed. Right. What a fantastic weekend for sports this is. Here comes Stephanie Taylor up to the wicket, bowls this one down the leg side and turned down to a short fine leg position. Can't score. Ramarak does the fielding. And the score remains 32 for 2. Over number 11 being bowled, 10.2 overs. We should tell you that at the innings break, we'll have a big interview that the great Vernon Springer will be doing with the Director of Cricket for Cricket West Indies, Jimmy Adams. Here comes a delivery down the leg side and helped on its way. It will go into the deep fine leg boundary for 4. So bad delivery there by the captain, Stephanie Taylor. She just wipes her hand on the pitch, perhaps indicating that perhaps that one slipped out of her hand. But as it was a gift given on a platter, and Siddiqui wouldn't miss out. 4 runs, 36 for 2. And with such glorious batting conditions, after 10.3 overs, Pakistan would be pretty disappointed with the fact that they've lost 2 wickets here. Basically, soft dismissals. We'll come back to that as this delivery is taken on the pad. Stephanie Taylor, loud appeal, vociferous appeal, extended appeal. The umpire is unmoved. He had a good look at that one, Gav. Absolutely. I think that one, what do you reckon? We're not directly behind where the wicket is, so it might have been taken outside. Yes, I think he possibly wasn't sure whether she was hitting line, possibly just outside the line of that off stump there from Stephanie Taylor. Indeed. Here comes Stephanie Taylor. She'll be buoyed by that. She's up to the wicket, and this one down the leg side again, helped on its way. A chase on here for Ramarak. What will she be able to pull that in? She does pull it in. They come back for at least the second run, so 2 runs more to Siddiqui. She pushes on. The score now 38 for 2. Siddiqui moves on to 25. 25 from 35. She's been scoring at a good clip and certainly been timing the ball very well indeed, and really cashing in on the conditions. Stephanie Taylor not quite getting her line right just yet. Yeah, just a little inconsistent in terms of her line here, and Ali just rotating strike quite well. Here comes another delivery. This one bang on target, pushed back along the pitch, bat and pad close together by Siddiqui, and there is no run. The end of the over there from Stephanie Taylor. 7 runs that one cost her. The captain, Siddiqui on 25, Sohail on 4, 38 for 2 after 11. The latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, the home of West Indies cricket. Yeah, and just to talk about, just to go back to that point of the soft dismissals, Aisha Zafar just lobbing a simple catch to short mid-wicket there. Not really any bounce that would be disconcerting to the batter. And for some reason, just clipping that easily. After having such a good innings as well in the previous game, 46 off 70, to come here and look to build upon what she had done previously is very, very soft dismissal, and I know the coaching staff would be very disappointed considering just how good batting conditions are at the CCG. Indeed, Anissa Mohammed will be introduced into the attack now. Just before she bowls, reminding you of what has happened so far. Pakistan women winning the toss, choosing to bat first. They've lost 2 wickets, 2 early wickets. Aisha Zafar caught night of the bowling of Salman for 4. She faced 9 deliveries, 1-4. Javira Khan, the captain, has had a torrid time on the tour of the West Indies.
She has.
Absolutely. Caught Salman bowled Connell for 5, facing 7 deliveries, 1-4. And the not-out batters, Maniba Ali Siddiqui on 25 from 36. Umaima Sohail on 4 from 14. Here comes Anissa Mohammed up to the wicket. Bowls. This one is a short delivery, and perhaps she missed out there. Sohail is punching it right down to DeAndre Dottin there at that backward point position, who pretty much owns that position.
Yeah, she does. We've seen her there throughout the series, T20s and ODIs.
Here comes another delivery from Anissa Mohammed. This one is pitched up further and just very good line and length delivery there. Pushed into the covers by Sohail. No run. She remains on 4. In terms of the people who have really owned that position over time, Keith Atherton comes to mind readily. John T. Rhodes comes to mind regularly. Herschel Gibbs comes to mind regularly as well.
Yeah.
Cat-like reflexes. Right now, it's certainly in the white ball for the West Indies. I'll tell you who that is shortly. And this one is swept airily down to deep backward square position, and Shamilia Connell does the fielding down there. There's
I think Hayden Walsh, when he's playing,
absolutely,
he's posted there a lot.
Fabian Allen
is
the one certainly right now in the white ball game who owns that position almost. Cat-like reflexes, very good movers.
All around, very good cricketer, isn't he?
Absolutely. Fabian Allen catches the ball well. He does extremely well in terms of batting, bowling.
Bats, 3 dimensions, offers everything.
Absolutely. And talking about...
It's the future of cricket, you know.
Indeed. And talking about that, the West Indies senior men's team will be taking on Australia.
Yes.
The first T20 in St. Lucia at 7:30.
I'm interested to see how the Windies rebound from that series against the South Africans, where I thought we possibly should have won.
Indeed. Back to the action here as Anissa Mohammed up to the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, and that one left alone by Siddiqui to be taken by wicketkeeper Kaisi Knight. There's one slip in place now.
But that first delivery from Anissa Mohammed, I think both teams as well can improve on just finding the gaps. You know, it was a short, wide one, and she just managed to find the fielder. Here
comes another delivery, and this one is a punch down to DeAndre Dottin at that backward point position. No score, 39 for 2. And Anissa Mohammed, certainly what has been the hallmark of her game, certainly her bowling, has been to keep things tight. And she wants to do just that right now. She is conceded just 1 run, looking for the almighty sweep. There was Siddiqui, missing totally, looking to take that one from just outside the off stump and just possibly tugging it down to anywhere between deep mid-wicket or possibly even deep backward square leg. And in the end, she missed out. 39 for 2. The end of the over there from Anissa Mohammed. Just 1 run conceded from it. They've kept things tight here, strangling the Pakistani women who've won the toss and chosen to bat. 12 overs gone, 39 for 2.
That's a good point about Mohammed. Not only is she economical, though, Gaff, she's got quite a bit of skill. She executes her skills quite well. She's got guile. She varies her pace. She varies her trajectory. She's actually, I would say, in this West Indian team, she is the most skillful of the spin bowlers, and I'd say the best as well. You can tell by her results.
Indeed. I will tell you about her record shortly, because that has spoken volumes in terms of what she's been able to do.
Over the years, over a long period, you know. She's been very good. Very good servant for Windies women's cricket.
Consistency is key. They say form is permanent. Form is temporary. Class is permanent. She's a class act.
Yes,
here comes a new over. Started brilliantly, driven by Sohail through square cover for 4. What a shot by Umaima Sohail, greeting Ramarak with brilliantly driven off drive.
And these Pakistan batters have fantastic hands, don't they? When presented with width, they throw their hands at the ball and they tend to time the ball really well. Where they've struggled a little bit is in terms of their placement, finding the gaps, but they're sweet timers of the cricket ball for sure.
What a brilliant square drive that was. Karishma Ramarak starts in again. From the CIU end, bowls, and this one wide and driven again through the covers. This one will run close to the boundary again. It will run into the boundary. Back-to-back boundaries by Sohail. And not quite starting well here is Karishma Ramarak. She'll have to pull things back, possibly just loosening some of the pressure from the Pakistan women at this point. They've been really facing an uphill task, and certainly they'd welcome the fact that they've gotten back-to-back boundaries here.
I think she's playing her first game of the series, Ramarak here. She's under pressure here early. Welcome to international cricket. You know, bowling to top line batters at this level is tough, but I think she'll adjust, and possibly just a bit of nerves there early, pulling down a few too short in early in her spell.
That was a long hop before. What will she do now? This one is flighted and better delivery and driven down to backward point. Fielded there by Deandra Doughton. There is no run. So 4-4 dot so far from Karishma Ramarak. It's 47 for 2. Siddiqui 25, Sohail 13. She's cashed in so far from Ramarak. Ramarak up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is coming off the face of the bat, and that one was down to third man. It's a chase on here. It's Deandra Doughton pulling it in and just tossing it to Anisa Mohammed. They get at least 2. So it's 49 now for 2, 49 now for 2, and Sohail moves on to 15 from 21. That one, perhaps closer to first slip, a little too close for comfort for Sohail.
Well bowled by Ramarak. Good areas there, good flight, and just catching the outside edge, just unfortunately not going to slip.
Here comes another delivery, and this time she's beaten out South Young stump is Sohail. So pretty much just recovering is Ramarak, just getting her line right. Perhaps a little bit nerves, as you mentioned. It's her first match in the series. And now she wants to ensure that she's able to give a good account of herself. This one is flighted and is that... Well, it actually might not have come off the bat, you know. It may or may not have come off the bat. We'll look at the replay on that one.
Looked to have ricocheted off the keeper.
Yes, indeed. But wondering whether or not it did come off the bat.
Took the edge first, yeah. Interesting to see. But Ramarak comes back really well there after the first 2 deliveries, being put away for 4 under pressure. Early in her spell, playing her first match of the series, she recovered really well and bowled 4 pretty good deliveries. Just analysing her a little bit in terms of just looking at her bowling action a little closer. When she gathers, in her gather, she's very reminiscent of a Sunil Narayan, especially Sunil Narayan with his remodeled action. It's something you can tell these women are big fans of the game, because Nida Dar as well. Her action is very reminiscent of Saeed Ajmal.
Absolutely.
You know? So, yeah, it's something to keep an eye on there.
We're seeing some good quality cricket, by the way, in this series. We should just mention that we've seen some high quality cricket.
Yep.
We've seen some shots of absolute class. And authority, and we've seen some extremely good bowling as well. Nida Dar certainly comes to mind in terms of her performance in the first match, and
all
so far,
round.
Absolutely. And Siddiqui, Muniba Ali Siddiqui is just a class act, isn't she? She's facing up now to Anisa Mohammed, punches this one into the covers, can't score. The score remains on 49 for 2. Siddiqui on 25 from 41. Feeling down there by Shakira Salman in the covers in a short extra cover position. So there's a slip, backward point, cover, short extra cover, and a mid-off. This one is almost a premeditated sweep into the boundary for 4 down at deep square leg. So pretty much almost a premeditated shot. She just told herself, I'm going to go for the sweep shot, and she actually executed almost impeccably.
Hallmark of a good player. We've seen her sweep quite a lot in this series thus far, but very much so behind of square. On that occasion, she got right out, really extended her arms and hit that ball sweetly well in front of square. And there's a fielder just behind the square and only had about 5 to 10 meters to make, and couldn't catch up to the ball.
That has brought up the 54, and that one is, did that take an edge? It wasn't collected at all by Knight, and the bowler's reaction suggests that there might have been a feather on that one.
And the keeper as well. She seems to be very disappointed that she didn't gather that one, Gaff.
Wow, 53 for 2. The 50 brought up. We'll tell you about the stats in a short while. Here comes Anisa Mohammed. Flatted delivery, and this one well forward comes Siddiqui, pushing it into the covers, and Salman just tumbles away into that short extra cover position to field. There is no run. 53 for 2. So our thanks to our scorers for being on the ball always. 81 balls, 52 minutes for the first 50. This one punched very firmly down to backward point, fielded there straight, however, to Deandra Doughton. There is no run. The end of the over there from Anisa Mohammed. She's so far 2 overs, none for 5. So the first 50 coming for the Pakistan women. 81 balls, 52 minutes, and 9 fours in that 50. So they're really dealing in boundaries quite a lot here, Mali.
Yeah, for sure. And like we've said earlier, at the CCG, you get full value for your cricket shots with this lightning fast outfield. So if you find the gaps, you're gonna more than likely find the boundaries as well.
Indeed. So 53 for 2. It will be let's see whether or not it's Ramarak who is continuing. It is. She's actually bowling in her cap still, Ramarak. This one flies to delivery, punched into the V down to mid-off. Shamilia Connell does the fielding there, the big fast bowler. There is no run, 53 for 2. This is over number 15 being bowled. Sohail on 15 is taking strike from Ramarak at the end of this over. Well, actually a few more. Here comes Ramarak, and this one is scooped down to, looking for that scoop shot. She gets it down to fine leg. A chase on here for Anisa Mohammed. They get at least 2, and it's going to be 55 for 2 now the score. So Sohail, a premeditated shot there. She told herself she was going to go for that scoop shot into that vacant fine leg position, and they got 2.
Good skill there from the batter, Sohail. Ramarak under pressure. They're looking to be really positive with their intent against her here.
Here comes another delivery, punch down to backward point. Deandra Dottin does the fielding, and she's been absolutely extremely good in that position. By the way, let's have a look at the field. There's absolutely no protection in the fine leg area, so she has to make sure that her line is impeccable. She can't stray on the legs. Here comes another delivery, this time tugged down from outside off stump down to the captain at short mid-wicket. Stafford Taylor does the fielding,
and
but
that's
no
why,
protection in fine legs.
Yeah, and that's why we saw that scoop shot, Garth. The batsman the batter realizing that fine leg area was vacant and just playing that little scoop, getting 2 runs.
Here comes another delivery, which is again played into the onside, fielded by Stafford Taylor, just skipping around to her right to field. There is no run. So she's really done a good job, Ramarak, in keeping the line outside the off stump, because anyhow she strays onto the leg stump, it's easy pickings down to the vacant fine leg. Here comes Ramarak up to the wicket, bowls flighted delivery, goes for the sweep shot again, this time straight to the fielder in that deep backward square leg position. Fielding down there is Kishona Knight, and there is 1 run. So the end of the over there from Ramarak, 15 overs gone, 56 for 2. Sohail 18, Siddiqui, that's Maniba Ali Siddiqui on 29. Ramarak so far none for 13 from her too.
Yeah, getting through her overs quite quickly as well, Ramarak. But just a quick point on Muniba Ali Siddiqui. She's as impressive as she's been thus far throughout the T20s and the ODIs. She's flattered to deceive a little bit. She's now in a precarious position in her batting innings. We've seen her get to 20, 30, even 40 and look in no trouble and in total control. And then something happens where she gifts an opportunity to the Windies. She'll be looking to rectify that here today after doing the same.
Indeed, here comes Anisa Mohammed starting over number 16, bowling to Sohail, the right-hander. So it's a right-hand, left-handed combination here. Sohail is right-handed. Welcome all our listeners across Radio Land. Here comes Anisa Mohammed bowls, and this one is driven down to mid-off. Brittany Cooper is a fielder at mid-off. She fields. There is no run. Getting into the long barrier position, 56 for 2, 16th over being bowled. Sohail facing up now to Anisa Mohammed. A slip in place, backward point cover, short extra cover, mid-off, and this one is looking for the sweep shot there. All getting a miscue. She has to be careful though, because she can possibly get a top edge on that one. There is a deep backward square in, it does appear to be Shamilia Connell, and there's also a deep mid-wicket as well. So she has to be careful on that one. Here comes Anisa Mohammed up to the wicket bowls, looking to get that one possibly down to third man. She, however, gets it down to backward point, and Deandra Dottin does the fielding. There's no run, 57 for 2.
And that delivery was a good example of the skill and the guile that Anisa Mohammed possesses.
Here comes Anisa Mohammed looking for the sweep shot. She gets it straight down to Shamilia Connell. 1 run down to deep backward square leg. And it's now 58 for 2. Sohail moves on to 19.
When she flights the ball, she tends to really put revolutions on the ball. So it looks like it's going to be full, but at the last second it drops out of the air quite quickly. And on that occasion, the batsman was good enough to readjust. The batter was good enough to readjust her stroke.
The machinations of Anisa Mohammed. You can't help but
subtle,
admire
very
that.
subtle
Indeed.
skill.
Indeed. Here comes Anisa Mohammed. She's a
Catch it.
That one is hit her uppishly. It was a full toss, actually, a low full toss. It does appear to have dropped just short of Anisa Mohammed. She fielded to her own bowling though. So Siddiqui there had possibly her heart in her mouth earlier. Here comes another delivery from, and this one is a top edge on that sweep shot, but there is no danger. Gets it down to a fine leg position, but running around to field is I'll tell you who that is in a short while. And 50, they actually got 2, didn't they?
Yeah.
2 runs, so
Siddiqui.
60 for 2 to Siddiqui. She moves on to 31.
And that's what I was speaking about a little earlier in the over, Garth. Just presenting possibly an opportunity, an unforced error, like you were saying earlier. It was a full toss, not a threatening delivery, and she almost hit it back to Anisa Mohammed on the full. I'm not sure whether it carried or not. We haven't seen the replay, but from her reaction, it seem to have just dropped short.
All right, so it's the first refreshment break here of this match, and man, the players need it. It's really hot here, glorious conditions. The sunshine is picture perfect. You could almost paint it on a postcard, but the flip side of it is that it's really, really hot here, and so the players getting a well-deserved refreshment break. And as the players get a refreshment, let's remind you of what has happened so far and get the expert analysis of Molly Richards on this one. So 58 for 2, the score. 60 for 2 actually. The score 60 for 2 after 16 overs are completed here. 16 overs are completed. Pakistan women winning the toss, choosing to take first strike, and so certainly they would have suffered some setbacks. Muniba Ali is on 31. 31 is Muniba Ali. 31 from 46 delivers 5 fours in that. The 2 batters who would have been dismissed for Pakistan women, Aisha Zafar caught Knight, that's Kishona Knight, a very soft dismissal, and she would have been absolutely devastated with that because she did very, very well in the first match.
Yeah.
So there she was. So Zafar caught Knight, that's Kishona Knight, of the bowling of Shakira Selman for 4, facing 9 deliveries. Javier Khan, the captain, has had an absolutely forgettable series so far. She would certainly want to improve in the next 3 matches.
Yes.
She was caught by Selman of the bowling of Connell. Shamilia Connell has done a fantastic job. She bowled an extremely good line, tempting line outside the on stump, got some movement, and that was a really good shape delivery, getting the edge, and it was Shakira Selman doing the catching at first slip. She went for 5, the captain, of 7 deliveries. So the not out batters are Muniba Ali Siddiqui not out on 31 from 47, as well as Umaima Sohail not out on 19 from 33. Bowling so far for the West Indies women. Let's tell you about the figures so far. Shamilia Connell, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs, 1 wicket. Shakira Selman, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, 1 wicket. Stefana Taylor, the captain, 1 over, costing her 7 runs. Possibly the ball didn't quite grip in her hands. A few slipped out of her hands and really badly lined. But she'll return, certainly, the captain, Stefana Taylor. She's an excellent performer. Anisa Mohammed, 3 overs, no maidens, 7 runs, no wickets. And Karishma Ramarak, she's bowled 3 overs for 15 runs. So far the most expensive of the bowlers, but you get the feeling that she will at some point really get into her line. Again, you're looking at the figures. If you're looking at Flow Television, Flow Sports, we welcome you to our broadcast. Of course, we're also on radio across the Caribbean and across the world. We're on ABS Radio 90.5 FM and several other stations across the archipelago of the Caribbean. A warm welcome to glorious conditions here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. And this one, as we're getting back to the live action there, this one just coming off the pad, then that was a
LBW.
She's gone.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. I almost missed.
Yes, it was that quick.
It was that quick.
And I was just going to say, Garth, that Pakistan need to refocus here and get back on the ball, because we know what can happen after a drinks break. And if anything, that drinks break came at a good time for the Windies. Pakistan looked like they were building a little momentum. This partnership between Zafar and between Ali and Sohail. And first delivery, still with the vacant fine leg area. She went to play that little scoop shot again. This time chose the wrong one. Straight, looked pretty straight, and the umpire had a good look, and she's on her way.
So Sohail is dismissed, and bringing to the crease now Nida Dar. So Muniba Ali Siddiqui has seen 3 of her colleague batters dismissed, and she opened. And now she's now being joined by Nida Dar, and this pair is going to be crucial. At the end of this over, you'll be hearing from. In fact, I can actually turn you over now to Vernon Springer to continue the ball by ball with the news that the Pakistan women have lost their 3rd wicket, 60 for 3 now. They are 60 for 3, and Ramarak would have certainly redeemed herself following the expensive overs that she had before, right after the drinks break, striking striking. 60 for 3. Siddiqui now on 31, joined by Nida Dar. More comments from me and a little bit Vernon Spear.
Once again, Nida Dar in a position where she's looking to consolidate as opposed to really looking to press home an advantage. You would have thought, or you would have hoped from a Pakistan perspective, that the previous two batters in Sohail and Ali would have gone on as long as possible. That's what Pakistan have been missing thus far in this series.
Here is Da driving her first delivery. As I say, thanks very much to Garfield, and joined by Marley Richards this morning. In the first 16 overs, Pakistan would have had some 71 dot balls. And how many times have we seen in cricket that you lose a wicket just before, after, just before lunch, you name it, and a wicket that they really did not need to lose? Sohail,
Soft.
LBW, 34 balls, 2 boundaries, and David Hemp would be pulling his hair out of his head.
Yeah.
60 for 3, Da. Business like here. The count run rate is 3.64. Ramnarak from the Citizen by Investment Unit in comes in now to bowl to Nida Da, into bowl to Da, flighted, and Da pulling this one past the mid-wicket fielder, down to the boundary for 4. Taylor, in her standards that she set so far, will be very disappointed that she didn't cut that one off, Mali. Boundary to Pakistan, 64 for 3, and Da is off the mark very quickly.
Yeah, loose one there from Ramharak. She had gotten into her work pretty well after quite a sketchy start in terms of just pulling down a few early and being put away. But she looks a real wicket-taking option here, Vern. I think possibly she has the ability to go for a few runs at times. She's not as consistent as, say, an Anisa Mohammed, but she looks a real wicket-taking option here.
Here is Da back and looking to punch that. Can't pace the ringside offside field of the West Indies team. We've been gleaning around. More or less you have 3 inside, in fact 4 inside the 25-yard circle.
Yep.
And they were diving around there to be able to support Ramnarak. On there, 64 for 3. Dar is 4. Maniba Ali Siddiqui, 31 for 47 deliveries. And its game is nicely poised here. A partnership which they needed partnerships, and then all of a sudden the West Indies are back into the game, more or less, and
yes,
they're looking to execute smartly. Here's that driving beautifully. Up to mid-off. Can't score. Shamila Connell coming around nicely and cutting that off. So over number 17 comes to an end. Pakistan batting first. They're 64 for 3. Maniba Ali Siddiqui is on 31. And Dar, who's just come to the crease, faced 5 deliveries so far. She is 4. And I think we're going to have a good contest in our hand. West Indies have continued to show their depth in terms of their quality spinners.
Yep.
Led by Anisa Mohammed. And Mohammed starting her 4th over, 3-0, 9-0. And Karishma Ramnarak, 3 overs, no maiden, 17 runs, 1 wicket. And Taylor bowled 1-0, 7-0. 3 spinners today. We haven't seen Hayley Matthews as yet. 64 for 3 over number 17.
And that 1 wicket would have done the confidence of Ramharak the world of good, considering her nervous start.
Mohammed comes in now to bowl to Siddiqui. Siddiqui is having a go at it. And I think you were making a very critical point, Mali. Anisa Mohammed, when she flights the ball, there's just something about her that it just dips on you. So it's just above your eye line, yes, and then all of a sudden you're saying yes,
yep,
and I'm going to go for it, and then
it's not quite there.
Not there. That had wit, and she backed
good
away
hand,
and really just leaned into that. Hit that one very quickly past Kashana Knight. They had short extra cover.
Looks like Shakira Selman actually.
It's yes, Selman, incited by the post here.
Yeah.
And Cooper coming around.
She got a good hand to that one, possibly saving 4 runs. It was well timed by Ali.
She plays that ball very well.
Yeah, she loves width, and when she's presented with the length as well, where she can really free her hands, it's actually quite a joy to see. But she has to go on. Yesterday she got to 36 off 51 and gave her wicket away, attempting almost a suicide second run. She's got to go on here for her team and also just ease that pressure on Nida Dar because she can't do it every game.
Siddiqui is 32, but is dying strike. She waits for Manisa Mohammed and stands up straight and just eases it out to the point area. This time, it is Kashona Knight who is coming around nicely, supported by Deandra Dottin. Hayley Matthews a slip. Mali, I want you to give me your idea in terms of positioning there. Here is Dar just undriving, more or less onto the little short mid-wicket area.
She looks in a good position to me. What do you think?
And they get an easy single.
Do you think she's a bit too wide?
Yes, I just 66 for 3. Dar goes to 5 and Siddiqui up to 32. But the positioning, you always got to be so careful. You don't want the gap between you and the keeper.
True. She's also quite possibly one of the tallest, if not the tallest, along with Connell. So she's got a good reach as well. So I think that's possibly why she's gone a little wide, trying to cover both areas.
Mohammed into bow to Siddiqui. Siddiqui is pulling at this one. It's sort of tired shot. She really didn't get the arms out there. Sort of cramped her from the crease. Haley Matthews in the short fine leg area in the 25-yard circle did the feeling. And the score remains on 66 for 3. Went over number 18. Siddiqui is 32. As Mali keeps saying, she's just got to keep batting. Hit straight down the ground. Split the mid on and the mid off. Into the boundary for 4. That's a lovely shot, and we're talking about the Pakistan's 50. Score goes up to 70 for 3. Their 50 came off 81 balls, 52 minutes, 9 boundaries, and in the first game, Mali, 76 balls, 51 minutes, and 7 fours. So despite losing wickets at the end of over number 18, Pakistan still belting away. They're 70 for 3. Siddiqui is 36 and Dar is 5.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how Maniba Ali transitions through this innings. We've seen her get to this point, but in terms of constructing a long innings and batting deep into this Pakistan innings, because that's what it's going to take. It's going to take her. She's already in. She's been there for 18 overs. She's got to be the one leading from the front now, because she's shown the timing, she's shown the placement here today. Yes, her rotation and strike can improve, but she's looking pretty good.
Some 10 boundaries in the Pakistan innings so far, and we now see a bowling change because Haley Matthews will start from the Citizen by Investment Unit N. Support that, Mali.
Yeah, I mean, just
it's just only 18. There's 18 overs.
Yet another spin option.
I'd have given Ramnarak another one.
She'll be back. She'll definitely be back. She's just been pulled out for a few. She's done her job here. She's provided the one wicket that the captain would have been looking for. She didn't bowl as badly as possibly her figures suggest. She just got put away on 2 or 3 bad deliveries. But it's small margins at this level. It's the highest level of the game.
So Dar will wait for Haley Matthews. She comes quietly forward, not really right out, but she just played that from a crease. And they looking at it from the outside, Dar looked like she was just deciding, listen, I'm going to just hit you over mid-on and mid-off, just the way she approached that one. So let's see what her approach will be. She got a 50 in the first game and will be wanting to get a further bigger one. She's just working this one into the square leg area, picking up a very easy single. Looks relaxed. I just love to see Dar bat. She's so composed and easy at the crease, easy on the eyes.
Quite
71 for 3.
Cricketer, yeah, all around when she's got ball in hand as well. It's great to see her do her work, but just analysing Haley there, we see the differences of a Haley Matthews as opposed to the other spinners. If you want to compare and contrast, she's just a little quicker through the air. Her trajectory, she doesn't necessarily toss the ball up, and she's looking to bowl between wicket and wicket and look to extract whatever spin she can. She's looking to spin the ball really hard, which is a good thing.
She's coming around the wicket to the left-hander, something I really certainly don't support. Into both to Siddiqui, and Siddiqui almost yorked herself there. Change of angle. I just like to see the off-spinner Mali bowling over the wicket. I think it poses up a problem, especially to the left-hander. 71 for 3.
I think she's not trying to provide room. You know, the room that Maniba Ali likes outside that off stump, and she's trying to cramp her a little bit, bowling around the wicket, as we can see there.
She comes quietly forward and just plays it onto the offside. And DeAndre Dottin coming in there from point, cutting it off nicely. Christopher Taylor just acknowledging to his mate, Ramdani, that there are 2 expected legal deliveries to go. 71 for 3. Matthews around the wicket. Now the ball to Siddiqui. Siddiqui's driving. Beats Nation. They can't get any runs there at all. Is that big Brittany Cooper cutting that one off?
Yeah, it is. She's been pretty athletic in the field as well. Saved quite a few runs already here today.
Matthews would want to end strong with this delivery. Down the onside. And almost rolled onto a stump. Luckily to get away with that one. I think that Siddiqui maybe might have got something onto it. Mali Richards, otherwise that might have been signal wide. So over number 19 comes to an end. 71 for 3. Matthews completes her first over. 1 off it. And Pakistan 3.74. Anisa Mohammed still continuing here. 71 for 3. We're live from the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, the home of Cricket West Indies. It's a CG Insurance Super 50 International Series. The 50 over ODIs is West Indies versus Pakistan.
And on that final delivery, the line was very much sweepable, but the length wasn't presented. The ball was just bouncing a bit too much there for Muniba Ali. He looked to take her on the arm or somewhere on the body, actually.
Mohammed starts her fifth over, not for 15 so far. Flighted delivery to Dar, and Dar just saying, come on, I've got to use my top hand.
And on that delivery there and that stroke, you'd like to see a little adjustment here in the field with Ramharak possibly going in a little closer and straighter in that position, looking to take a catch at sharp mid-wicket.
Anisa Mohammed into bowl to Dar, and she stands up straight, more or less giving herself some room to be able to stand up and spank it. Just pulling away slightly, just to be able to pace the offside field. West Indies have got a ring of fielders on the offside. Anisa Mohammed, she's bowling beautifully, not for 15. She comes in now to bowl to Dar. Dar is going across the line of the delivery there. And Dar just a little bit confused, and she'll be advised maybe to just have a look still. Got lots of overs. She got another 30 overs to bat.
Especially with Mohammed bowling from this end. She looks to toss the ball up, but like we said, the ball drops out of the air quite quickly, and she tends to do the batters through the air more than off the pitch. So Ramharak being a little closer and straighter would be quite an attacking position in this situation.
Mohammed is in now to bowl to Dar back and pulling this one out to the mid-wicket fielder in Selman. It's coming around nicely.
Especially with that cover on the boundary, she can afford to take a few steps in and around.
Say good morning to the folks in Bermuda. Earl Basden, Calvin Baldwell, Lloyd Smith, so many folks. Bermuda is a cricketing nation. Did you ever tour Bermuda, Mali?
I didn't tour, but I've been to Bermuda on holiday. Yeah.
On holiday. It's a wonderful island, Mali.
Beautiful island.
Beautiful people too. Here is Muniba Ali coming down nicely.
Yeah, I went to school with quite a few Bermudans as well in England, and
they're very active. In fact, when we had our St. Kitts Nevis 13 and under tournament, the now president, he was very instrumental in participating in that tournament. The Bermuda coming to that championship is very, very, very good. 72 for 3.
Sports Madlow place, Bermuda.
Here's Muniba Ali looking to punch that. Can't beat Ramnarat. And over number 20 comes to an end. So the Pakistan, the West Indies spinners keeping the pressure on here.
Rattling through these overs as well, aren't
they?
Very,
very quickly. 72 for 3. Siddiqui will have to find the guts to bat another 30 overs.
For sure.
So too is Dar, who is on 7. Siddiqui 36.
It's imperative on her. I know Coach Hemp would be really banking on Muniba Ali going as long and as deep in this Pakistan innings as possible, along with Dar, who's shown great composure, shown a real ability to construct an innings. These two just need to go about it in the same way for another 10 to 15 overs here without losing another wicket, because Pakistan have struggled to post competitive totals thus far in the series.
Matthews comes into bowl to the big player in Dar, who is just whipping this up to the captain. No runs. The score remains on 72 for 3. So good morning to Basil Morgan, all the Basils, Basil Chambers, company. Montserrat, a lovely cricketing nation. Here is Dar sweeping this one beautifully, bisecting the mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and down to the boundary for 4. That's a lovely shot. She got out the broom there, Mali, and really made proper contact with that one and bisected the deep backward square, who was almost 3/4 of the way, and the mid-wicket, and down to the boundary for 4. Dar goes to 11. The score goes to 76 for 3.
And I know you said you're not a fan of of spinner bowling around the wicket, especially early to the left-hander. But on this occasion here, to Nida Dar, I think it would be a good option for Hayley Matthews to go around the wicket and look to threaten that outside edge a bit more of Nida Dar at that pace she's bowling.
Dar comes quietly forward to that delivery. Good flighted delivery. Into over number 21. The score is 76 for 3.
It would also make that sweep shot, which Dar plays very well. It'd also make it a little bit harder to play that sweep shot.
Flutter faster. Dar playing from right under her eyes, just turning it a little fancy up to Taylor, who's running in from the short mid-wicket area. in the practice area.
It's all about angles, isn't it, Vern?
Certainly. Haley Matthews from the Citizen by Investment Unit N here in Antigua comes in now to bowl to
that's it there.
To Dar, just hesitant, just playing just from the crease, not really stepping right
and
out.
with that pace that Haley bowls, she bowls a very quick rough spinner. It doesn't give the batter time to readjust. If it does not turn or just holds its line, she can threaten both edges here.
She has to be complete here. She has to be clinical in her finish. A boundary already off the over. She doesn't want to give away one for the last one. Here is Da coming down in a little flighty delivery. Almost yorked herself over. 21 overs completed here, the coolest cricket ground. The latest score here is Pakistan at 76 for 3. Siddiqui is on 36. Da is 11. Matthew's second over has come to an end. 4 off it. Not for 5. And the captain Taylor comes in from the media center and they're ringing the changes here, Mali.
They are not allowing
really
the
ringing the
batters to really
changes.
settle against any particular bowler on this occasion. And you can tell that Stephanie Taylor's confidence growing not only with the bat, but you see it in the way, in her whole demeanor and her body language, in the way she's marshalling the troops, rotating her bowlers. It's a woman that's on top of her game at this point in time.
First innings, first spell costs 7 runs. And she's replacing Anisa Mohammed, who's bowled 5-0, 16-0. Ramnarak, 3-0, 17-1. Haley Matthews, 2-0, 5-0. And to complement it, the seamers, Shamila Connell, 5-1, 15-1. Selman, 5-1, 16-1. West Indies searching for more wickets. Taylor around the wicket to bowl to Siddiqui. Siddiqui's just opening the face of the bat. Can't beat Deandra Dottin at the backward point area. She just rifled a return in very quickly to Kesia Knight. Kesia Knight with a little baseball soft glove, just picking it up one hand. Good glove work by the young lady. Again, Maniba alias Siddiqui, as Mali was talking about, she does all the hard work and then sort of wants to give it away. She's 36 from 59.
Innocuous kind of delivery, and she's looking to make room on a delivery that's pitched within the stumps. And on that occasion, pretty lucky to not chop it on, or at least get an edge through to the keeper, Kaisia Knight.
Dad just coming down, showing her experience and telling her, just keep your composure, keep batting. And again, she's losing her shape there. She didn't lean into it, She could have maybe just used her feet, Mali, and just stroke it down to long on. She was looking to cut through the offside, but it really wasn't in that line there. It was more down the middle and leg. Round the wicket. And she's driving, can't beat Haley Matthews there at the cover region. 76 for 3.
Critical stage of her innings here.
She has to keep batting.
Definitely.
Certainly has to keep batting, and she's getting a little frustrated. She's back and just pulling this one over to the short middle wicket area, down to long on, picking up an easy single. And they get 1 run quite easily. So a little pressure would be eased off her. She goes onto the non-strikers end and just look at the class of that.
And that's what she needs to do. When the pressure, or she's feeling that pressure, she just looks to get off strike. Nida Dar at the other end is quite a good hitter of the ball. She can find the boundaries and clear the boundaries as well. So Maniba at this point in time, under no real pressure per se. Windies aren't necessarily looking to get her out, forcing or being over aggressive in taking wickets. So there are big gaps there. She just needs to rotate the strike.
Taylor going to come in now to bowl to that. Taylor in to bowl to that. Da is opening the face of her bat. Staying this down to third man. Darting, not really pressured, just ambled after it because it was always a single. It just went outside the 25-yard circle. So over number 22 comes to an end. 78 for 3. Final comments from you, Mali, and then it will be the voice of Sylvester Bouncing Joseph.
And these ladies are rattling through these overs, you know. It's just amazing to see how quickly they get through these overs. And the batters also have to be mindful of the fact that these overs are going as quickly as they are, because you look up and it's 10 overs left and you're behind the 8 ball. Windies doing a pretty good job here in terms of getting through the overs and getting around the field pretty quickly.
So we see Matthews, who will continue. She will start her third over, 2-0, 5-0, and she'll be bowling to Nida Da. Very relaxed and accomplished stance. 12 from 20. And she's driving beautifully up to mid-off, picking up an easy single. Shamila Connell inside the 25-yard circle. Had to get around to her left, as I say. Good morning again to Sylvester Joseph. Good morning, Sylvester.
Good morning again, Springs. Good cricket here so far. I think it's still in the balance springs. The spinners for West Indies team, the captain, she started with a very poor over. Ramnarak, she came in as well in the first over, and she didn't really get the consistency that she needed. But I like how the captain, Stephanie Taylor, he's ringing the changes and trying to find the right combination. And it seems to me like they found one here in herself and Hayley Matthews.
Matthews around the wicket. He's going to come in now to bowl to Siddiqui. Siddiqui is sweeping this one. Brilliant catch by Anisa Mohammed. That's an excellent catch. Game awareness. Here was Siddiqui getting frustrated, trying to invent a shot that certainly was not on. And as Mali kept saying all the time, she gets to 25, she gets to 30, and then all of a sudden gave a wicket away. Needless shot, but one would have to say an excellent catch by Anisa Mohammed at first slip, coming around nicely. That's a blinder.
Indeed. And you can see the excitement and all the feelers in the way that they ran to her, to congratulate her and such a... And she the anticipation springs that did it for that catch. I see that the Pakistani players in Da, and Ali, they employ the sweep shot quite often for the spinners. They're looking to sweep basically like every delivery, and that one was very a very good delivery as well. Some close ones. I think if they miss, they would be in real trouble. But they are connecting, and that one took the top edge, and good anticipation. We're seeing again, and good anticipation there, and another good wicket there for West Indies team.
And a needless wicket for Pakistan to lose at the time, Mali. Consideration, Sylvester and Mali, in terms of what's happening in the game awareness situation. Dow would be very, very, very disappointed. And you could see that coming because Dow went out and spoke to her and said, take it easy, just get a single. And straight away the next over, and she was again going for an expansive shot that certainly was not on. She faced some 63 balls, hit 6 boundaries. You can't do all that work at the top of the order and then give it away.
Indeed. And as I said during the T20, I think this is the main reason why you see these two teams basically in the middle of the table in the international ICC table, because these batters, they get themselves in good position and they just get themselves out.
So we break for a little while. 79 for 4, and straight away Aliyah Riaz is getting fancy. That's a get out shot, and Anisa Mohammed is catching well, so that she just got a little edge there that would have raced away into the hands of Anisa Mohammed. She's at first slip. Matthews buzzing with confidence. Aliyah Riaz has just stepped out for Pakistan, and she strokes that beautifully onto the offside. Can't get any runs there at all. Aliyah Riaz, this will be her 32nd game. High score of 81, so she's got 3 half centuries at this level. Made her debut for Pakistan in 2014, Aliyah Riaz. Here comes Matthews as she comes in out to bowl to Riaz. Riaz is driving, but can't beat the ringside field in the 25-yard circle on the offside. Somebody's down again, or they're okay?
They're okay. That's a captain.
Captain.
Good stop there.
All right. 79 for 4 at the end of this. We'll be hearing the voice of Garfield Burford. Matthews, 1 for 6 so far. West Indies buzzing with confidence. 79 for 4 Pakistan. Hayley Matthews comes in now to bowl to Riaz. Riaz more or less a back cut, hitting it down to backward point. Over number 23 completed. The West Indies moving through very quickly in these overs. 79 for 4. Da is 13. Riaz is not. More comments from you, Sylvester, and then a little bit of voice of Garfield Burford.
Yeah, as Marley was saying, when your spin bowlers are on, they tend to get through the overs really, really quickly. So as a batting team, you have to understand the importance, of rotating the strike, and because if you take too long, by the moment you look up, the overs are already gone.
Exactly. Good afternoon or good morning again to you, Sylvester. Sylvester just took a quick look at his watch a while ago and asked whether or not he was wondering whether or not the day has passed by quicker than he expected.
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit hungry, so I was wondering if I missed something.
There you go. Stephanie Taylor comes in again to bowl a new over, and this one is punched off the back foot down to the sweeper in the cover position. There is 1 to Dar. She moves up to 14. The score moving on now to 80 for 4. 80 for 4. Dar on 14. Riaz comes in to strike. She's yet to get off the mark. She's faced 4 deliveries so far. The current run rate 3.45. So for our listeners in Radioland, please bear in mind that this is a 24th over, flighted delivery, and just drifting a little bit on leg stump, and this one is just turned into the leg side, into a short mid-wicket position. Anisa Mohammed does the fielding. There is no run. The score remains 80 for 4. And at this point, I'll ask you, Sylvester, after this delivery, what you consider to be a good score on this for the Pakistan women. This one is punched back off back along the pitch by Riaz off the back foot. There is no run. 80 for 4. What do you consider to be what we Pakistan women were looking for?
Well, I think they were looking for maybe 230, 240, but how things are going at the moment after the delivery.
And this one is again punched off the back foot into the sweeper on the cover boundary. There is one more to the score. 81 for 4. Riaz now finally off the mark. She's on 1 from 7 deliveries faced. 3.42. So you're thinking, well, certainly 230, 240 would be a little bit difficult at this point.
Yeah, I think so.
Here comes a flighted delivery outside the off stump again, down to the sweeper on the cover boundary. And there is one more to the score. 82 now for 4. 82 for 4. And Dar moving on to 15.
But it's not impossible. I think if they have a good partnership here, especially if Dar stays to the end, that score will be definitely possible. But they need a good partnership, as we can see throughout that. After getting a good partnership, they do something out of the ordinary and get out.
Here comes Stafford Taylor will have her other ideas. This one flighted delivery and is turned back on the onside of the pitch. She skips across to do the fielding of her own bowling. The end of the over there. So Taylor completing her over. She's none for 12 so far. 82 for 4 after 24 overs. Dar on 15. Riaz on 1. Glorious conditions here on the Coolidge Cricket Grounds as the sun comes back out in all its glory. Sylvester, what do you think of what this pair needs to do now?
Well, they need to consolidate, keep rotating the strike, get themselves. Whereas, she's a very capable player, so she just needs to get her momentum going. Keep that going. That is the key to hold the low order together.
Here's Hayley Matthews starting a new over from the CIU end. Balls, and this one is punched into the covers. Anisa Mohammed skips across the field to her left. There is no run. And Dar remains on 15. She's absolutely key, isn't she, to the fortunes of Pakistan women in this match. I'll tell you about her figures in a short while, because she's certainly the most accomplished player for the Pakistan women at this point. Here comes another delivery, again similar, almost deja vu to what happened before. Punched into the covers, can't score. Dar was striking that one off the back foot. She very accomplished player, very organized, very compact, diminutive player, but she packs a punch certainly. Here comes Nida Dar facing up now to Hayley Matthews, flighted delivery, and she whips this one into the onside down to mid-on. Brittany Cooper does the fielding, and Nida Dar just seems to be rather apoplectic with herself. She says she could have possibly put that one into the gap. She possibly thinking a gap between mid-on and possibly the mid-wicket fielder. Well, as it is, she didn't score. So 82 for 4 the score remains. 25th over being bowled. Here comes Hayley Matthews up to the wicket. Bowls quicker delivery, flatter. This one punched down to mid-off, and Shamilia Connell does the fielding. There is no run. Matthews keeping things tight, Sylvester.
Indeed. She's really mixing up her pace and doing likewise to what Da normally does to her when she's bowling. That is similar to Matthews in her bowling as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Here comes Matthews up to the wicket and bowls, and this one is beating Dar outside the on stump. That one seems to have kept a tad bit low, and they were oohs and ahs as the fielding team thought that possibly could have been a wicket. That one could have sneaked through and castled Nida Dar as it was. Riaz just rushed down to have a quick word with Nida Dar, possibly saying, look out for possibly the one keeping low. Here comes Matthews to bowl the last ball of over number 25. 82 for 4 the score. Pakistan women winning the toss and batting. Matthews up to the wicket, bowls, flighted delivery, punched into the covers, can't score. That's the end of the over there. So very, very tight over there from Hayley Matthews. The end of her fourth. She's 1 for 6, 82 for 4 after 25. Dar 15, Riaz 1.
Yeah, and good competition here again by Matthews and Dar. You remember from the last game, Dar had Matthews stumped, and I think now You can see the Haley Matthews, he even put some more emphasis in the bowling, mixing it up, and the competition is really tight out there. And it's good cricket, good all-round cricket, but I think the West Indies captain will be more satisfied with the consistency of Matthews winning the battle so far.
Absolutely. Matthews has really put in a very good shift. Here comes another over started by the captain, Stafford Taylor. This one is turned into the onside, down to mid-wicket, and doing the fielding in that short mid-wicket position is Anisa Mohammed. Score remains on 82 for 4. Riaz stays on 1. She's facing up. No slip in place. Here comes dead ball signalled as Riaz is not quite comfortable with something. Just walked out as Stafford Taylor was about to deliver. Dead ball signalled by the umpire. So there is a backward point in DeAndre Dottin, who owns that position pretty much. As this one is looking to advance, was Riaz looking to shimmy down the crease. Yeah, but the delivery found that the delivery was pretty much not there for any sort of shot. So there's a backward point. There's a cover on the boundary. There is a extra cover, short extra cover that is, mid-off, and mid-off is Haley Matthews. Mid-on, mid-wicket, there's a short fine leg, and there is, this one is turned into that short fine leg fielder, appeal there by Stafford Taylor. And possibly she found herself being the only one appealing. Had no support from her teammates doing the appealing there. So Stafford Taylor walks back. There's a few steps she takes in as she starts to move in again to bowl to Riaz. She's been keeping things tight, and this certainly Matthews and Taylor keeping things tight. This one is turned down to mid-wicket, fielded by Anisa Mohammed, who fields the ball and then claps away at her captain, saying, "Good job with keeping things tight." The other fielders, in terms of on the onside, would be a deep backward squirreling and a deep mid-wicket. Here comes Stafford Taylor up to the wicket, bowls this one is shorter, and she was looking to play that one into the covers of the back foot, possibly down to the sweeper on the cover boundary, but as it was, the ball just trickles away into the onside, and Riaz has this bemused look on her face as if to say, "What just happened a while ago? Why couldn't I get the ball off the square?" Here comes Stafford Taylor up again, bowls, and this one is, again, she can do no more than push it very quietly into the offside. Good tight bowling there from Stafford Taylor. The end of the 26th over, 82 for 4. Dar on 15. Riaz kept quiet on 1 from 14.
Yeah, the crucial thing here now is that partnership in terms of the bowling. The captain herself, Taylor, and Matthews, they're in a good partnership. Just like at the start you have Connell and Selman. Now in the middle, now we have a very good partnership, and that is this is what cricket is all about. If you have some good partnerships where they're bowling and batting, as a captain, you always desire that you have good partnerships, and they're complementing each other very, very well and keeping the pressure, piling on the pressure, I would say, and Riaz.
Here comes a new over started by Haley Matthews, and this one, Dar is punching it into the covers. A few fielders actually just teaming up, working in tandem. They're eventually completed by Shamilia Connell in that mid-off position doing the fielding. There is no run. The score remains 82 for 4. Dar remaining on 15 from 30. Here comes Haley Matthews up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is swept very, very powerfully down to a deep mid-wicket, and one more to the score. The score now remains 83 for 4. 83 for 4, as it is going to be Pakistan women trying to ensure that they can consolidate. But this partnership, we've said it almost like a broken record. We've said it about a few other partnerships. This partnership will be absolutely key. Dar perhaps has that on her bat in terms of how Pakistan women go in this one. In other words, if she bats close to the end, they'll get a good score. If she gets out, then it will be very tough for the Pakistan women.
Yeah, and she has proven that over and over again. And
this one is lifted into the onside. 1-2 bounces down to the deep mid-wicket fielder, and they get one more. So Riaz moving on to 2. That one was lifted into the onside. She was looking possibly to go over the boundary, but then realized that she wasn't quite there. So that one was just a lofted on drive. It's now 84 for 4. Dar comes back into strike. She's on 16. Matthews has kept things tight. 1 for 8. This is her 5th over. Extraordinary figures.
Extraordinary. I mean, extraordinary bowling, because she's really the figures is doing really justice to her bowling.
This one is another delivery just outside the off stump and just turned down to backward point. And for once, Deandra Dottin doesn't quite pick up cleanly. She's been absolutely brilliant in that position, but no harm done. The score remains on 84 for 4, no run taken on that. Dar remains on 16. She's facing up now. She's striking at 50, 16 from 32. Here comes another delivery from Hayley Matthews, turning into the onside, hearing off for the quick single, and they get it quite comfortably as Ramarak has to just run around just behind square to do the fielding. There's one more to Dar. She moves on to 17. Riaz on 2 comes back into strike as the sun comes back out extraordinarily gloriously here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, the home of West Indies cricket. Of course, fully vaccinated spectators can actually come in. I haven't quite seen many people in today. There were a few people in for the first match. This one is lifted high, and 6 runs it does appear. 6 runs down to long on. Well, Riaz is saying, I've seen enough. I'm going to up the ante. I'm going to tee off. She got a delivery that was pretty much in her arc, and she just stood and delivered.
Yeah, and it was a calculated risk. Mid-on is pretty much in the circle, and there is no one down there in the long off area, and she really picked her spot and executed brilliantly, and that is what is required now, because when you look at the bowling, Matthews still have 5 overs and Taylor still has 6, so there's no escaping from this pair. So you have to find a way in order to maneuver the strike and pick up the boundaries.
Otherwise, you're going to realize that you have probably 7 or 5 overs left, and you're pretty much running out of deliveries to try to get a respectable score. So as it is now, Taylor continues from the commentary position end. She's 1 for 15 from her 5 overs so far, and Stephanie Taylor, she's been absolutely fantastic. Always on target, Stephanie Taylor. There or thereabouts. This one is punched into the covers by Dar, down to the sweeper, into that square cover position. One more to the score, into the 90s now, 92 for 4. Dar moves up to 18. Riaz on 8 comes back into strike. Riaz is 8 from 16. 6 in the last over. Really going after the bowling there. Got a delivery that was in her arc and went for it. This one is struck down again into the covers. The deep cover position by Riaz. She moves up to 9. So they're doing it in singles, trying to rotate the strike. In other words, if they're scoring at 6 runs per over, if they're getting at 6 singles per over, that's not bad at all. And they can certainly tee off later on. This one is swept officially down to Shamila Connell in that deep backward square position. She runs across to her left. That was actually swept in front of square. Shamila Connell is backward of square, and she just had to run around a few steps to her left. Does the fielding. So one more to the score, 94 for 4. 94 for 4. Riaz moving up to... Riaz now back into the strike. She's on 9. As here comes Stephanie Taylor, flighted delivery and punched into the covers again down to the sweeper by Riaz, who moves up to 10 now. The score will go up to 95 for 4. Dar on 19 comes back into strike. So they're trying to milk the bowling. 3.43 the current run rate. They really want to perhaps get it up to 4. This is a 28th over, and certainly beyond over number 35 into number 40, they would want to be scoring at over 4 at that point, and then to launch for the Calypso Hour, we call it. We still call it Calypso Hour, Sylvester?
I don't know if it's Calypso Hour, because it's not really, they're not showing it when it comes to especially 50 overs for the West Indies. So,
Is it the blues hour then?
It's more of like a painful hour for West Indian fans.
Well, let's see what happens. I think the women would want to ensure that they have different fortunes. This delivery is struck powerfully down to Brittany Cooper at long on, and Dar getting one more to her score. She's now 20, the score 96 for 4. Riaz on 10 comes back into strike, scoring at 3.43. I remind you, of course, that coming up in the innings break, and that's the end of the over there from Taylor. She's none for 17 from her 5. 28 overs gone, 96 for 4. Pakistan women winning the toss and batting. The latest score here are the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, the home of West Indies cricket.
I think it's a good, the last 2 overs, has been really good for the Pakistani ladies in terms of rotating the strike, getting the additional boundary, and this is what required, because even though the overs are going down, you still have 22 overs remaining, and when you check so far, in terms of to be a competitive total, if you can get anything over 200, judging from the last game, West Indies won, but they realize that, I think that's why they choose to bat first today. They realize if they get a good substantial total, that they can put some pressure on the West Indies batting.
Indeed, as the sun comes back out in all its glory here, Matthews will start a new over from the CIU end, and this one is, that was Dar looking for the big shot over the, possibly over, I think she was really looking after long on, you know.
Yeah,
that one actually went down into the offside, down to mid-off, down to Shamilia Connell. I think you get the feeling that they want to up the ante. I think the pressure is starting to tell at this point. Matthews will want to possibly inveigle them into a false stroke. This one is punched powerfully down to Shamilia Connell at mid-off. Dar can't score. She remains on 20.
Yeah, I mean, I must give the captain good captaincy, because in times like these now you would have long off and long and given them the easy single, but they understand. Stephanie Taylor realizes that another wicket here will put them more into the driving seat.
So she wants to inveigle the Pakistan women into a false stroke.
Indeed.
And Dar is not going to be tempted on that last delivery, just pushing it quietly into the offside. She just walks away to a short square leg position to admonish herself, trying to concentrate. She knows she is going to be the marquee player. She's going to be the key to Pakistan women getting a respectable total. Here comes Matthews, and this one is hit in the ear, and an easy catch for Ramarak. And there goes Nida Dar. At some point, you got a feeling that the pressure was starting to tell. She was starting to feel that she needed to have upped the ante. And the ball wasn't quite there for the hitting. Top edge found an easy catch to Ramarak at short fine leg. And Pakistan losing their fifth wicket, 96 for 5. And what a wicket to lose. Nida Dar, who is certainly the one that they would have wanted to have kept there.
Yeah, I think she herself understood that she needed to be there, but the pressure that is applying here by the West Indies bowlers and the fielding team, and great captaincy, I must say, you know, by the leader in Stephanie Taylor, and creating these opportunities. Because I said, with long off and long mid off and mid on, you see that she played a few beautiful shots to mid off, mid on, and she can't score. And you saw the frustration, so she had to find a way, you know. And she went back to her go-to shot, which was the sweep, and it was difficult because, you know, Matthews
is getting bounce because she's a little taller. She's getting some bounce on the ball.
Because even notice the last 3-4 wickets, the last 3 wickets were they tried the sweep shot, you know, and one got caught just by the keeper there. One, I think one got LBW or something like that. And
yes.
That one, you know, another top edge again there. So the sweep shot is not working because of the consistency in which Matthews and Taylor is bowling.
Muniba Ali Siddiqui was caught. Mohammed bowled Matthews for 37. Aisha Zafar caught Knight, bowled Salman for 4. Javira Khan caught Salman, bowled Connell for 5. Yemema Sohail, LBW bowled Ramarak for 19. And Nida Dar, the last wicket going, caught Ramarak, bowled Matthews for 20. Facing 41 deliveries, 2 fours. 96 for 5. The new batter is Sidra Nawaz. Sidra Nawaz comes to the crease. She's taking strike now from Healy Matthews in glorious conditions here outside the off stump, and Sidra Nawaz shoulders arms, allows that one to be taken by wicketkeeper Kaisia Knight. There is no run. So Anisi Mohammed now into the slips. So there's a slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and the fielders out, 2 fielders out on the leg side. There's a deep mid wicket and a deep backward square leg. That's the field for Hayley Matthews as she comes in now to bowl to Nawaz. Up to the wicket bowls, and Nawaz is punching this down to backward point. She took a few exploratory steps, had to return to the safety of her crease though, as cat-like at that backward point position was Deandra Doughton. The end of the over there, a successful one for Hayley Matthews. She's now 2 for 15 from her 6. 96 for 5, the Pakistan women. 29 overs gone. Riaz on 10. Nawaz yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, good stuff there again there by Matthews, and well backed up again in the field by the fielders, and creating the opportunities. And they sense, the West Indies women's team sense that this is a massive opportunity, and you can see that they're getting around in the field, they're getting to their field, so that the spinners can continue that momentum and keep on building that pressure on Pakistan, that sustained pressure.
Cricket is about cricket, and all sports are about momentum.
Yeah.
And certainly the momentum is with the West Indies women. Stephanie Taylor, the captain, has really been the architect behind that. Her fielding positions have been extraordinarily good, and she's kept the pressure on with her bowling. She's none for 17. This is her 6th over. None for 17, but she has been, she's kept things tight. and she's kept the pressure on. This one is struck back along the pitch, and Stephanie Taylor does the fielding of her own bowling. Riaz stays on 10. It was a 8 for 1 when Aisha Zafar went, 13 for 2 when Javera Khan, as we get back to that after this delivery, flighted, punched down to Brittany Cooper at long on. And Nawaz moves on to 11. 97 for 5 the score now. 97 for 5. Nawaz, the new batter, comes back into strike. Javera Khan, 13 for 2. Umaima Suhail, 60 for 3. Muniba Ali Siddiqui, 79 for 4. And 96 for 5 when Nida Dar went. It's now 97 for 5. And it will be Nawaz taking strike. I'll tell you about the bowling figures after this delivery from Stephanie Taylor. She's just making sure that she gets very scrupulous fielding positions in. She's very meticulous with her fielding positions.
I would like to see a slip. I think they can attack Nawaz some more. She just came in. This is the first delivery that she's bowling to her.
Here comes another delivery, and Nawaz is getting right in behind that one, just playing it square on the offside. There is no run. You see the thinking behind the fielding positions. They're almost pusillanimous in terms of her fielding positions. Stephanie Taylor. This one is punched down to a short fine leg. Can't score, playing it straight to the fielder. She's possibly looking to beat the Ramarak there. Karishma Ramarak at that short fine leg position. Can't do it though. 97 for 5. This is over number 30. Stephanie Taylor, the captain, starts to move in again. Up to the wicket and bowls. And again, carbon copy of what happened before. Straight to the short fine leg field in Ramarak. The end of the over there from Stephanie Taylor. She's none for 18 from 6. 30 overs gone. 97 for 5. They're scoring at 3.23. The run rate actually plummeting in the last few overs. Riaz on 11. Nawaz on yet to get off the mark. 97 for 5. The latest score here at Coolidge.
Yeah, great effort. Great effort here by West Indies team. I think the management team, the captain, all those that are involved with, and good supporters of West Indies cricket will be happy for this period in terms of West Indies, the way that they're playing.
Yes, indeed. You would have been hearing a little bit of you might have been wondering what you were hearing there in your radio or on Flow Sports. It's actually a few of the Pakistanis that's walking past our commentary position with their suitcases. So you would have heard the wheels of the suitcases.
I think those are some of the 18 players.
Indeed, they'll be playing tomorrow. They'll be in action tomorrow, I think.
So they're going to the nets to get a good warm-up, practice going.
Indeed. What a lot of cricket. It's wonderful that so much cricket is being played across the Caribbean, right? 8-team cricket, and of course the men playing in St. Lucia. And as I said, a wonderful weekend of sports beckons. Here comes Hayley Matthews starting the second ball of over number 31, bowling to Riaz. A little exploratory steps out of her crease, had to return quickly because she played that one into the mid-wicket position, and Stephanie Taylor was alert to it very quickly. She was on her toes instead of on her heels there a while ago, making sure that she fielded quickly. Kept keeping the pressure on. Riaz stays on 11, 97 for 5, 31st over being bowled. Matthews, 2 for 15. This is her 7th over, making sure again that the fielding is perfect. So there's no slip in place. Ramarak is being asked to move from a short fine leg position. She's going into a square leg position, it seems, pretty much on the shoulder of the umpire, or pretty much. Let's see where she goes. She goes just in front of square on the leg side, so vacant fine leg position. Possibly they want to inveigle Riaz into playing across a delivery that's not there. This one is punched down to mid-off. Shamilia Connell does the fielding. They can't score. We've seen that quite a few times when there's a vacancy in fine legs, so they really want to inveigle a player to take the ball from off stump and play to the leg side. Here comes, as you hear it, an airplane going across here at the VC1 International Airport. This delivery is played back along the pitch. Matthews does the fielding of her own bowling. She's been absolutely very, very good in terms of being spot on. She's kept things very, very tight here. Matthews, 2 for 15. This is her 7th over. Impressive figures indeed. She's bowling from the CIU end in glorious condition. She just abandons the run-up. Didn't quite get the feeling that she had everything perfect on that. Just working back to her mark. So dead ball signaled by the umpire. So there is a backward square leg. There is a square leg. There's a straightish mid wicket and a long on. Here comes this delivery, looking to advance, a little bit of a shimmy, but didn't quite get any power on that one. Playing it into the covers. Selman does the fielding at cover. There is no run. On the offside, there is a backward point, so there's no third man. So actually, in that pretty much a vacancy. Between third man all the way to fine leg, there's a vacancy there. Here comes this delivery, which is punched into the covers. Brilliant work by Shakira Selman. excellent dive to her left, moving across very quickly. She elicits the applause and the encomiums of her colleague fielder Deandra Dottin. You would pretty much associate with her because Deandra Dottin is brilliant in that position. Shakira Selman getting the applause of Deandra Dottin for brilliant work.
Yeah, and the fielding team again, backing up even though the bowling is so tight, now and then you get a loose delivery, but when you have the fielding team, it's backing up and saving that run. It's important and imperative that they continue, that they can get Pakistan out for as little as possible, even continue to get to the overs, and whatever small total that they have, they can overhaul it, because it's not going to be easy.
Absolutely. let me ask you this before you make way for Molly Richards. What would you consider a total at this point? What's your prediction for the total at this point?
Well, the total now, it seems like if they continue with the bowling, we have another change now. I think maybe about 160, 170. That would be a respectable total in terms of the situation that they're in at this moment. But for West Indies, I think they may be about 130 or 140 would be their target.
All right, we heard Sylvester Joseph. Let's see if he's a clairvoyant today. Here comes a new over and a new spell started by Ramarak, bowling from the commentary position end, bowling to Nawaz, 97 for 5. That one was displayed into the offside. There is no run. Ramarak, 1 for 17. This is her 4th over being bowled. She started expensively, but she's pulled things back. That one is a flighted delivery, getting it down to mid-off. There is no run. Stafford Taylor does the fielding at mid-off. She's pretty much owned that position. Talking about Deandra Dottin owning backward point, almost always at mid-off is Stafford Taylor, the captain. She gets a chance to speak to her bowlers as well. Here comes Ramarak, flighted delivery, turn into the onside this time to a straightish mid-wicket position. Doing the fielding is Hayley Matthews. No score. Pakistan being kept under pressure and being kept honest here, very honest. As a matter of fact, 97 for 5. Riaz on 11 at the non-strikers and watches on as Nawaz faces up to Ramarak. Well forward, bat and pad close together, no score. Playing it one very quietly into the offside. The score remains 97 for 5 as we welcome up Molly Richards the Great.
Good afternoon, Gaff. Good afternoon.
Molly Richards the Great.
Oh,
you behave as if you didn't hear
I
me.
did hear. I probably wouldn't have said good afternoon. I'd be like, what? They're great.
Yes, it did.
They're good. They're good.
Thank you very much. Here comes another delivery from Ramarak. Played into the square in the offside again. Shot the stumps. And that was too hot to handle for Ramarak, backing up with the non-strikers, backing up behind the stumps. That one, Brittany Cooper had to complete the backing up there. 97 for 5, no harm done. So he's kept things very, very tight, Ramarak, so far. Remember, she started quite expensively. She started with back-to-back boundaries as she's pulled things and pecked things back. This one is driven into the offside. Brilliant work there in the covers, and she gets the applause and the encomiums. You hear that in her stump microphone because that was extraordinarily good work. I'll tell you who that is in a short while in the covers.
Was it Shakira again? Shakira Selman, or was
No,
it
it wasn't
Shideen?
Selman. It might have been Shideen Nation.
Yep,
Actually,
yep.
Shideen Nation did an extremely good job there in making sure that the batter kept on strike. In fact, the end of the over there, 32 gone, 97 for 5. The run rate now plummets to just a tad over 3.03 as a matter of fact. Ramarak completes her 4th over, 1 for 17. She is Riaz on 11. Nawaz yet to get off the mark, 97 for 5.
Fantastic captaincy from Captain Stefani Taylor thus far. The way she's really juggled her bowlers here, it's been a joy to see. They've really strangled the Pakistani batters.
Here comes a new over started by Hayley Matthews, bowling to Riaz. She can't score, just playing it back along the offside of the pitch and doing the fielding of her own bowling is Hayley Matthews. And Matthews, what do we say about her
Fantastic.
today? What a fantastic spell it has been. 2 for 15, her 8th over being bowled. She's up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is punched. This time she gets the run. And Nawaz playing it one down to straight long on position. 98 for 5 now. And the score had been on 97 for quite a while actually.
Yeah,
so it's now 98 for 5.
Good astute captaincy as well by Taylor to bring back Ramharak at this point in time. If you remember when she came on, she was bowling to Ali and Nida Dar, 2 pretty good batters looking to really be aggressive and show positive intent against her. And she was just pulled out. Yes, she took a wicket, but she's been brought back at the right time here, I think.
Here comes Hayley Matthews, and this one going for the slog sweep down to deep mid-wicket was Nawaz getting one. She's off the mark now, 99 for 5 the score goes up to, 99 for 5.
With Pakistan 5 down, really looking to consolidate. She won't be feeling that pressure that she was feeling earlier from Nida Dar and Munib Ali in particular. So, yeah, very good game awareness. We've been talking about this throughout the series, and Stefani Taylor really doing a good job here today.
Matthews up to the wicket and bowls and looking for another slog sweep this time. Riaz stifled the peel. She was struck outside the line there a while ago. But Matthews has been keeping that very difficult line just outside the off stump. She's getting some bounce as well.
And some turn as well. She's
Absolutely.
really looking to rip the ball, you know. And on the odd occasion where the natural variation, the ball goes on straight, it makes her even more dangerous, Garth.
This one is turning to the onside. They're looking for a quick single. The captain, Stefan Taylor, is quickly onto it. And Riaz and Nawaz have to retreat to their respective creases and to their safety there, because that one, had they tried that, it would have been suicide. It would have been a kamikaze single. 99 for 5. Riaz on 12 faces up now to Hayley Matthews. Up to the wicket in glorious conditions. Bowls off the back foot, punches this one on the offside of the pitch. And Hayley Matthews does the fielding. 2 for 17. The end of her 8th over. 8th over is 2 for 17 for Hayley Matthews. What a fantastic performance it has been. 99 for 5 after 33 overs. Pakistan women winning the toss and batting, possibly even reconsidering whether or not they're taking the right decision.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic conditions. And like Sylvester was saying earlier this morning, you would think that with these glorious batting conditions, Pakistan would be disappointed to be in the position they are now. Yes, you think 2020 hindsight that you'd possibly bowl first, but no, you'd still make the same decision. I think what's let them down is the execution today. You know, at times when they've threatened to really take the game to the Windies, they've just lost wickets at crucial periods, and it's just set them back. And at this point in time here, they've really been set back by the wicket of Nida Dar. They would have been hoping that Nida Dar could marshal these less experienced players, and she could bat as deep as possible. But with the score at 99 for 5, and the way the spinners are going about their work here, Pakistan are going to struggle to post a competitive total, and I'd say a competitive total for them would be 200, 210, 220. It'll take some batting to get there from here, Garth.
205 they scored in the first match. The West Indies needed 206, and they got that quite easily, winning by 5 wickets in the first one international on the back of a brilliant century, another brilliant century, the 6th ton for her from the captain, Stefan Taylor.
Especially, right.
Indeed.
That's a good point. Especially with the way Taylor's batting, the way she's rounding into form. Hayley Matthews, if you think about the previous game, she didn't bowl particularly well. She's come back here today and really put her hand up, and she's put in a very good performance thus far. She's bowled 8 overs, though. It's not finished. She's still got 17 overs to go. Still 2 batters at the crease. Windies can't take anything for granted. Still got to be looking to be aggressive, looking to take wickets. Pakistan, on the other hand, they'll be looking to soak up a little of this pressure that the Windies are going to throw at them, that possibly they can have some wickets in hand later that they could launch.
Absolutely. Pakistan women 99 for 5, winning the toss and batting. The 5 wickets to have gone so far. Muniba Ali Siddiqui caught Mohammed bowled Matthews for 37. 63 deliveries, faced 6 fours. She really looked good. Aisha Zafar would have been wooing what could have been a good opportunity for her, but she pretty much gave her hand away. An easy catch in the end. Caught Knight, that's Kashona Knight, of the bowling of Salman for 4, facing 9 deliveries, 1-4. Javeria Khan, as we said, a torrid time in the series. The captain caught Salman bowled Connell for 5, 7 deliveries, faced 1-4. Yumema Suhail, LBW bowled Ramarak for 19, 34 deliveries, faced 2 fours as the players complete the refreshment break there on now. Nida Dar caught Ramarak, bowled Matthews, pretty much an easy catch down there, looking for the sweep shot. Caught Ramarak, bowled Matthews for 20, 41 deliveries, faced 2 fours. Aliyah Riaz, who's on 12, not out on 12, 31 deliveries, 1-6 actually. The first 6 of the innings, only one so far struck by Aliyah Riaz, and Sidra Nawaz with her on 1 from 12 deliveries faced. Bowling for the West Indies, Shamila Connell, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs, 1 wicket. Shakira Salman, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, 1 wicket. Stefan Taylor, the captain, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 18 runs, no wickets. Anisa Mohammed, 5 overs, no maidens, 16 runs, no wickets. Karishma Ramarak, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 17 runs, 1 wicket. And the pick of the bowlers so far, Hayley Matthews, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 17 runs, 2 wickets. Fantastic performance by the West Indies so far. As we get back to the action here, it's Hayley Matthews, sorry, it's Matthews back into the attack, and this one is Sorry, Ramarak
yeah.
actually into the attack. And this one is just turned down to the short fine leg position as Nawaz.
They both bowl in their caps, so sometimes it's pretty easy.
It's right. I had to look at their numbers a while ago.
Yeah,
yes,
sure.
indeed. So it's Riaz. So Nawaz getting one there. She's on 2, and that has brought up the 100. We'll tell you about the stats for the 100 in a short while. 100 for 5. Riaz on 12 faces up now to Hayley Matthews. Very distinctive in her long hair flowing behind her. This one is struck down to a third man, a chase on here, and the dot in actually with that chase there. She eventually pulls it back in 2 more runs, so 102 for 5. Current run rate a shade over 3.06. Riaz on 14. Thanks to the scorers for being on the ball, literally and figuratively. 200 balls for the 100, 200 balls, 116 minutes, 12 fours, 1 6. Here comes Hayley Matthews, balls, and Riaz is just turning this one quietly into a straightish mid-wicket position. They can't score. The score remains. Ramarak is the one bowling. 1 for 20. This is her 5th over. Hayley Matthews did the fielding there at a straightish mid-wicket position. Here comes Ramarak up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is turned again into the onside. And Matthews just dives and tumbles away to her left, fielding at a straightish mid-wicket position. 100 again coming in. 200 balls, 116 minutes, 12 fours, 1 6, and 116 minutes. So 100 dot balls.
Yeah, that's been an issue.
That one is turned into the onside. They get a quick single as Matthews has to run away round to her right. Does the fielding. Riaz moving up to getting the single actually. She moves up to 15. 103 for 5. Nawaz comes back into strike to face the last ball over number 34. So 33.5 overs bowled, 103 for 5. Pakistan women really feeling some pressure here. It really has been a tough one for them. Here comes Ramarak. Up to the wicket, bowls, flighted delivery, full toss. Possibly she got away with that one, punching it down to mid-on, down to Brittany Cooper. The end of the over there from Ramarak, the end of which 103 for 5 after 34. Riaz 15, Nawaz 2. More comments from you, Mali, then it'll be voice of Vernon Springer.
And that final delivery from Ramarak there just highlights just how much of a better situation she's in here, bowling to these 2 batters in Riaz and Nawaz at 103 for 5 with 34 overs gone and only 16 remaining, because getting a full toss on leg stump there and just not showing that positive intent to put that away, considering not having many wickets in hand. Windies fully on top, and Ramarak not under too much pressure here in this situation, Albert.
24 overs ball between the spinners. Anisa Mohammed comes in now to bowl the 25th. She before doing 5 knot, 16 knot. Looking to punch onto the offside is Alerias. She's on 15 from 36. The 100 in the first game for Pakistan came off 158 balls, 142 minutes, 14 fours. It just shows you the quality of the spinners of the West Indies team who have just really choked the Pakistan team here. Selman just getting a little knock there.
Around, yeah.
She's just gleefully, but she's not coming off. Don't know if it hit maybe one of the fingers that have been injured before. 103 for 5. We start over number 35, and Anisa Mohammed starts now from the Citizen by Investment Unit N. She originally started from the media center in here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
We haven't seen her bowl.
West Indies.
We haven't seen her bowl from that end thus far in this series.
So this is her first time.
It'll be interesting to see. She'll be very careful how she flights from that end, I think.
Here is Alerias trying to give herself some room to be able to punch that through the offside. Selman is ringing away. Her hands still worrying it. You could see her grimacing in pain. But Taylor came across to retrieve in front of her at that point in time. So Mohammed has started well so far with a 6th over. 103 for 5. Riaz gets a flighted delivery. She's driving it and can't do anything about it. Needed to hit that on the full, Mali.
Oh, yeah, just a little bit more positive footwork there, and she would have gotten to that one. Mohammed from that end, the media end, not the media end actually, Citizen by Investment end, would have to be pretty careful with how she flights these deliveries. Finally,
Riaz gets a single down to long on. Cooper comes off the boundary. She's just ambling up, and she stays inside the circle because for the new batsman in Nawaz, Taylor decided to attack, so she's brought up Cooper. So the mid-on and mid-off inside the 30-yard circle. Like to see a slip, Mali, especially to Nawaz. Mohammed comes in now to both to Nawaz. Nawaz is back and punking that, but coming around beautifully. Selman, little relay to Dottin.
I would agree with you if Hayley Matthews was bowling from that end, but with the pace just slightly slower and allowing the batters to readjust to her deliveries. Yes, you'd like to see a slip. I think Hayley Matthews bowling from that end would be make more sense in my opinion. That's my opinion.
And she's out caught behind.
No need for a slip when you got the keeper.
So Nawaz playing a real nothing shot there. It was a wide ball. There was no pace. It was slow.
Yeah.
And got almost catching practice. Just
Looking
steered
to
it into
run that down.
Yeah, no need for that. And Keisha Knight, standing up at the stumps, took a beautiful catch. Good glove work there completed. And the winners, West Indies, want to be clinical. They really want to finish off Pakistan.
Yeah.
Over number 35 completed. Mohammed picking up her first wicket. 6 overs been bowled here by Mohammed. Pakistan 104 for 6. Mohammed has really gotten into a woman. You always want to get a wicket.
Yep.
In that column.
She comes to the party pretty much
all the time.
All the time here, Vern.
And
Innocuous delivery, though, you must say. Not her best delivery, but on that occasion, the Pakistani batter just looking to run a slow, short, wide delivery, and only managing to edge it through to Kaisi Knight behind the stumps, and took an easy catch.
So Mohammed 6-0, 17-1. Taylor 6-0, 6-1, 18-0. Ramarak 5-1, 21-1. And Hayley Matthews 8-3, 17-2. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 17 runs, 2 wickets. Ramarak will continue wearing the number 77 from the media centre end. She'd want to pick up another wicket or two to give her some confidence. She comes in now to bowl to Aliyah Riaz. And Riaz is on driving down to Cooper. So Cooper is coming from long on here at the media centre end from the CIUN. And now down to long on.
Yeah, she's one of the taller players as well in this West Indian lineup. And we tend to see, especially in the last few years, most international teams, or just teams in general, tend to post their good, tall fielders at the long on, long off position.
A lot of work here for her. Riaz is 17. Sana comes into strike. She's sweeping. There's a P for leg before. The umpire is not interested.
I like Ramarak. Vern, I like what she brings to this team.
Danish Ramdani.
Yeah, she's possibly not quite as consistent as, say, Nisa Mohammed, but she bowls wicket-taking deliveries, in my opinion, and she's doing a very good job here for the Windies.
This is her first game, so you've got to be able to, the experience of Anisa Mohammed, she would have toiled over the years.
For sure, you can see what she needs to work on in terms of her consistency, but for what she brings already, I think it's already an asset to this team.
I want to see a left arms leg spinner, Mali, into this West Indies senior team. I'm sure from the A team, somebody could be pushing themselves.
Well, if I remember from the A team series, is it Casey Schultz?
Yes.
Yes, she
will be in the
bowls
conversation.
orthodox and bowls that back of the arm wrong as well.
So that's what I would want to see in the mix, especially before this series is finished. But maybe Courtney Walsh might maybe just decide that he's going to maybe just keep her. They got an A-team game tomorrow, so we'll see if she gets a promotion.
I think she was in the squad for the first ODI.
105 for 6. Ramarak is buzzing with confidence. She's getting through overs quickly. This is her 6th over, and she starts from the media centre and comes in now to bowl to Sana. Sana is trapped onto the crease, almost rolled onto her stumps.
I think it did roll on, and it didn't.
The bails just didn't fall. Maybe just didn't have the pace.
Look at that. It's right on middle stump.
But it just wasn't to be. So over number 36 has been completed. 105 for 6. Sana is not. Lucky to be still there. Reyes is 17. And the West Indies, they're really piling through with these overs. 26 overs of spin so far. Ramarak has bowled 6, 1, and 22-1. And Anisa Mohammed will start from the CIUN 6-0, 17-1. Hayley Matthews, 8 overs, 3 maiden, 17 runs, 2 wickets. And Taylor, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 18 runs. That's not to compliment Selman, who's bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, 1 wicket. And Connell, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs, 1 wicket. Pakistan just losing wickets all the time. 8 for 1, 13 for 2, 60 for 3, 79 for 4, 96 for 5, and 104 for 6. They're now 105 for 6. Over number 37 starting. Anisa Mohammed goes past Christopher Taylor. Is in now to bowl to Leah Riaz, who's driving through cover. Won't have the legs to go for 4. No, it does. Yes. Down the grade, 4 runs. And as Mali and Bungson has been saying all the time, once you stroke the ball on the Coolidge cricket ground, you're going to get a boundary. You don't need to be able to go hard at the ball. You just need to be able to just caress it. And if you maybe just look like the Sir Lawrence Woe, she didn't really elegantly look like Sir Lawrence Woe there, but she got it through the 25-yard circle.
Pretty elegant in her own right.
Oh, yes. So Riaz is fighting away. She's 21 or 42 deliveries, and Mohammed is guilty of just overtossing that one right there. 109 for 6.
It's a different proposition from that end as opposed to the media end, Vern. It doesn't quite fall out the air as quickly.
Mohammed is just played onto the offside by Riaz.
Good batting.
Good single. Good rotation of the strike.
Showing soft hands on that occasion. You'd like to see both teams, actually. It's an aspect where both teams can improve their game. The boundary hitting has been just fine and brilliant to watch, but it's all about what happens after those boundaries, and the accumulation of dots we've seen from both teams after hitting boundaries is an aspect they can definitely improve on.
110 for 6. Sana is in strike, and she's back and looking to crack this onto the offside. Can't score. Cramp for room, more or less. Mohammed just enjoying bowling to Sana. She also enjoys bowling to Riaz. But as Mali said, it's a different area. She's bowling from the Citizen by Investment Unit end, which is the first time she's bowling from that end. And she lost her shape there.
Done her in the air.
Sana, yes, again.
Crafty Anisa Mohammed.
Well, she will enjoy bowling to Sana.
Right, exactly. Yeah, she should be best served not to be tossing too many up to Riaz. I'd say. Yeah.
So certainly with that, Riaz, 22 from 43 deliveries. She's hit 1 CG maximum so far. Oh, in 2 minds there, Sana. Sana not sure about this. And she's groping for something there. She'd want to be able to get herself. She's only 19 years old, Mali.
Yeah, still got a long way to go.
This is just her 7th game here, so she's got a bright future ahead of her for Pakistan. She's backing away, can't score because Mohammed is bowling so slow. There's no pace onto it. Over number 37 completed. Pakistan, 110 for 6. Mohammed getting 2 overs, 1 for 22 from her 7. And Taylor is really enjoying herself here. They've been clinical today.
Quite surprised, actually. We haven't seen... the last we saw of... Nazim was in the T20 series. And especially in the second game, I think it was at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, with that 40-odd that she played and the way she came out and actually cleared the boundaries at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 16 or 17 years old, Aisha Nazim. To not see her in this Pakistan lineup now, 2 games. I'm not sure if she's injured. She's still listed as the 12th or 13th player in this squad. But to not see her in this batting lineup, consider what we've seen from a few of the other batters. I'd say personally, as a cricket fan, I'm a little disappointed.
So, the current run rate for Pakistan is 2.97, 110 for 6. We start over number 38, Ramnarak. From the media centre in here, the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies, is a CG International ODI series, West Indies versus Pakistan. 2 powerful cricketing nations, not only on the men's side, but also on the women's side.
With rich cricketing histories as well, both Pakistan and the Windies. And I've said this for years, just having cricket conversations, especially over the last 2 decades or so, you see a lot of similarities between Pakistan and West Indian cricket. On the field and off.
Riaz is driving, but can't score. This is Ramanarak's 7th over. Mali has been impressed with her, especially in her first game.
For sure.
And it's a learning process, and it'll get better the more games they play. It's called game awareness. And with game awareness, it comes a level of confidence and, concentration, composure, and to complement that, commitment, because for sure they're committed. Courtney Walsh will be looking to build a peak team performance.
For sure.
But you have to trust the process, and the process is going to be very important. Ramnarak comes in now to bowl to Riaz, who's looking to undrive, can't score. And repeatedly in practice is what you have to put into your game here.
And that's important, what he said there, in terms of trusting the process. You've got to know where you want to get to, what you're working towards. And for me, that would be the next World Cup for this Windies team.
Working into the onside. Danger, danger, danger. Had that hit, could have been another run out. Sana was going nowhere. Reyes was not interested. Almost for a moment. We haven't
had any today, so that's been a real improvement from these Pakistani batters. They haven't run as well in this series, but no run-outs today. Definitely an improvement.
Ramnarak in now to bowl to Riaz, and she ends with a maiden.
Very well bowled. She's come back well.
38 overs bowled. The pressure mounting here on the Pakistan team. 110 for 6 over number 38 completed. And we're talking about Courtney Walsh building a peak team performance and focusing on the process, Mali, that is required in terms of discipline. And just to let you know that discipline is focus, attention, and focus effort.
Yeah.
And so far, we've seen that from the West Indies A team and the West Indies senior team. And we've also seen that from the Pakistan program because they're also new in terms of women cricket and they're building.
Yeah, I mean, the least you ask of a professional athlete is to bring that effort and that determination every day.
Here comes Anisa Mohammed. Sorry, Mali.
No
Flighted
worries.
to Sana. And Sana, she will enjoy bowling to Sana.
Yeah, for
because
sure.
Sana is
She'll be
really
looking
not
to get
getting,
through.
not getting through her rhythm. She's a knot, and we would say she wants to get off the mark.
Ooh.
And she's been looking for one. She didn't get to the pitch of that there. She was more or less waiting to it rather than leaning into it and hitting that on the full. But she will get better. David Hemp,
Something's going to
coach.
give here, Vern.
You think so?
Yeah, she's
No, she's
feeling
gonna
that
survive.
pressure. Feeling that pressure now.
Mohammed into bow to Sana. Sana is back with a little late dab, back dab, and punching that down to the short third man area. The Andrew Dottin coming around with agility, firing at the stumps and missing it completely. Had it hit,
And
I think Aliyah Riaz could have been in danger.
And that was the opportunity right there. Trying to release that pressure. Didn't go for a big shot, but took a risky run and almost run out the batter in Riaz on that occasion.
111 for 6. Nelson, you remember that, Mali? How many times you were there? And you would have seen that.
111.
111 for 6. White ball. Here is Ilya Riaz hitting inside over the offside. Connell is after it. But I think only to retrieve and almost got herself in some trouble there because I think she also stepped on the boundary rope and just had to scamper off. She's got spikes on and looks as if she could be hurdling for Barbados in the Olympics. She's kittled over and saved herself.
And
now she's pushed back.
Yeah, we said a bit earlier, a couple overs ago, Mohammed will be best served not flighting the deliveries to Riaz. Better to be bowling a flatter trajectory and flight the balls to Sana.
Riaz is 26. She's back now and punching that. Who's coming around there? That looks like
Brittany.
Brittany Cooper, who's brought into the 25-yard circle.
She's been fantastic in the field throughout this series.
She's been
Since she's
excellent.
come into the squad, hasn't she?
She batted beautifully in the first game too.
Yeah.
Start to give some impetus to the rest of the team. And she's bowled. Riaz outsmarted
Chose the wrong one
by
on that occasion.
Anisa Mohammed. And when you have played so many games for the West Indies,
skill.
Anisa Mohammed, that skill, subtle way, you don't ever underestimate Anisa Mohammed.
That's a
Anisa
big
Mohammed is so crafty in terms of her bowling. She looks, as they would say, like a lollipop bowler. But trust me, she's not a lollipop bowler. 124th ODI game for the West Indies, and she continues to take wickets. Before the series, she would have had 151 wickets.
Right.
And she's in the column still, and she leads the quality spin attack by the West Indies.
Crucial period again for Pakistan to lose a wicket in. Especially the batter Riaz, who looked like she was just settling into her innings quite nicely. She had done the hard work, consolidating, and was now looking to apply some pressure back onto the Windies bowlers. And she goes, once again. I wouldn't say a rash stroke, but I'd give the credit to Anisa Mohammed on that occasion. The way she just left her down the wicket, done her through the air, and Riaz wasn't good enough to catch up to that one. And Kaisia Knight, easy stumping as Pakistan lose their 7th wicket, 115 for 7. And just quickly, that's the difference in this situation between losing that wicket of Riaz. Is the difference between scoring 150, 160. And we said that in the previous game when Dar got dismissed, at the stage she got dismissed, it was the difference between Pakistan scoring 220, 230. And with an extra 25, 30 runs, who knows what pressure they could have applied in, So just crucial times losing wickets for Pakistan.
And the only major partnership so far, as Ramnarak has bowled a dot delivery to Sano, has been 47 between Sohail and Ali. And at this level, David Hemp will be not too satisfied with that area. Here is Sana coming across a wicket there, and she was looking to come across to try something. And Ramnarak pulled out of the attack. Dead ball signal by Mr. Ramdani.
And that wicket of Muniba Ali Siddiqui as well was a crucial period. She was set batter, and to get out in the way that she did. Very soft.
Sana just soft hands, just working this into the short fine leg area, picking up a very easy single. And so she's 2, brings Diana Baig, another young player, into the attack. She's been very impressive. I like her.
With the ball, she's been pretty good.
In the field too.
Yeah, she's taken some fantastic catches.
Yeah, she's only 25 years old, so she's been around for a little while. Not known. Her high score at this level is about 35. She's got 32 wickets to complement it, and this was before this series. So maybe if she can sneak a little 30 today, that'll be good for her. Pakistan team would need that. She's not. And she is playing at a drifter, as we would say.
As we see the confidence of Ramharak here growing as she grows into her spell. On that occasion, really confident and looking to give that one a rip from outside the off stump.
Here comes Ramharak in now to bowl to big
opportunity here.
And Cooper
had all 3.
She did, but I think she hesitated for a little while, and that was the delay. You just got to be able to come in, get the ball up, and you know that the stump is there. Bam, on target. Missed out this time. She's normally, as we would say, a rifle shooter, where she'll be hit her target. She didn't hit it that time, and she's still talking about it in her mind. 117 for 7, Pakistan. We're into over number 40. Baig is off the mark. Sana is 2. The count run rate has dropped tremendously to 2.94. Ramharak in now to bowl to Sana. Sana is scooping this one up into the air. Collision. No, it's safe. Is this Sherry-Ann Fraser, the substitute, who is on, taking her first international catch, and she would feel very pleased about that one. So Pakistan losing another wicket, their 8th wicket, and Ramharak's figures all of a sudden is completely different in terms of the context as she ends her 8th over. 117 for 7, 10 overs to go.
And if you remember, I think we were saying, I can't remember exactly when, but we were saying the way that these West Indian bowlers are getting through these overs, the Pakistan batters, unless they do something and be more proactive, they're going to look up and it's only going to be 10 overs left. We're at that stage right now. Pretty much one ball left in this over, and it will be 10 overs left. Pakistan, I think at the time, were about 90, 95. So in that period of time, they haven't scored that many runs. They're on 117 now for the loss of 8. Windies fully on top and looking, like Sylvester said, to possibly bowl this team out for 130, 140.
So once this over is in fact, the over is completed.
Oh, it's finished now.
Yeah, it's finished. You had 29 overs between Matthews, Ramharak, Mohammed and Taylor in spin, and you had 10 overs topping it off. You had 30 overs, and then you had 10 overs from the seamers. Somebody getting repaired here.
And if I can think, I think how many does Matthews have left? She's still got 2.
Matthews is so far has bowled 8 overs, 3 maidens, 17 runs, 2 wickets. Anisa Mohammed 8. She's going to start her 9th now. 8 overs, no maidens, 27 runs, 2 wickets. Taylor 6 overs, 1 maiden, 18 runs, no wickets.
Still got 4.
So maybe the spinners maybe could.
Yeah, maybe might finish this out, and maybe a pacer someone comes back for 1 or 2 possibly.
Just slightly. So we got 2, 4, 6. They could get the 10 between the spinners.
Between the spinners, yeah. So it'll be interesting to see what
Stefani
Taylor does.
They might be bowled up before that time.
Yes, well, they'll be hoping to.
Slip comes in for Anisa Mohammed. She's going to come in now to bowl to Baig. In now to bowl to Baig. Baig is back and trying to punch this onto the offside. Cooper coming around quickly.
Looks like Sandhu on strike.
Baig?
Nah, Baig's got the... he's in the cap.
Well, Sandhu, somebody got it right on the television. So, cool. Made the adjustment very quickly. 117 for 8. Anisa Mohammed will be looking for another wicket. Appealed for a leg before, but I think that was hit outside the line of the off stump. Caught in the crease, more or less, there, Sandhu. And the Pakistan lower order, they're going to have a hard time, Mali, in surviving to Mohammed and company.
As we see the slip in that you've been calling for coming now in Haley Matthews.
Mohammed in to bow to Sandhu. Sandhu is driving nicely. Yeah,
toss that one up.
Yeah, it's almost a matter, I don't want to say survival, but the objective would be, it's a cardinal sin if you get bowled out.
Yeah, to not bat out your quota of overs. Pakistan have been guilty of that.
Looking to punch, can't score. think I'll have one more over and then Garfield Burford will come into the area. 117 for 8. Went over number 41. Sandu is not yet off the mark. Big is on 1, and the count run rate keeps dropping. 2.88. Mohammed is into her ninth
that's
over.
close.
She's out like before. She can't survive to the experience of Mohammed.
I think she thinks she's hit that.
Sandu is indicating to the umpire or trying. She has to be careful because the match referee in Ryan King maybe might just signal a little fine to her. So she's got to be very careful.
She's actually still out there.
There's no review. There's no DRS. So sorry about that, Lady Sandu. She goes back LBW to Mohammed without scoring. And trust me, I don't want to say London Bridge is falling down here, the Coolidge Cricket Ground, but they're certainly tumbling over.
I would like to see the replay, and the umpires only get one shot at it in real time.
We're going to get the replay now.
Yeah, but from this vantage point, I think she possibly may have gotten a little inside edge on that one. And just looking at how disappointed she is, and she's slowly making her way off the field now.
She's talking to herself too, but Christopher Taylor is in the perfect position, and he raised his index finger. And once the umpire raises his index finger like Sylvester Bouncing Joseph did in his time of umpiring, then you have to walk back. Sorry about that, but that's the crude way of describing the action here in terms of cricket.
Yes.
You know, sometimes we just don't like the umpires, but really the umpire is supposed to be a friend.
For sure. Well, you should be should have good relations with an umpire if you're a player.
Along with the cook too.
Especially if the games aren't on TV.
117 for 9. Anisa Mohammed should be looking to pick up Iqbal's wicket, the left-hander. And Iqbal easily just playing quietly into the offside. Over number 9 comes to an end. Anisa Mohammed, 9 overs, no maidens. 27 runs,
27.
3 wickets, 3 important wickets, and she continues to be in the conversation. She continues to be in the mix. She continues to show everyone that she deserves to be in this West Indies senior team.
Yeah, and that's and at this level, it's a very thin line between success and failure. And if you really analyze the Pakistan innings today and throughout the series thus far, every time they've had an opportunity or they've battled their way into a position of dominance, they've just surrendered it pretty meekly. And once again here today, you think of Muniba Ali, the kind of stroke she played, Aisha Zafar. It's just been plaguing them throughout the series, Vern.
Here's another dot delivery there from Ramarak, who starts her 9th over. Before this, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 24 runs, 2 wickets. We say good morning to the folks in Jamaica, and it's midday here in St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda. We're live from the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. West Indies women on top. Throwing each other with the hands right there.
She took that
big
pretty nonchalantly, didn't she? The way she fielded that fearsome back drive from Big.
Cool and calm.
Yeah.
And collective.
Oh, she's shaking the hands now, actually. Yeah, she felt that
sometimes
one.
you don't really want to show the opponents that one. 117 for 9. Here comes Ramarak in now to bowl to Big. Big is looking to turn this one. She does. And Anisa Mohammed from the short finally comes around and she gets a single.
But if you remember when Ramarak started her spell, her first 2 deliveries went for 8 runs. She went for 12 runs off her first two overs. And since then, 8.3 overs in total. She's only gone for the 25 runs and picked up 2 wickets. So she's come back really, really well, going for 13 runs in 6 overs or so. Very, very good stuff here from Ramarak, but also great captaincy, fantastic captaincy from Stefani Taylor, recognizing the opportunity, and Ramarak has come to the party for her.
118 for 9. Cecil Watson in the United States of America. Carlos Truss in Canada, all the folks in Bermuda. Got folks in India who following the coverage all around, listening to us. We thank you very much for supporting West Indies cricket in a very big way. Iqbal gets a delivery outside the line of the leg stump and casually didn't really lean into it. It was flighted. Should have done a lot better with that to be able to tickle that one away.
Especially if you look at the field and there's no one in that fine leg, wide fine leg position either. Just a deep backward square. He missed out on that occasion.
118 for 9. Here is Iqbal, more or less giving a hand away again. And a big effort there by Sherry-Ann Fraser. She sort of dived first before really getting under the ball. But a big effort and almost pulled off a screamer, as we would say on television. She received some applause. And Iqbal quietly gets off the mark. So she's what do we say? She's 2. She's 2. Both batsmen are 2. Diana Baig is on 2. And the score is 120 for 9.
She didn't time her dive as well as she would have liked on that occasion there, Vern, I'd say.
Here is another flighted delivery. And respecting it is Iqbal. Over number 42 comes to an end. 120 for 9. More comments from you. And then it will be the voice of Garfield Burford, who is smartly dressed as usual. You know, he also reminds me of those former colonial governor generals.
Yeah.
He's got his inner coat lined up, you know, getting himself organized.
He's got
A.G. Morgan really takes care of him.
He's got quite a
spanking.
ministerial name, doesn't he?
But that's why he's got a sponsor,
The
of
right
A.G. Morgan, who looks after him.
The Right Honourable
Garfield
Garfield
Burford.
Burford. It's got a ring to it. It's got a ring to it. I must say.
Gentlemen, I'm flattered. Thank you so much for staying with us right across. Thanks so much to Vernon, and thanks so much to Mali, and thanks so much to Sylvester. It has been a fantastic day here. Perhaps the sun shining on the West Indies. This one is punched off the back foot, now the backward point by Big. She remains on 2. New over started. This is over number 43 now in progress. It's Anisa Mohammed, who's so far taken figures. This is her last over, 3 for 27 from her 9 so far. This one is punched back along the pitch, and Mohammed just dives across smartly to field off her own bowling.
And Big is the kind of
20 for 9.
Big's the kind of players looking to naturally to hit and get on with things. But with the position that Pakistan's in, she's kind of almost her hands are tied, you know.
Absolutely, she punches this one into the covers, can't score. And Shakira Salman, who has been very, very good in the field today, extremely good. She does the fielding. There is no run, 120 for 9. And so the wheels are really falling off the wagon of the Pakistan women. And this one is bowled. And that's the end of the innings. So 120 all out. Big looking for a big shot, making room for herself, looking to really plunder that one through the offside. And the ball is cannoning into the stumps. She's been castled. And the Pakistan women, pretty much a disappointing performance, winning the toss and batting 120 all out in 42.4 overs. So all of that's 44 deliveries that have been unused by the Pakistan women. A cardinal sin in any sort of, certainly any sort of one-day or any sort of limited overs cricket, that you don't use up all your overs. And certainly Diana Baig looking for the big shot, bowled by Anisa Mohammed. 4 for 27 for Anisa Mohammed. I was looking at her figures, Mali. She has done an extraordinarily good job against Pakistan. She obviously likes bowling against Pakistan. Because I'll tell you, in terms of versus teams, against Pakistan women, Anisa Mohammed, between 2004 to 2021, she's had 18 matches, of course, before this one, 17 innings, and she's bowled 144.1 overs, 26 maidens, her best of 7 for 14 at an average of 9.61.
Wow.
39 wickets, by far, well, actually not by far, because against Sri Lanka women, she has 38. So she has the most wickets against Pakistan women. Fantastic performance by Anisa Mohammed. Ending with figures of 4 for 27. Fantastic performance by the West Indies women in general. And you have to say, very, very well led again by Stephanie Taylor. So 120 all out. The score for Pakistan women in 42.4 overs. So 44 deliveries unused. Very, very disappointing, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, 44 deliveries. That's far, far too many, Garth. But I think West Indies been playing here for a while now. Both teams have been playing here for a while now, but West Indies using the conditions the best thus far in terms of the composition of their team today, the way that Stephanie Taylor rotated her spinners in particular, even though the Pacers as well provided the breakthroughs up front with the new ball. Everyone did their job today, Garfield, and just a very good all-round performance from the Windies, but disappointing from Pakistan nonetheless.
Indeed. So we remind you, if you're just joining us, whether you're joining us on Flow Sports or you're joining us across Radioland or you're joining us on Cricket West Indies YouTube's channel, we say a very warm welcome, and welcome to the Eastern Caribbean in the afternoon here. 12:07 the time here in the Eastern Caribbean, 11:07 in Jamaica. We say good afternoon, good morning, good evening, and good night wherever you're joining us across the world. A special good afternoon not only for those joining us here in the Caribbean, but also also across Pakistan and elsewhere in Asia. We also say, of course, good afternoon, good evening, good night to those joining us in Lahore, in Islamabad, and all across Pakistan, of course, for who are tuning in on this broadcast. We remind you that Pakistan women won the toss, Javeera Khan winning the toss and deciding to take first strike. Well, Pakistan were immediately sent onto the back foot by very good bowling, clinical bowling performance by the West Indies. And this was the fall of the wickets. Muniba Ali Siddiqui caught Mohammed, bowled Matthews for 37. She looked good. She played some exquisite drives. Absolutely scintillating cover drives.
Yeah, for sure.
But in the end, she gave away her hand, caught by Mohammed over the bowling of Matthews for 37, facing 63 deliveries, 4 fours. Aisha Zafar caught Knight, bowled Salman for 4, 9 deliveries, faced 1-4. Javeera Khan, the captain, caught Salman, bowled Connell for 5, 7 deliveries, faced 1-4. Umaima Sohail, LBW bowled Ramarak right after the refreshment break for 19, 34 deliveries, faced 2 fours. Nida Dar, so much rested on her shoulders, so much weight of responsibility, and on her shoulders laid perhaps the fortunes of Pakistan. When she went, it really struck a very, very tough blow. Caught Ramarak of the bowling of Matthews for 20, 41 deliveries, faced 2 fours. Aliya Riaz, bowled by Mohammed for 26, 52 deliveries, faced 2 fours and a 6, the only 6 in the innings. Sidra Nawaz caught and bowled Mohammed for 2, 16 deliveries, faced. Fatima Sana caught she was actually caught by Fraser, who was actually the substitute fielder for 2, 15 deliveries, faced. Diana Beg bowled Mohammed for 2, 10 deliveries, faced. Nashra Sandhu, LBW bowled Mohammed for, actually without scoring, for facing 5 deliveries. And Sadia Iqbal, the not-out batter, 2, facing 4 deliveries. Extras, just 1 extra. 1 solitary extra. So very disciplined
great
performance.
Improvement from the Windies.
Very disciplined performance. So 120, dismissing Pakistan went for 120 in 42.4 overs and a solitary extra in that performance. In terms of the bowling performance by the West Indies, it was an all-round scintillating bowling performance. Shimalia Connell, she started very well. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs, 1 wicket. Shakira Salman was 5 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, 1 wicket. Stafford Taylor, the captain, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 18 runs, no wickets. Anisa Mohammed, well, absolutely the pick of the bowlers. 9.4 overs, 1 maiden, 27 runs, 4 wickets. Karishma Ramarak, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 27 runs, 2 wickets. And Hayley Matthews, what a fantastic supporting role she played. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 17 runs, 2 wickets. So the wickets shared, 4 for Anisa Mohammed, 4 for 27. Hayley Matthews 2 for 17, Karishma Ramarak 2 for 27, and a wicket apiece for Shamila Connell and Shakira Salman. The fall of the wickets for the Pakistan women: 8 for 1 when Aisha Zafar went, Javeera Khan 13 for 2, Umaima Sohail 60 for 3, Muniba Ali Siddiqui 79 for 4, 96 for 5 when Nida Dar went, 104 for 6, Sidra Nawaz 115 for 7, Aliya Riaz 117 for 8, Fatima Sana 117 for 9, Nishra Sandhu, and 120 all out, Diana Beg. The fall of the wickets there, 120 all out. The West Indies women will need 121 for victory in 50 overs. The innings break here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, the home of West Indies cricket. We'll be back at 12:36. Final points from you, Mali.
Yeah, in my opinion, I'd say, fantastic all-round performance. That extra, only giving away the 1 run. I think Coach Courtney Walsh and the coaching staff will be very, very pleased with that. Also, I think Windies, with the way that they've batted thus far and the way that Stephanie Taylor's been rounding into form, I think this total of 120 should be easily gettable. So let's see how how they proceed after the lunch break.
Absolutely. So it will be. Let's see what happens. But as you say, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. The West Indies cannot certainly count their chickens before they hatch.
Also, in my opinion, I'd say yes, Anisa Mohammed, fantastic figures, 9.4, 4 wickets, 27 runs. But in terms of the pick of the bowlers, I'd say Hayley Matthews led from the front today. The way she came and bowled to Nida Dar and Muniba Ali Siddiqui, I think Mohammed supported her, and then in the end did the job to clean up the tail. So fantastic bowling in combination by the spinners all around as well.
Yes, it was an all-round excellent effort indeed. All right, stay with us because we will be, of course, having that powerful interview that Vernon Springer will be doing with Cricket West Indies Director of Cricket, James Adams. We call him Jimmy Adams. Back in his playing days, they call him Adams. Jimmy Adams. He had an average of 101 at one point in his career.
Number one player in the world.
Absolutely.
I remember that, man. Very much.
What a
so.
fantastic time. Well,
Yeah.
he's now in an administrative role as Director of Cricket for Cricket West Indies, and Vernon Springer will be talking with him about how to ensure that there is a significant development of West Indies cricket in terms of the plans for the future. Glorious conditions here. The sun is out in all its glory here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. The flags are fluttering. The flag of Antigua and Barbuda, the flag of Pakistan, and the Cricket West Indies fluttering in a very gentle breeze blowing across the field. Of course, we'll be hearing, of course, from Jimmy Adams in that interview with Vernon Springer, and then I'll be back for the second half of this match at 12:36.
Testing. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And it's a luncheon break that shows you that Pakistan would have been bowled out just before the entire luncheon period. They were bowled out for 120. But I have with us today the Director of Cricket West Indies, Mr. Jimmy Adams, who would have played some 54 test matches for the West Indies, a total of 3,012 runs, high score of 208, average of 41.26, former captain. Jimmy, welcome to the luncheon studios here as we speak to you.
Thank you, Vernon. Thank you. Thanks for the invitation.
And how are you doing?
Not too bad. Yourself?
working hard as usual. You know it is. It's cricket, so we got to be able to make sure that we keep the action going.
Nice, nice.
Now let's talk a little bit, Jimmy, and to find out how you got involved in cricket, and that's a long time ago.
You're making the assumption that my memory is that good. The community that I grew up in rural Jamaica, the sports for youngsters, kids at the time was cricket and football. So between playing at school, primary school, and playing on the street where I grew up, that basically was it, you know. And then from there, I got sucked into the school system. So I did primary school cricket, high school cricket, and the pathway from there was pretty common, as you've seen with other people around the Caribbean. You get drawn into a national under-19 program, and from there you keep progressing. So that was pretty much it.
You know, at the youth level in those days, you guys scored runs for, as I would say, bad mind. We had Sherwin Campbell, Brian Lara, Carl Hooper,
Robert Samuels.
You know what I mean? At the youth level in those days, Dave Joseph and company, it was just a rich. I mean, coming as a coach and you come to under-19 tournament, you know that you're going to get big scores. Somebody's going to make some huge runs and some huge totals. You cricket in those days was exciting.
Well, I think I was one of the few who crossed over from the older youth tournaments that were involved 2 games and a final to the what was at the time the Northern Telecom. First time that we were going to have everybody playing everybody. So you had 5 games, everybody would play 5 games. And that was when you started to see a level, I think, of run scoring, where potentially you could have 10 innings to impress, and you started to see a generation of batsmen, the Laras, the Sherwin Campbells, the Robert Samuels, who would go into these tournaments in good form and absolutely milk it. Now, you would have had good batsmen in the tight days of the August Logis and your Richie Richardsons and so on, who were the generation before, but they only had 2 games, and maybe 3 if they got to the final. So they didn't get the same level of exposure. They were good players. They made it and they went on and did great things. But it was good to get an extension on the amount of games that batsmen and bowlers could participate in and really set the stall out and give not just performances but start to show whether they could become consistent players, which I think the newer format youth tournament in those days afforded us.
You know, you made your test debut in 1992, historic year. That was the time when South Africa was coming back into international cricket. It was also a historic test match for the West Indies under Sir Richie Richardson, who was the captain at the time.
Yes.
Kenny Benjamin and David Williams and yourself making your test debut.
Yes.
And at the same time, you had 9 South Africans making their debut at the game there. Umpire was the late David Archer and your veteran from your country, Steve Buckner. What it was like playing your first test?
Well, it was an unbelievable experience, you know. It's you're living your dream. I dreamt about it and worked towards it for a long time. I don't know how many people would have played 8 years of first class cricket before making a debut, but it was a long time in the making, and to have finally made it and to have been involved in such an epic, what turned out to be an epic test match was icing on the cake. So it was great to get my maroon cap, which I had dreamed about for many years before that, and to be able to wear it in a test match. It was an unbelievable feeling, and it's a reason why you go through the years and years of preparation is to get that moment, you know, when you think, yes, this is a large part of the dream that I've had for many years coming true.
Now, Jimmy, you've come out from being a test player and took up coaching and then went into administration. How has your role with Cricket West Indies worked out during the period of time, if you were to measure it?
It's been an interesting experience. I think country by country, and when I say that, I mean West Indies versus England, Pakistan, whatever. I think the challenges, in a lot of cases, some challenges are similar, and then in many cases, the challenges come with the particular territory. I think West Indies cricket has some challenges that many other small member countries have. Finance, for example, being one of them. How do we find a sustainable way to finance our cricket? It's an expensive game to administer. And then you have specific challenges that I think are specific to West Indies cricket. The fact that it's not one country. It's how many different islands who fly their own flags are merging and coming together to put out representative teams. So it carries its specific challenges. I find it interesting, challenging but interesting. And the challenge, I think, that has been, I would say, at the forefront of my time here, and will probably continue to be a challenge for a few years, is how do we create a sustainable model right throughout our cricket system, where we can look at development from the junior levels right through to international level in a sustainable fashion. Right now, we're battling for sustainability. It involves quite a few things, not just finance, but finance being one of them. But I think that is an ongoing challenge for us, and one that we're battling almost every day. But I'm confident that the organization will get to the point where we can stand before the world and say, listen, we have a sustainable model that will see our cricket producing good teams consistently going forward.
Now, one has to give credit to yourself and the entire staff of Cricket West Indies to be able to pull off this women's tour here. I know the focus is to be able to now change the mindset of the women's team to be able to go to another level. We've had 2 camps right now, 3 camps, so we've been successful. New head coach, new method, new attitude here. We have an A-team tour here, and we have a Pakistan senior team tour here. Tell me a little bit as to what is going to happen for the remainder of the women's program for the year.
Well, the key focus is going to be the World Cup qualifiers. That at last count, the dates keep changing. The ICC keeps shifting the dates regularly, but at last count, it's looking as if those qualifiers are going to be held in late November, early December. We're desperate to qualify for the World Cup, which will be in March of 2022. So the focus, going back to January, the focus was always going to be first and foremost to prepare for the qualifiers and ensure that we qualify for the World Cup. Coming into focus on this tour, the really key issue for us here was to get a tour where we could combine the senior team and an A team. We have not been able to play a lot of women's cricket because of the pandemic, and our concern was not just for a small group of international players. We're also conscious of the fact that we're trying to build capacity within our international ranks, and we need to expose more players. And we're very grateful to Pakistan for working with us to make an A-team tour at the same time possible. It is something that a few other countries have been looking at. We had an experience of it when we sent the senior men's team to New Zealand last year, and the thinking was, since we're going to be in a bubble and we have to help ourselves by way of practice games, what happens to the players who have gone along to assist? But then in England, we found that they were sitting down and not doing much. So based on that model, it worked out very well for us for the men's team in New Zealand, and Pakistan were very keen because they also are looking to build out the capacity within their women's game as well. It's a first for the women's game, and it is something that we really appreciate, and I wouldn't be surprised if we start looking more and more of the possibility, until we're able to host standalone A-team women's tours. Is there a possibility of doing more of this, of combining tours going forward? Because it is really helping both ourselves and Pakistan from a development point of view.
And it's feasible.
It looks that way. It looks that way. You see, if we're going to tell teams to prepare themselves, they are going to be traveling with more than
at least 30, yes.
You know what I mean, with more than your normal 14 or 15 squads.
Yes.
So the question is, what happens to those players once the big games start? Are they just going to sit down and do nothing? So it's a win-win, and it's good to be a part of anything that is happening for the first time. It's the first time that this has happened, and it is definitely going to play a role. I'm sure Pakistan will say the same thing about their program. It's certainly going to help us as well. So, we're starting to get international cricket this year. We're trying to tie down a series with South Africa in late August. Talks are still ongoing. South Africa obviously having a lot of challenges with the pandemic, but we still trying our best to get as much international cricket as we can for our ladies in preparation for this World Cup qualifier in November, December.
And you're hoping to have regionals once everything goes all right in September?
Well, we're looking at 2 potential windows. We were looking at later in the year, but because the qualifiers have shifted a little earlier, there's a good chance now that we have to bring or change our thinking on the regionals and look for something probably post CPL, because we don't want to be doing something that competes.
There.
But again, all of that is
still in there.
Yeah.
Now, Jimmy, let's talk a little bit because just like all international teams all around the world, everybody is improving on their fitness standards. I just saw the Indian Cricket Board, they've come out with a new fitness model as compared for their players. They've introduced some other stuff. There have been a lot of pundits in the Caribbean who questioning what Cricket West Indies have been doing with their fitness tests. But I think it is just something generally all around. And I really don't think that we should be arguing about the fitness standards, because in your time, you had to get fit. Courtney Ward, Sir Viv. I met Sir Viv the other day and he was telling me, Sir Springs, you find it very alarming and strange that we in the Caribbean, in the media especially, we're talking about fitness. If for you to play, and especially now under a bubble situation, life has changed. You mentally have to be fit. Talk to us about the fitness program. I know you keep saying all the time we have to be able to get better at it and we have to get improvement. Are you satisfied so far? And what would you like to see happening in the next 2 years and counting?
Well, the 2 levels of that. I won't spend too long talking about the necessity of it. That goes without saying. If you're going to play elite level sport, international level sport, in any sport, football, cricket, tennis, hockey, doesn't matter. There are going to be minimum standards that you'd expect from people. So the need for fitness standards is a known quantity. The question is, how do we raise the standards in the Caribbean? And the 2 levels. One is at the international level, but it is fed from the franchise level. So we're attacking it both levels at the same time. So there are minimum standards at the international level. There are also standards at the franchise level and have been now for a couple of years. And we have seen a tremendous response from the franchises. A lot of them doing it with pretty limited resources to get the fitness standards high enough, because at the end of the day, you can't be moving your international players to a level and not have the pool of players below them where you're going to select from not moving in the same direction, because it could be embarrassing. Somebody comes out of an international team and his replacement is so far behind him from a fitness perspective that it drags down all the good work that you're doing at the international level. So the focus has been at those 2 levels, and we are seeing improvement, but it is still a work in progress. We're not where we need to be, but we're moving in the right direction. And the key issue for me is one of making sure that we're consistent in the approach and that we don't necessarily get to a point and settle. It's all about getting to a point and then moving the bar, getting to the point, moving the bar, so that the bar keeps moving up to the point where you say, whereas in terms of fitness reckoning, we're as good as anybody in the world.
Now, moving the bar, let's talk a little bit about the umpires. Cricket West Indies is also investing in umpires, but at the same time, you have some umpires who still looking to be able to get onto the international scene, and it's pretty tight. Now, this pandemic has changed now, and with the amount of international tours that you have, you're hoping now that you can be able to blood more umpires to get onto that era. Is that still a challenge for you, for Cricket West Indies?
The challenge is not so much getting umpires onto the international level or panels through more international cricket. What is not helping us is a lack of regional cricket, because a lot of it, you have the different levels. Umpires will do the exams locally, and the local board will expose them to club cricket and then nominate them for regional cricket. And then there's a process. You might start out in regional one day, or you start out as a third umpire, but you tick boxes at the regional level, and then through performances and appraisals at that level, you'd be recommended to go and be on the international panel, or our A panel, as they call it in the Caribbean. It's the ICC that will select you for the international panel. That is a process. Now, we need desperately to get our regional games restarted. We need to get our youth tournaments, our women's regional tournaments, our men's regional tournaments, so that the umpires also and the match referees can be performing and be assessed and be given feedback with a view to getting them better as they progress up the umpiring ladder, so to speak. So the key issue here is more now, how soon can we get all our regional cricket restarted so that we can give opportunities to these umpires.
All right, and stay with us for a little 2 more minutes, Jimmy. Garfield Burford will be starting just right after the special interview. If you're wondering what's happening, you're speaking to the director of cricket, Jimmy Adams. Play will resume in a little while, but we just have to get one more question in with Jimmy. Jimmy, another magnificent tour again, organized by Cricket West Indies, to be able to have South Africa, Australia, Pakistan. It's all happening here, and to be able to, at the same time, during a pandemic, to be able to still get games being played. The focus now and the pressure now is on the men's team. You know, the pundits. The women have won, but the men have not won. The men starting today. The work in progress so far for the T20 team and the ODI team.
Well, again, the key focus now is this World Cup coming up in October for the T20 international players. So all of these T20 games are being played and overseen by the coaching staff with a view to making sure that the team is as prepared as possible going into the World Cup in, I think they're going to have it in the UAE in October because India are struggling to host cricket at the minute. And then also there is still a certain amount of focus on the ODIs as well, because there is an ODI World Cup in 2023 and we really don't want to go through a whole situation of having to qualify as we did the last time when we went to Zimbabwe for the qualifiers. So it's pressure, but it's good pressure. This is what players and coaches sign up for, and you know, it gives people an indication of the sort of strategic outlook that we have. It's not just what is happening now, but you know, we have our eyes a little bit further down the road as well.
Jimmy, we want to thank you very much for joining us here on the Chit Chat and giving us a comprehensive update in terms of what happened. We could talk all day about West Indies cricket, but the most important thing is that you're here and you gave us an update in terms of what's happening. We'll get back to the ball-by-ball action. Thanks very much for joining us here, and we look forward in talking to you as not only this series continue, but as more cricket comes to the West Indies.
Thanks, Vernon. I appreciate it.
God bless you. So, Garfield Burford will step into the hot seat, and we have very early o'clock. Sylvester also will come in. Sylvester, it's your turn as I get Garfield into the hot seat. Diana Baig will be starting for the Pakistan team. Garfield, good afternoon. How are you?
Very good and fantastic, and great interview there, Vernon, with Jimmy Adams, the director of Cricket West Indies, doing a pretty strong performance in terms of laying out what his plans are for the remainder of the year and going forward to develop the game. So I'm pretty sure, rest assured, that our listeners and our viewers right across the Caribbean would have been gotten significant insights into what Cricket West Indies plans are through the director of cricket. As we say, good afternoon and a warm welcome back to the great Sylvester Bouncing Joseph. This delivery is punched into the offside, the first delivery of the innings, and Matthews is facing up. Sorry?
He should be a legend, not great.
Yes. Vernon says you're the legendary. I should actually move from great to legendary, Sylvester Bouncing Joseph. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Burford. I'm not entertaining that kind of conversation. Yeah.
He's so modest, you know.
Even say I'm a great player in my community, I will accept that. But in Antigua, we have so much great players, you know, past, and you have the future. So you have to respect that. All
right, here it goes. Here comes Diana Big up to the wicket and bowls, and this one is the first runs for the West Indies. That's turned off the legs by Matthews, Hayley Matthews, who wears number 50 on her shirt. The one turned behind the square, getting 1 run. So the West Indies off the mark. So they need, as I said, it's 121 that they need. So you're looking at fewer than 3 runs and over that will be needed for the West Indies to overhaul the target. They have 50 overs to do it, so this can be almost pretty much a net session, Sylvester Jones. Almost as if they're playing in the nets. I mean, absolutely no need for risks. absolutely no need for chasing wide balls outside the off stump or any such thing. This delivery outside the off stump, and Kishona Knight is just shouldering arms, allowing that one to be taken by the wicketkeeper. Coming right after her at the number 3 position is her twin, who is Kaisia Knight, the wicketkeeper.
Yeah. Good to see. It's good to see them back, though. You know, and to be honest, they're looking in very good touch. They did some good work, and they're in a place now that they can come and execute. You know, and that all goes well for the West Indies team.
Absolutely. The 2 outfielders in this power play one would be a wide third man and a deep fine leg. Here comes another delivery outside the off stump, and getting into line was Kishona Knight. That's leaving that one to be taken by the wicket keeper. And there is no run. The score 1 without loss to West Indies. The opening batters for the West Indies, Hayley Matthews, who did extremely well with the ball, and of course Kishona Knight. Both of them would have opened in the first match as well. Hayley Matthews. Kishona Knight actually played some delightful shots before getting out in the first one. International West Indies won by 5 wickets. You'd want to make sure that she stays out the crease today, possibly for the West Indies to have an imperious victory, possibly by 10 wickets. Here comes Diana Begg up to the wicket, bowls outside the yaw stump, and that one coming off a thick outside edge, going down to third man. It will run close to the boundary, but the third man fielder just overhauls it. And off the mark is Kishona Knight. She's on 1 now. Not so sure that she has to be careful with that corridor just outside the off stump. That one coming off a thick outside edge, not fully in control of that shot.
Yeah, she should make sure she learned from the last game. She got out from a naughty shot, a very naughty shot, and she was watchful even the delivery before. As a matter of fact, in the first game, she was very watchful outside the off stump, and then she go for that shot out wide outside the off stump.
Indeed. Here comes Diana Begg up to the wicket with a slip in place, and well forward comes Hayley Matthews, just killing that one dead into the offside. There is no run. 2 without loss. Hayley Matthews at the end of the first over. Each batter on 1. Matthews 1, Kishona 1, 2 without loss, chasing 121 for victory to go 2-0 up in this 5-match series. That's the latest score at a sun-bathed Coolidge Cricket Grounds, the home of West Indies cricket, with the VC Bird International Airport towering large to our right. What a fantastic edifice that is. But what a glorious day for cricket this is in Antigua.
Indeed. A sunbath. I think there has a bit of breeze, Bedford. So it may look, we're on the pavilion, but it's a bit hot on here. But out there, I think the breeze, playing a big part as well. But the sun is out in all of its glory. It's good. It's good. If you're a cricketer, these are the conditions that you want to play in.
Absolutely. Yes, indeed. A nice cooling breeze. So it's not humid. It's hot but not humid. There's a nice cooling breeze that's running across, gently caressing the conditions here, as it's going to be a new over now. It started by Sana from the CIO end with a slip in place, and she just abandons her run-up. A dead ball signaled. Wasn't quite comfortable with her run-up possibly, and so she just remarks her run-up at the crease just to make sure that everything is fine. In fact, there is also a change in the field, a bit of a switch. So there is, I'll tell you, so the switch in the field is at third man. So there's a third man on the boundary. There's a fine leg on the boundary for the left-handed Kishona Knight. And so there's a slip backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Here comes the delivery by Sana, and this one is on the leg stump and just whipped down to fine leg. The fielder, there is protection there. So 1 more run to Kishona Knight. She moves up to 2. The score 3 without loss, chasing 121.
Yeah, and it's a good opportunity, I think, for these batters, especially Hayley Matthews. I think she drew a good total. She got 100 in the practice games during the camp, but I think that she wants to get off to a good total, and this is a perfect opportunity for her back foot. The nice conditions, nice pitch. The score is a meek, so to speak, a very small one. So she has ample time that she can really get a good score.
Yes, indeed, a paltry score. Rather shambolic performance by the Pakistan women, wide outside the off stump, and punching that one to backward point was Hayley Matthews. She has to be careful. That was chasing a wide delivery. Had she left that one alone, might well have been signalled wide by the umpire. So as it was, she piddled it straight to the backward point fielder. 3 without loss. The score, West Indies women, if you're just joining us, chasing 121 for victory. Pakistan women won the toss and chose to take first strike. They were dismissed for 120 in 42.4 overs. Cardinals still not using up all their allotted overs. Here comes Sana looking to possibly redress that. She's up to the wicket, bowls, and that one edged down to third man. It will go for 4 fortuitous runs for Hayley Matthews. Again, we talked about not flirting outside the off stump. There's a slip in place, but it would have gone to a second slip had one been in place. But as it was, fortune favors the brave, you could call it. But does she have to be brave? Possibly not, chasing 121.
Yeah, definitely, possibly not. I think if you notice when West Indies was bowling, the two opening bowlers, they got a few edges as well. It seems to me like the pitch is a bit more conducive for seam bowling, and so you have to take the opportunity when they're bowling to have two slips attacking field. Your total is very small, so you have to try and get them out.
There are two slips now in place. The second slip goes in outside the off stump. That one was some excitement by the Pakistan women a while ago, because that one, good line outside the off stump, and Hayley Matthews seems to be really playing into the hands of the Pakistan women here. They're bowling outside the off stump in that very intriguing corridor, trying to inveigle the batters into trying to play a false stroke, and she flirted out that. And with two slips in place now, she has to be careful. Here comes Sana, who would be buoyed by that. Hayley Matthews would want to concentrate. Here comes this delivery outside the off stump, and she was again playing away from her body there a while ago. Quite not to the pitch of that one, so she has to be careful. The end of the over there, testing one from Sana. 5 overs from it, 2 overs gone. It's 7 without loss. Matthews on 5. 4 of those runs getting fortuitously an edge down to third man. Kishona Knight on 2, 7 without loss.
Yeah, and Sana continues to impress with her line, with her length, bowling very effective, creating the opportunity.
Sorry, actually one more ball left in the over. Right, sorry. One more ball left in the over. This one is getting right in behind that one, playing it into the covers. The bowler fields over follow-up. That's now the end of the second over. 2 overs gone, 7 without loss. Matthews 5, Kishona Knight on 2.
Yeah, and the aggressive nature of Sana, throughout, she has been one of the top bowlers, very aggressive, line in her length, and getting a few wickets and creating a few chances. And this is the opportunity where I think the captain, missed the plot a bit in terms of the start. You see the first over from Boyd, that she edged to the second slip as well. Kishona Knight, she edged to the second slip. So it's important that with that small total that you have, give the bowlers the support, because you have to get them out in order to win this game. There's no way that the West Indies is going to bat 50 overs and not going to score 120.
It would be perhaps historic if that were to happen.
Yeah.
By the way, Hayley Matthews was the one who got the 4 runs, edging to where a vacant second slip would have been. A second slip would have been. So it's Diana Begg. Starting to move in again, up to the wicket and bowls, and Kishona Knight places one into the covers. Starting to take a few exploratory steps out of her crease, had to retreat quickly though, as the Pakistan cover fielders were really alert to that. Big starting her second over. This is over number 3 being bowled, and so this is a power play 1. So the 2 fielders out, third man and a deep fine leg, and in all the other fielders in the 30-yard circle. So there are 2 slips now. The 2 slips remain. Backward point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Here comes that by Big, up to the wicket, bowls, and that one outside the off stump. She might want to tell you, Kishona Knight, that she left that one at the very last minute, but the Pakistan women will tell you she was beaten outside the off stump.
I don't think we will tell her that as well.
I think she was in 2 minds. She was wondering whether or not to leave it alone or to play at it. In the end, she was caught in no man's land, almost like a purgatorial state she was caught in. Not sure whether or not she was going or coming, either fish or fowl. In the end, no harm done. No edge found. 2 slips go down as here comes Diana Begg. Starts to move in again. 7 without loss. Up to the wicket, bowls. This time she's very definitive in leaving that one outside the on stump. Shouldering arms was Kishona Knight. There is no run. I think the important thing here, Sylvester, is for these 2 batters to understand where their off stump is and to be very careful about making sure that they leave the right ones.
Yeah, and it's as I said, they have the opportunity to do so. You don't have to be fetching awful wide deliveries, because then they're very strong when the bowler bowls straight to them. So you wait and for your opportunity and wait, allow the bowler to bowl to where you want them to bowl.
Absolutely. Let's see what Big does. He's up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is pitched up and driven into the covers. There is no run. Kishona Knight, nice drive there. She drove exquisitely in the first match. but she would certainly have lost out on an opportunity there because she perhaps ought not to have chased the delivery that she chased in the end. And was out. But as I said, you're absolutely correct, Sylvester, that they're very strong when the bowlers come to them. Wait until the bowlers bowl into your arc for you to go for that shot. In other words, if the bowler, and they have the luxury of just chasing 121, a paltry score. Here comes Diana Big up to the wicket bowls, and this time she again very shrewdly leaves that one outside the stump. There is no run, 7 without loss, the score remains.
Have you ever played cricket?
Absolutely. Wayne Lewis. Let me say good afternoon to Wayne Lewis. You remember Wayne Lewis?
Yeah.
I bowled Wayne Lewis in a match that we played. Castled him. He was hitting everybody out.
I like that. Castled him.
Yes, he was hitting everybody out of the park. And I was the one who gave him an off-cutter. And that was it. Wayne Lewis, good afternoon. You called Sylvester and confirm and corroborate it. Here comes Diana Big. He's up to the wicket bowls. This one outside the stump, left alone by Kishona Knight, taken by the wicket keeper. There is no. Yes, castled him. Castled Wayne Lewis. Actually, Wayne and I spoke the other day, and I reminded him of that situation. 3 overs gone, 7 without loss.
I mean, after you castle him, you shouldn't have to remind him. From the moment that he heard your voice,
he should remember. Indeed, he should. He should. By the way, let me say good afternoon again to Wade Lewis, who, as I said, has been rather complimentary of our. He was actually picking up the coverage on Flow Sports and called me to compliment us on the fantastic work he thinks that we're doing. So congratulations to both yourself and Sylvester and Marley for doing fantastic work. And Jack Matthew will be joining us in a short while as well. Here comes a new over started and whipped down to backward square for 4 by Hayley Matthews. So that one on the stumps, and Hayley Matthews in her arc, considering that one, just helping it down to lay backward square leg for 4, 11 without loss. Matthews rushes on to 9.
Yeah, great shot again there. You see what I was talking about, Burford, is the fact that when the bowlers bowl where they want them to bowl, they score freely. And on this outfield, you're going to get good reward for your shots. So it's important that, especially I think Hayley Matthews, she's one of the key to the West Indies batting. We saw Taylor, the captain, she limped off even before the innings were closed. So we don't know, we're not sure what sort of physical condition that she's in to come back. You know what a big part of the setup she is. So we need Hayley Matthews to really get a good innings today.
2 slips go down as here comes a new delivery, another delivery from Sana. And this one, Hayley Matthews is playing it down into the V down to mid-on. There is no run, 11 without loss. Matthews stays on 9. Kishona Knight on 2. Just going back to that match that so this was an over 35. I have to talk about it. Not that I'm going to be boastful about it.
You're not boastful,
Wayne, we should talk about it one of these days. I'm pretty sure Wayne Lewis is tuned in to a broadcast. Right, so this is an over 35 against under 35 match. And I was a vice captain for my under 35 team at the time. I top scored with 10 and took 3 wickets, including Wayne Lewis, which was of course, that was brilliantly. Actually, nobody else could get him out, and he was hitting everybody out of the park.
And you castled him.
I castled him. I absolutely castled him.
But Springs, he said he top scored with 10. So how many his side made?
Let's just say the side made a paltry score. The wheels fell off the wagons. And I can remember the 10 as well. So I got 2 4s and a couple.
Oh my God!
In fact, a lofted cover drive was extremely good. Winford Williams, who was bowling for the over 35s, this delivery is a sponge to the covers. Hayley Matthews can't score. The score remains 11 without loss. Winford Williams, my good friend, who was on stage, he was also playing in that match. He's a pretty handy bowler as well, Winford Williams was. And yes, I think I hit him for, I think there was a 4 over mid-on. There was a lofted cover drive. Turned one down to mid-wicket for a couple. And then I was out.
Well, I mean that's only 4 shots.
Of course, we lost. We lost. I think I had too much of a weight on my shoulder for to have carried the entire side. I needed to have been. And this one is lofted in the air, and did she catch it?
No,
she dropped it.
And
it went. Gone for 4. So adding insult to injury, hit it straight down the throat of the deep fine leg, and here was an opportunity to have dismissed Hayley Matthews early, straight down her throat. She dropped it, and to add insult to injury, it went for 4.
Yeah, that's really
15 without loss.
That's a real insult to injury when you drop a catch and it goes into the boundary. But
And it's Iqbal, Nadia Iqbal, who she will not want to steer at her teammates right now because she wants the ground to open up and take her in. She's going to be absolutely mortified about what happened. Here comes another delivery from Sana bowling to Hayley Matthews, who just gets right in behind this one. This back of a length delivery, just pulling it back into the short into the cover region. There is no run. Matthews with that boundary, a boundary that should have really been her wicket. The end of the over, 4 overs gone, 15 without loss. Matthews on 13. She's had an edge down to third man earlier, and now she got a boundary from what should have been a catch. Matthews on 13. She really has to make the Pakistan women pay for their mistakes on that one. Kishona Knight 2, 15 without loss after 4.
Yeah, Hayley Matthews very, very, very fortunate. Very, very, very fortunate there. She picked out the lone feeler at they say a wide between deep backward square
right, and deep fine leg.
And it was, to be honest, it was a well struck shot, but she just picked out the feeler, and fortunately for her that she's still there.
Here comes the new over, started by Diana Big, bowling to the left-handed Kishona Knight, and who leaves this one to be taken by the wicket keeper. There is no run. Two slips. There is a third man on the boundary, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on. There is a deep fine leg and a mid-wicket. That's a field, a pretty regulation field for this power play one. 15 without loss, a paltry score of 121 being chased. The wicket keeper for the Pakistan women is Sidra Nawaz, who is behind the stumps. 2 slips, and certainly the second slip would have gone in after that edge early from Hayley Matthews. Here comes Diana Big up to the wicket, bowls, and going for the shot, was looking for a cut shot there, wide signalled by the umpire. Again flirting with danger outside the on-stump was Kishona Knight. That ball, wide delivery, really shaping for the cut shot, looking to have possibly beaten the third man fielder, who's a wide third man on the boundary. In the end, she made no contact. Ball goes behind to be taken by Nawaz, 16 without loss.
Yeah, sometimes the strength can be a weakness. She those are the teasing deliveries. It's a fairly wide delivery, So sometimes it kind of tempted, but you have to be disciplined enough to leave them alone.
Big up again bowls, and this time a delivery which is much closer to the off stump. This time she actually leaves this one alone. So she actually went for the wider one and left the one that was closer to her.
And
rather interesting.
And the game before she did the same thing. I got
precisely, precisely. And hopefully for her, she's thinking that hopefully lightning doesn't strike twice at the same place.
Yeah.
Here at Coolidge. Of course, for the third match we go to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The stadium bearing the name of the father of Molly Richards, Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards. Here comes Diana Big with 2 slips going down as she bowls, and this one is again living dangerously outside the off stump. That was good delivery, pitched up, and she was looking to drive that one, making no contact through to Sidra Nawaz, and the wicket keeper and the 2 slip fielders believe that they will be in business sooner or later with the kind of way that Kishona Knight is playing. 16 without loss. Big is going to be buoyed by that. She perhaps thinks that she has Kishona Knight in her sights. Here she's moving in again from the media center end, bowls, and this one full toss and driven into the covers. No score. Again, finding the fielder there. And you have to say that the Pakistan women perhaps believe that if they can continue to keep Kishona Knight at that end, they can possibly frustrate her into a false stroke.
Yeah, it proves that way, Burford. You're so right. Just outside the off stump, but sometimes even a bit wider, and she tends to go off to those deliveries. She has to be a little more disciplined. The score is no problem.
Absolutely, 16 without loss. Her eyes light up when she sees it outside the on-stump. This time she gets bat and ball, displaying it into the covers. Can't score though. She has to retreat to the safety of her crease. 16 without loss. 2 balls left in this. Actually, 1 ball left in over number 5. Kishona Knight on 2, Matthews on 13.
Yeah, and going back to the opportunity in the previous over, when you have a score of 120, you cannot afford to miss those chances when you already have a partial score. You have to take those catches there, Burford.
Here comes Diana Big. He's up to the wicket, bowls outside the on-stump, and this time she, actually another wide signal. So 2 wides in this over, and Big perhaps has a little bit of a word with the umpire to say, that might have been a little bit harsh. Not quite remonstrating fully, but possibly just having a quiet word with the umpire and possibly trying to explain herself. But in the end, wide signaled. 17 without loss now, so 2 extras so far. and 17 without loss. Matthews on 13. Kishona Knight at the non-strikers end. Hayley Matthews at the non-strikers end. 13. Kishona Knight on 2. Faces up, and this one is displayed very quietly into the covers. They can't score. Score remains 17 without loss. The end of over number 5. 5 overs gone. None for 4 is Diana Big from her 3 overs. Matthews 13 from 14 delivers. Kishona Knight on 2 from 16. The target is 121. They're 17 without loss.
Yeah, and I must give the groundsmen credit. You know, the last game, the pitch was a bit on the slow side. You could see that some of the balls were stopping. But from what we've seen so far in terms of the medium pacers, which we only see 4 of them so far, and they're really getting some assistance, some nice bunks and pace and carry, and intriguing a few edges as well. So yeah, I give credit to the groundsmen for the improved batting surface. And if you apply yourself, you can score runs as well. So I must say, it seems to me like it's a good cricket wicket. If the score does not really reflect
yes,
it. Yeah.
Indeed. Here comes Sana up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is just driven delightfully to the extra cover, but can't score. Hayley Matthews just walking into that one, is caressing it to extra cover, but straight to the fielder. It's the kind of shot that you expect possibly. You really deserve at least 1 or 2 for it.
We have seen a lot. We have seen a few of them today.
Yes,
yeah,
indeed.
Honestly, sometimes when Ali was batting as well, we see some beautiful shots, but you know, this is a game when you have your field well set, as they are as they have it now. A short extra cover, the offside is well placed.
Yes, indeed. Timing and placement equal runs. This one is turned off the legs by Hayley Matthews. They'll get one. They'll come back possibly easily for the second run, as the fielder who had to run around from a deep backward square leg position into a deep mid-wicket position to field. 2 easy runs for Hayley Matthews. She moves up to 15. The score 19 without loss in over number 6. The target is 121. Sana so far none for 15. This is her 3rd over. And it should be, you could say, a walk in the park for the West Indies. But as I said to Marley Richards earlier, the cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. 121 could prove to be almost a mountain to climb. Who knows? Here comes another delivery which is struck again delightfully. And Hayley Matthews is rather livid with herself that she didn't find the rather yawning gap. Actually, it was a no ball as well. So no ball signaled. And so it's a free hit. So let's see what happens here. So Hayley Matthews gets a free hit. Possibly she can get some redemption, because she struck that one very delightfully down to the cover fielder, and she was absolutely apoplectic with herself that she didn't find the gap. Now she gets a free hit.
Yeah, and that ball before deserved to be scored off. So she got the opportunity to do that now. So let's see what she does.
With 0 risk of getting out except for a run out.
Yeah.
Here comes it's a free hit. What will they do? No change in the field for that. So it's 20 without loss. Matthews 15. She'll be facing up. You can't. Absolutely not. You can't change the field. So here comes, it will be Sana. She's done for 16. So the field has to stay where it is. 20 without loss. 5.2 overs. So far they've not been disciplined. This one is hit mightily over long on. Will it go into the boundary? No, it doesn't. So they'll get 2 runs. Didn't quite time it as well, Hayley Matthews. She really got under it, but didn't quite time it as well. And down to long on, and the mid-on fielder ran back to retrieve. They got 2 runs. So 2 runs from that free hit. Matthews moving up to, should be actually, right, 17. The score 22 without loss. 22 without loss. And she prepares to take strike again. 3 balls left in over number 6. Sana none for 18. Starts to move in again from the CIU end. Up to the wicket, bowls. And Matthews just whips this one down to mid-on. Can't score. Straight to the mid-on fielder. 22 without loss.
Yeah, and just like that, it's 99 to win.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
So they've got it to within, to under 100 now. Of course, it was just a very small score, 120. You have to say that the Pakistan women really had some unforced errors. They shot themselves in the foot, because some of the wickets were gifts really to the West Indies women, and besides they just had too many dot balls. They didn't rotate the strike as much as they should have. Well, let's see what happens here. There's a second slip now. The first slip is out. Here comes another delivery which is whipped into the onside down to the deep fine leg fielder, who is a very wide at deep fine leg, almost in a deep backward square leg position. And Matthews moving up to 18 now. The score 23 without loss. 23 without loss. Kishona Knight on 2 comes into strike. Of course, we're getting ready for the first T20 international between the West Indies and Australia over there in St. Lucia, the Darren Sammy Stadium. And by the way, in terms of the Australian side, it will look rather different. But you know what happens? The Aaron Flinch has indicated that there may not be a direct route back to the side for some of the missing players. That one outside the stump by Sana, wide signalled by the umpire. So they've gotten rather ragged here with their radar, the Pakistan women. 3 wides in recent overs, plus a no ball.
Well,
so they really, and we remember, when you contrast that with 1 extra for the West Indies in their 42.4 overs, a solitary extra.
Indeed, good discipline there shown, and as you see that the West Indies team, took control of the first innings.
Here comes Sana up to the wicket balls, and this one is struck delightfully down to mid-off. Can't score though, Kishona Knight. She stays on to the end of the over there. End of over number 6, 24 without loss. 24 without loss is scoring at 4 runs even. Matthews on 18. Kishona Knight on 2 in search of 121 for victory and a 2-0 lead in this 5-match series. The West Indies have had some scares, but so far no wicket lost yet.
Yeah, and good partnership here so far. It's imperative that these two, continue the good work. It's a bit not so easy in terms of the bowlers in Beg and Sana. They're really putting in a good spell here for the Pakistani team, and it's important that they just stay out there and continue to bill, as the total is not much. So, the longer that they stay there, the more fluent they will become, and the more easily it should be for them to score. So just be patient.
Diana Big starts the new over from the media centre and up to the wicket balls, and this one is turned into the onside. They hesitate, but they get a single quite easily. And one is turned by Hayley Matthews into that short square leg position. The fielder had to run around from a mid-wicket position to field. 25 without loss. Matthews moving up to 19. 19 from 21. Kishona Knight on 2 from 17 comes back into strike. Knight has left a few outside her off stump. She's also been inveigled into false strokes outside of her off stump. So she's had a mixed bag outside of her off stump. So and she's actually used up quite a few dot balls. Not that it matters really at this point because the score is so paltry. Here comes Diana Big. Starts to move in again with 2 slips in place. Up to the wicket balls. This one is played into the covers. She was taking a few exploratory steps but had to retreat quickly. Hasn't really been finding the gaps so far, Kishona Knight. Hasn't been able to rotate the strike as much. And if perhaps that has been the only weakness that it can, well, apart from the fact that she's been fishing outside her off stump and flirting with danger, but she really hasn't been able to rotate the strike as much.
Yeah, and I think that is she's getting a bit of pressure because of that. But differently, I think if she, the bad balls that she hasn't really received much bad balls. It's just the wide deliveries where a few of them call wide.
Here comes another delivery, and this one is punched off the back foot. She gets one and will perhaps she comes back for the second run and gets it. So that one was going off the back foot and cutting it down to a wide third man, almost a deep backward point position. The third man fielder had a run around to her left to field. So 2 more to Kishona Knight. She'll be pleased with that because she'd been pretty much bogged down. She wasn't able to score before that. 4 she moves on to the score 27 without loss.
Yeah, and the good thing about it in this partnership, Hayley Matthews, she's more fluent. She's scoring 19 from 21 deliveries. So the partnership is mobile. It's moving. So she doesn't really have to fret, worry too much. But you want to get a score.
Here you go. Here comes Diana Big up to the wicket balls, and this one is punched through the covers. That will run very close to the boundary. It will run into the boundary now. Fabulous shot by Kishona Knight. Just waiting on that one. Didn't go for power. Didn't go to hit the leather of the ball really. Just went through for timing and just caressed it through the covers. 2 fielders were chasing it, but in the end it was just chasing to retrieve. 31 without loss. Kishona Knight moving up to 8. 19 is Matthews in search of 121.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, they can play cricket shot, good cricket shot. If the ball is wide, they allow it to pass. Score there, though, there is not any scoreboard pressure, so you can allow the bowlers to bowl where you want them and play. If you play good shots and find a gap, you will get reward for your shots.
Well, 1 slip has now been removed, so it's now 1 slip in place. This one is just punched down to mid-on by Kishona Knight. There is no run. 1 ball left in over number 7. We remind you that, of course, it's a fantastic weekend of sports coming up, including the first T20 International between the West Indies and Australia coming up from St. Lucia this evening. Starts at 7:30 Eastern Caribbean time, 6:30 in Jamaica. There is, of course, the second match takes place tomorrow in that series. Tomorrow as well, the 3rd and 4th place, a playoff in the Copa America, Colombia and Peru. Here comes Diana Big, up to the wicket, bowls, and Kishona Knight just comes well forward, bat and pad close together, that's pushing this one into the V down to mid-off. The end of over number 7, 31 without loss, Matthews 19, Kishona Knight on 8. The target is 121.
Yeah, good going here by these two open batters. A few little cause for concern now and then, but overall, it's good that the scoreboard is moving and they're getting into their strides. This last over here, Kishona Knight begin to look like her. Driving a beautiful shot to covers, and she cut one through point, and this is the type of person that we know, the batter that she is. But you haven't told us yet who you're backing in the Euros. Your team.
I was going to come to that. So I was telling you, I was building up to that. So Saturday, Colombia versus Peru, 3rd and 4th place playoff in Copa America. And then, of course, on Sunday, 2 big finals, European Championship, final between Italy and England at Wembley. And then Copa America, the Maracanã, the iconic Maracanã, which has now been renamed in honor of the great Edson Arantes do Nascimento, otherwise better known as Pele. Argentina against Brazil, the perennial rivals in South America. And let's start with the European Championships. The Azzurri look absolutely irresistible. And so despite a significant challenge which I think England, Mali would be disappointed with my prediction that England, despite having the fairy tale of playing in front of a almost full Wembley, England will fall to the Azzurri on Sunday. And then for Argentina, Brazil, of course, I have to back Albi Celeste. My side has to be Argentina, has always been Argentina. So I'm backing them and Lionel Messi to come good for Argentina against Brazil on Sunday.
Well, I'm in agreement with you with the Italians.
but not with the Brazilians.
You never heard my Brazilian name? Boncelino.
This one is turned into the leg side by Hayley Matthews. They're coming back for the second one. She has to retreat quickly. She has time to retreat. She's looking to come back for the second there a while ago. Hayley Matthews is turning it into the leg side and down to a deep mid-wicket position. Was trying to come back for the second, but was sent back wisely. By Kishona Knight. That was a sagacious decision in the end, because had that happened, it would have been a kamikaze second run.
I think it will be 1.5.
That's a good one. 32 without loss to score. Matthews on 20. Kishona Knight comes back into strike. By the way, Nida Dar has come into the attack. Nida Dar, who has been by far, as I said, is a bowling all-rounder, Nida Dar, and she certainly would want to ensure that she can make a breakthrough here early for her side. We'll come back to the football in a short while. Nida Dar bowls, and this one is punched back along the onside of the pitch by Kishona Knight. Flighted delivery there by Nida Dar. But coming back to the football, right, so Boncelino, you said your name is.
Yeah,
Brazilian name.
I'm from Santos.
Interesting. Here comes Nida Dar up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is just driven into the V down to mid-on by Kishona Knight. They can't score. 32 without loss. At the end of this over, you'll be hearing the voice of Vernon Springer, who will tell you, Boncelino, whether or not he is backing Brazil on Sunday in the Copa America final. This one is punched into the backward point. Can't score. Fielded there at that backward point position. Kishona Knight has to stay on 8 from 25. Matthews on 20 from 22. The target 121. Glorious conditions here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds in Antigua, just about 50 or 60 meters from the VC Bird International Airport. This one is forced off the back foot down to an extra cover position by Kishona Knight. She has to stay where she is. She can't score. So she's been playing well, as you said, but she really hasn't been finding the gaps and hasn't been able to rotate the strike as much as possible. Here comes Nida Dar, moving in now to bowl the final ball of her first over, and this one is played into the onside, looking for a single, but that was none. The end of the over there from Nida Dar. The first over costing her just 1 run. Matthews on 20, Kishona Knight 8, 32 without loss after 8 in search of 121. More comments from you, Sylvester. Boncelino Joseph, another time for Vernon Springer.
Yeah, good start here by Dar. She came in, and the important thing now, Springs, welcome back. The important thing now is for Pakistan to take wickets, and for the West Indies not to lose any wickets. So it's for Pakistan, they need to start making inroads if they want to make a game of this, because at the moment it's 32 without loss, 8 overs, so the scoring rate is not a problem, and they haven't lost any wicket as yet. So, but if the Pakistani need to make a feast of this, Springs, they have to start take wickets anytime soon.
Sadia Iqbal comes into the attack and say good afternoon to Sylvester Bungs and Joseph. First of all, Sylvester, West Indies have to be clinical. It's a small target and you can't mess around with a small target. So you're supposed to be thinking that we're going to finish this game inside 25 overs. So there has to be a little bit of urgency from Hayley Matthews in terms of her running. If the ball goes in the deep, we're thinking that we're going to get 2 runs and positively 2 runs. You can't just be ambling going right there because you're preparing yourself for the big times, especially when you go on to the next game. Small total, you try and hit this off in about 25 overs. And that would be my calculation of trying to make sure that the West Indies be clinical in their finish today. Here's Matthews back and looking to punch that, can't score. Too many dot balls, Sylvester, and I'm saying that they can rotate the strike, especially on the offside, where the Pakistan have a set of ring of fielders starting from the 25-yard circle out. You can play the ball with soft hands and rotate the strike and make them come in.
Yeah, that's a fair point, fair assessment.
32 without loss. Matthews is 20. Iqbal comes into bowl to Matthews. Matthews stands up straight and spanks that. Because what is actually happening, Sylvester, is that the Pakistan fielders, Javera Khan, they work out in the back of the mind that both Kashana Knight and also Matthews, they go hard at the ball. So you've got to be able to just outsmart them and just play with soft hands and rotate the strike around. Iqbal comes in, goes past the umpire to bowl to Matthews. Matthews is back. She could have done a lot better with that. Being able to just drop that inside the area there and pick a single up, get deep into your crease and just work that around. So I think that is a work employ that the West Indies is going to have to work on, especially in 50 over game. Got to be able to rotate the strike. Got to be able to get some singles. Back and punching that. Ricocheted from the fielder there at cover inside the 25-yard circle. And they're ambling there, Sylvester. They can get 3 runs right there in terms of what's going, but she just contented to get 2.
Well, that one I couldn't really see it because of the side screen. But it was half stop there by Da. Good effort there by Da. And the one in between the wickets sometimes can be a bit lackadaisical. The communication it doesn't look good sometimes. But the important thing is I don't think that there is any need for any unnecessary risk.
Here is Matthews, just casually, as Sylvester saying, the urgency almost had got a leaning edge there, and the ball almost popped up onto the leg side there, Sylvester, into the short mid-wicket area. Over number 9 is completed. The score is 34 without loss. Hayley Matthews is 22. Kashana Knight is on 8 from 27. The target is 121. Iqbal's first over cost 2 runs.
Yeah, and I think personally the most important thing is that West Indies doesn't really lose any wickets. The partnership, keep building, and if they can go, I don't think the overs is any problem. Whether they lose, they win in 25 overs or 45 overs, Springs. I think that the Pakistani confidence will be shattered because of the batting performance, and it will be really nice and well for these two, to come out with some ostrich behind the name, but not out, and that will even be more detrimental to the Pakistani players. So if they can continue and pick up a few more singles and put the balls in the gap, the bad balls when they get the bad ball to get them into the gaps and even pick up a 1 or 2, it will be more pleasing to the eye from what you were saying, Springs, because too many dot balls. I agree with that.
That starts, and she comes in now to bowl to Kashana Knight, and she could have done a lot better with that. It's a matter of rotation of a strike, and so when you come to play cricket, Sylvester, you have to be able to, if you're in the pavilion, look and know who are the fielders that I can be able to get a single. So if I hit the ball up to mid-on or to mid-off, to the left or to the right, that's got to be a single. It's got to be communication line. Da trying to tie up Kashana Knight. She's back and looking to crack that, but can't beat the Pakistan ring on the offside. And
the wall of Pakistan.
The wall of Pakistan. And to me, Knight would just be better served to just be able to just tap it and just get a single. Matthews backing up. Da comes into bowl to Knight. Knight is going hard again at the ball. She'd be advised to be able to just come on her heel. And, she's coming on her toes rather than on her heel. If she steps into it, she can be able to find that gap there and get it a little bit more straighter. Da is playing a little mind games here with Kashana Knight. She's in now to bowl to Knight. Knight just comes across and defends nicely. Good length delivery. We're into over number 10. The score is 34 without loss. And Da is just settling in into a groove. Looking to bowl a maiden over here. This delivery is going to be very important in terms of how she ends. thinking about it there. Goes past Christopher Taylor. Is in now to bowl to Knight. Knight leaves that alone. Maiden over. And West Indies at the end of 10. They're 34 without loss. Matthews is 22. And Kashana is 8.
Yeah, and a good start here by Dag, and she's showing her experience, and she knows that the Pakistani bowling needs her to be basically frugal. If she's not getting a wicket, she has to keep and maintain that runs great, try to keep it down. But likewise now, I think the partnership here with Matthews and Knight is going well and very comfortable for the West Indies team.
Well, the West Indies men's team start tonight at the Darren Sammy Stadium against the Aussies. They've only played the 11 T20s between them, so it's a sort of tit-tat game going ahead. The West Indies have announced their 14-man squad. Kyron Pollard, captain, Nicholas Puran, Fabian Allen, Dwayne Bravo, Sheldon Cardwell, Fidel Edwards, Andrew Fletcher, Chris Gale, Shimon Etmire, Evan Lewis, Obed McCoy, Andrew Russell, Lendell Simmons, and Hayden Walsh Jr. I'm a little bit surprised, Mali, as you join me, that Hayden Walsh has not played in the T20 series for the West Indies.
Yeah, interesting to see, considering it's being billed as a preparation almost for the World Cup coming up later in the year.
But if you look, Mali, Shamsi got wickets. And somebody in the West Indies camp should have been thinking that we have to invest in our rest spinner, especially on those huge grounds in Grenada.
And if you consider what
especially against South Africa. Here is Matthews looking to just casually just undrive. I'm a little bit surprised. Your wrist spinner is the person who always does the damage.
Also, I don't know if you saw Coach Mark Boucher, South African head coach, thought that the conditions that they played in St. Lucia and Grenada would be pretty similar to what they'll be facing in the UAE and Oman in the World Cup.
Here is Hayley Matthews getting a nice flighted delivery by Iqbal. She got out to the pitch of it, good stride, and stroked it, found the gap, didn't hit the ball too hard, just stroked it and found the boundary on the offside. Lovely shot. It's prompted the small spectators here at the Coolidge Ground to really applaud. You'd have to go back out, like Sylvester say, pay and come back in, except that you have to pay $50 for the games tonight starting at 7:30 at the Darren Sammy Stadium in St. Lucia.
Yes, absolutely cracking extra cover drive there by Hayley Matthews. Checked extra cover drive. No great flourish of the bat, but time to perfection, just raced to the extra cover boundary.
She goes to 26. Iqbal in now to bowl to Matthews, and Matthews could have done a lot better with that, punched that down the ground. And in fact, she's now rehearsing now that she should have maybe gone through.
If you think with mid-off up in the circle.
Yeah. Even the free hit that she got, Mali, she should have been able to dispatch that one. Iqbal comes into bowl to Taylor driving again, beautiful at your cover, 4 more. Easy on the eyes. Matthews just coming forward beautifully. And she maybe took a thing or two out of Taylor's book and she leaned into that, Hayley Matthews. She's a class player.
She is.
She just beats up on herself too much and just needs to just relax and understand that this is a cricket game. You have to respect it and you have to love it.
And at times she goes searching for the ball. You know, she's such a good player, such a clean hitter of the ball that she just has to wait for the balls in her area and she'll put them away.
Good afternoon, Adrian Donovan and Milton Small coming quietly forward. Eskin King, I haven't heard from you in a very long time. 42 without loss, into over number 11. The target is 121. And all of a sudden, Iqbal's figures not for 10 as Hayley Matthews growing into confidence. Iqbal comes in now to bowl to Taylor. Not to Taylor, but into Matthews, who's stroking it. But they got a sweeper this time out there. Closing off that.
Yeah.
To make sure that would have been a boundary before, because Matthews was struggling to be able to get to the 25-yard circle. Over number 11 completed. The latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies, Pakistan. Been bowled out for 120. We're very disappointed that they batted first, Mali. 120, 193 dot balls, Mali. West Indies in reply to a target of 121. They're 43 without loss at the end of over number 11.
And we see how good this wicket is for batting, how it's becoming even better, like Sylvester said, for batting. Hayley Matthews playing through the line on those deliveries from the left arm spinner in Iqbal shows you how tough it is to bowl with the new ball on good wickets against good batters. Your margin for error is tiny.
Here comes our good friend Da?
Neither Da. She's the
She's
the
the trump
standout
card.
performer.
She's the trump card. She starts from the Citizens by Investment Unit end. A couple of vehicles just passing there and looking at the cricket game. Tune into ABS. It's on ABS. You can be able to pick it up if you're in Antigua. Here is Matthews just getting a little frustrated. And that's what I was talking about, Mali. She just needed to stay over that ball. When she stays over that ball, she's going to find a gap. Just has to, it's muscle memory. And remembering, how did I score that 2 boundaries before off of Iqbal?
You can tell she's got high standards. She asks a lot of herself.
Here is Matthews coming quietly forward again. Ken can't get a single. And Pakistan getting a little frustrated. Javera Khan and her team in the batting, they were disappointing. And they're getting frustrated in the field. 43 without loss. These two can just take the game away from them. And Hayley Matthews is looking to be able to just send a message to Pakistan. Flatter faster. She was thinking about it and decided that she wasn't even going to go even play a naughty shot. Sidra Nawaz. Sort of look like diminutive like a David Williams going down behind the stump.
These two seem to go at each other quite hard, Dar and Matthews, don't they?
Well, they're world-class players. And that is what is going to be happening. They would have played in different leagues,
I
maybe
think,
around the world.
Yeah, and they recognize the threats that both that they both pose to their respective teams.
And Dar looks like somebody who talks a lot. And there's always a bit of chatter.
She gave that one a rip there.
yeah.
She tried to.
And she knows that the Hayley Matthews is not going to come at all.
It's a good little matchup here between Matthews and Dar. Two top players, Matthews and Dar. Seems like Hayley saying a few words there to her as well.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you like to see that.
So if you're listening to our coverage, if you're in St. Lucia, make sure that you go on out. But fully vaccinated patrons will only be allowed into the Darren Sammy Stadium. You got to go on out and support the men in maroon coming up against the Aussies. It's $50 EC per match, and they've got a promotion going. 3-match ticket promotion is available for $100 EC $20, $120 EC. Season tickets, $200 EC.
Yeah, and make no mistake, Vern, these ladies are highly competitive. You can tell both teams really want to win. The performances may not be what you expect at times, but highly competitive athletes here on show.
I applaud both teams, Mali.
For
it's
sure.
just that I just want them to increase the intensity because the coaches in Sir Courtney Walsh and David Hemp, these are the messages that they will be saying to them early o'clock. Sando comes in, not a leg spinner. So with Captain Javera Khan, she doesn't have a choice. She has to get wickets.
I think, Aisha, on the night now, you want to see that development game by game. We keep talking about these incremental improvements, but you want to see the rotation of strike, the playing with soft hands, and not getting too bogged down and being either hit or block, finding a different gear as well.
Certainly. Knight is 8 from 33. She's looking for a 9th run. Can't get that quite easily. She just has to be patient. The game can change and change very quickly. All she has to do is just be able to just have the rotation as a strike. Just nudge that in front of Christopher Taylor and get yourself a single. And she's now getting a single, opening the face of the bat and steering it down to third man. If they run hard, they can get 2 runs. And she comes back very quickly for 2 runs. Bit urgency right there. So quickly, she's gone up to 10. And the score goes up to 45 without loss. 45 without loss. The target is 121 Mali. We look like we'll have an early afternoon.
Yeah, it was looking that way. I mean, the way these ladies get through their overs, it would have been an early afternoon anyway, but even earlier, Vern.
Here is Knight opening the face of the bat and steering it again down to third man. And we'll get a couple of runs here. If Matthews won, she
That's
can
well
get 3.
bowled.
And she's just ambling and going. I want to see a little urgency, Mali, in the running. You got to run for everything. You just never know. Cricket is a cruel game. And you have to run. I want to see that urgency. Don't tell me that when the matter comes that you can be able to run. Practice makes perfect.
Very much so, but also in these conditions you also have to be quite calculating, and you've got to be able to conserve that energy as well in these hot, humid conditions here, Vern.
Here comes Sandu, comes in now to bowl to Knight driving. Just needs to stay over that one. She didn't stay over there. Just staying over it like a long time. And again, Mali, see, she's coming on her toe rather than coming on her heel. Just step out on that heel and be able to just stroke it. You get a little bit more balance. Sandu in now to bowl to Knight. Knight is coming and just working that but can't score. And so the end of over number 13 West Indies are 47 without loss. 47 without loss. Kashona is 12 from 39. Haley Matthews is 31 from 40. And Mali, we talked about the dot balls in the Pakistan innings. 193 dot balls.
Yeah, that's far too many. With little to no scoreboard pressure here from that paltry Pakistan innings of 120. Make no mistake, Kaishona Knight will be feeling pressure. She would have that pressure that she would be exerting on herself as well, knowing that she wants to play a certain way. She wants to play quite fluid. She wants to play in a fluent manner. And at this point in time, not quite happening for her, but she's still at the crease.
Da will feel that if she just gets a wicket or two of the West Indians, that's a good single there. That's good positive running right there. And even though Haley Matthews was caught in a standing up position, it was to the left of the mid-off.
The placement helped.
And she was able to get a single. Score goes up to 48. Matthews quietly goes up to 32.
And that was the first delivery of this Nida Dar over. With Kaishana Knight now just struggling to rotate the strike. Let's see how many deliveries Nida Dar can get into here.
Around the wicket, goes past Christopher Taylor into bowl to Knight. And Knight is coming quietly forward, and there's a little bit more urgency. She was
right, because Haley Matthews recognizes the situation here that Kaishona Knight possibly just facing too many dot balls and looking to help her in terms of her intent with her running.
Here comes Nida Da. Goes past Christopher Taylor around the wicket to bowl to Knight. Knight is driving. Just needs to stay over that ball. Just come out onto the heel and really just stroke it. Just elegantly.
You get that impression, don't you? That you see that a lot.
Yes.
It happens over and over and over. That extra cover drive straight to the fielder.
Comes in out to bowl to Knight, and Knight is back. A naughty shot. Really didn't get close to that. No need for her to be able to punch. Be advised to just punch that just up in front of her. She was looking, her head was moving to hit it more or less square.
But this is where she has to be mentally strong now as well. You know, Pakistan are coming at her here, but she has to be strong enough to just soak this up, because her time will come.
Certainly. She's driving again, not getting out to the pitch of it there. Got to be able to get those. But I know Coach Robert Samuels, will be seriously working on this. I saw him behind the side screen a lot earlier, Robert Samuels, former test player, the brother of Marlon Samuels, having a look. And here is Kashona Knight coming forward. Can't score. She's getting a little frustrated. But the most important thing she has to understand, she's there still. 14 overs bowled. 48 without loss. She's not out 12. Matthews will face 32 from 41.
And if you remember, Matthews got her single off the first delivery from Nida Dar being able to bowl 5 dot deliveries to Kaishana Knight. And that seems to be a bit of a pattern, to be honest. It's just an actual aspect of her game that definitely can improve, Kaishana.
48 without loss. And Pakistan, they need wickets. If they don't get wickets, this game could be over quickly. But in the meantime, they would feel that they're in with a chance. If they just get Matthews or they get Knight, then it could be something that they could be thinking about. Nashra Sandhu, we're in the number 6. They've got a slip, so they're attacking. And pressure on the Pakistan women's cricket team here.
Sandhu does tend to give the ball a good rip as well, and looks to... we've seen her extract a bit of turn along with Nida Dar as well.
65 dot balls so far,
for the Windies. Far too many. I wonder how many Kaishana herself has faced.
48 without loss. Haley Matthews gets a flatter, faster delivery. Good take by Sidra Nawaz. Javera Khan at first slip. 48 without loss. We have to support West Indies cricket in a very big way. Everybody has to be on board to be able to make sure that we more or less have a vision. Here is Matthews just quietly coming forward.
Yeah, Sandhu on that occasion just varying her pace, doing quite a good job, just varying her pace there. Matthews just blocking.
Comes again quietly forward. As we go, 48 without loss. Target is 121. Matthews is driving inside out. One bounce down to the boundary for 4. That's a good cricket shot.
Over mid-off. Brilliant shot there by Haley Matthews. Got the length she wanted and the line got to extend her arms, and quite a controlled check drive over mid-off for 4. Hayley Matthews looking in complete control here.
She's 36 from 45, and Sandu is having a little torrid time here. She's into a second over, not for 8 so far, and the West Indies 50 comes up. Comes quietly forward again, and again she can't score.
It's important that Hayley Matthews goes to the end here, Vern, in terms of her confidence building into this series as well. It's very important that she's here, not out at the end.
Here is Matthews driving square for 4. Lovely shot. Hits the ropes now, right in front of the Betway sign. That's a lovely shot.
That's how you find the gaps as well. She just opened the bat face at the last second and found that gap between the point and the cover fielder there, and raced down the hill. 4 runs to Hayley Matthews. She goes on to 40 from 47, going at a very good tempo here, just affording Kaishona Knight the time to get herself in.
So 15 overs have been bowled so far. Pakistan at this stage, they were 56 for 2. The West Indies are 56 without loss at the end of 15. The 50 coming up for the West Indies Mali. West Indies 92 balls, 55 minutes, 7 fours, and no CG maximums as yet.
Yeah, these two, they've started pretty sedately. Hayley has grown as her innings has gone on, and Kaishona yet to get into her innings, but she's still there fighting.
Here comes forward is Knight. The objective for her right now to be to get a not out. That's what you want, and clinically the West Indies would want to get this total without loss. Sure, that would have been the objective of Coach Courtney Walsh. Get this runs without loss.
And her more immediate objective, I would say, would be to get Hayley Matthews on strike. This point in time, she's allowing someone like Anita Dar to really try and work her over with different deliveries, showing her many looks, and it's just imperative upon her to get off strike and look to rotate it.
This is Dar's 5th over, Mali. And as you rightly said, that was a wide ball. She thought about it and just decided not to even consider it. Before this, Dar would have bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 runs. And so it's been real pressure situation here. Dar has settled into a groove. She comes in now to bowl to Knight. Knight comes quietly forward. I think they're contented. They've got a plan, Mali. They decided Dar is not going to get any wickets.
Yeah, but we've also seen almost a bit of a pattern in terms of how both Knight sisters, actually, in terms of their rotation and strike, at times they just struggle to get the other batter on to get to the other end. And it causes pressure to be built. And here, Pakistan with 4 fielders on the offside.
5.
Immediately, apart from the mid-off, 4 fielders there on the offside. Really close as well.
The Pakistan wall, the Pakistan circle closing in, especially tonight. Knight pushing that one, but can't get past Dar. And again coming up with another maiden over. 56 without loss, 16 overs bowled. Hayley Matthews just calling for some treatment. The physio comes out. I hope she's fine. I hope she's okay. 5 overs to Dar, 3 maidens, 2 runs. Let me repeat those figures again, Mali. Neither Dar, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 runs, no wicket. Sandu has bowled 2 overs, no maidens, 12 runs, no wicket. Iqbal, 2 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, no wicket. Sana, 3 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, no wicket. Beg, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 11 runs, no wicket. West Indies at the drinks break here. They are 56 without loss. 56 without loss. It means, Mali, that Pakistan has bowled some 3 maidens. But so far, what I can say to you, Hayley Matthews is really moving into overdrive. She's 40 not out from 47 balls, 7 boundaries. Knight, Kashana Knight, she's 12 from 49 balls, 1 boundary so far. Her strike rate of 24.49, and Hayley Matthews' strike rate is 85.11. West Indies at the drinks break, they're 56 without loss, Mali.
Yeah, and Kaishana Knight in particular, especially, with those 5 fielders, like you say, on the offside, especially the 4 in that circle, getting really close. It's going to take, and her hitting the fielders so often, it's going to take her being brave at times when presented with the right length and line to show her skill and hit those balls over those close fielders on the offside. So at this point in time, she'll be feeling a lot of pressure, all because of how she thought she should have gone about this innings, or how she wants to play going forward. But in terms of the partnership, West Indies cruising.
In the first game, Mali, West Indies 50 would have come off 90 balls, 63 minutes, 6 fours. Their first 50 today, 92 balls, 55 minutes, 7 fours. So there's a little slight comparison in terms of what's been happening here. But it's a lovely day here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And you can't overemphasize the excellent work that the groundsmen have done here. I really have to give them a major credit. I like the orchestration of how they get everything done.
Very synchronized, isn't it?
Yes. Whether it's the practice area or on the main square area, you name it. Everything
pulling
is
up the covers.
Oh, it's just amazing.
Quite efficient.
Really,
Shout out
really,
to
just amazing.
Kadim and his team here at the CCG. Fabulous work.
Certainly, and it's an entire team that has 2 ladies, and we have to be able to make sure that we mention that 2 ladies. And you don't normally see on cricket grounds that ladies are working. You maybe see them scoring, or maybe being liaison officers, but to be automatically preparing the surface has just been outstanding.
Fantastic. To be here celebrating women's cricket as well is great to see.
Well, I was hearing my good friend Garfield Burford saying he's back in Argentina. I could never understand in my wildest dream how Garfield could be back in Argentina.
Well, that's the thing.
Hold on. Don't let me finish him. Let me deal with him, right? I'm back in Brazil. So on another day, I'll find out from Garfield why he has to be back in Argentina. But we'll come back to that in another time because we resume to the cricket action.
Personally, I'm in a catch-22 sort of position because I'm a massive Lionel Messi fan, but I've always supported Brazil since a child, so not sure how I want this one to go. I think anyway it goes, I'll be happy, to be honest.
Brazil for me.
Brazil, hopefully. But
England for me in the football.
You also want to see Messi cement that legacy.
Oh, you would like to see that?
Yeah, because I'm a Messi fan. Definitely. You want to see him cement his legacy.
Here is a delivery by Iqbal down the onside. The umpire's already signaled wide. I think it will hit the ropes now. Yes. And Pakistan, they're all ruffled up here, Marley Richards.
Too good, Lionel, too good of a player to not have an international trophy. All the greatest considered in the past have won that international trophy. We know how fantastic he is at the club level, which I think is at times even higher than international football, especially in the Champions League, in the later rounds. Those teams are absolutely top class. So for him to win a trophy, though, it would really cement his legacy as quite possibly, arguably, the greatest football player ever.
Javera Khan going after the umpire. I think she's have to be very careful because the match referee, Ryan King himself, a former test player, might maybe pull her into the conference room. Here is Taylor spanking this square, but can't beat the fielder. Matthew, sorry. I've got the Taylor frenzy.
Caught up on that Taylor
Taylor's
100 still,
100.
innit? It was so composed, and the poise that she showed, is fantastic.
61 without loss. And Matthews will be looking to get a half century here, something that she really needs. That I think will grow into a little confidence for her here. With 3 games to go after this.
She needs that time at the crease as well.
Scored 100 in the practice game, so she's maybe within some form. She's driving again, beautiful at your cover. 4 more.
Shot, girl.
That's a beautiful shot. She waited on it and played it from right under her eyes and caressed it here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. That's a lovely cricket shot. She goes up to 44 of 49 deliveries, and the West Indies in pursuit of 121. They're 65 without loss.
The timing and the placement of that stroke was a delight, actually. Just leant forward, found the gap, and we said that a million times, just how fast this outfield is. You get full value for your strokes, and she executed that extra cover drive to
Sandel
perfection.
in now to bowl to Matthews. Matthews comes quietly forward. Again, she can't score. 16.3 overs bowled here so far.
Just 2 away from her 50 now as well, I think, based on this. Oh, yeah.
Well, 6. Here she's back and punching that, but this time they've got protection out on the outside. So she only get 1 run. She goes up to 45. 45. Sandu has been expensive, Mali. This
I'm looking at the big scoreboard. They've got 49.
yeah, the scoreboard on the screen giving us a little tough time here. So the score at the end of over number 17, 66 without loss. More comments from you, Mali, and then will be the voice for the first time for today in Jack Matthew.
And the manual scoreboard has got 45. The score is actually 65. How much does Haley have? What's Haley on? 49 or 45? Oh, she's 1 away. She's actually 1 away from a half century. You're right.
So it's 65 for no wicket, the West Indies.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you. To you. Yeah, I was about to get to that.
No worries.
And good afternoon to everyone. So play continues. This is hit off the back foot firmly by the elegant-looking Haley Matthews, but it goes straight to the fielder at short cover, and there is no run. And so the West Indies are motoring on towards a victory here for 2-0 lead in the series. Here is Matthews playing with the tie, just turning the ball into the onside. This explores the possibility of a single, but she has to go back because the fielder was lurking menacingly from that backward square leg position. And so the score is kept on 65 for no wicket on a sunlit afternoon here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. And we're watching the off spinner, Nida Da, and Matthews is clipping it towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. No flamboyant intent whatsoever, just a touch to mid-wicket. And so she will be looking to build on this score. She has had a poor run so far in the T20s and also in the first one-day international. And here is Da into Volta, ball which is up, and she just comes quietly onto the front foot and plays it back along the pitch.
Yeah, as you hear the spectators there just telling her to stay in her zone, not to get frustrated. She should be here at the end with a nice 60, 70 or so, 80 not out.
Here she looking the other single, and they'll cross for it. The return fire to the bowlers and hits the stump.
Oh,
and she's out.
No.
Run out. It would have been a really tight run. It was played to the mid-wicket fielder, and they decided to chance the single. Haley Matthews was always going to struggle, and once there was a direct hit, she would have been found wanting, and that's precisely what happened. The ball cannon into the stumps, and Haley Matthews has to go. She has been run out, and the West Indies needing 121 to win. They're 65 for 1.
Apart from that fantastic innings from Stefani Taylor the other day, that 100, we've seen batters on both teams, Jack. Every time they've gotten into a position of dominance, they've thrown away that position with either a meek shot, tame shot, or a poor decision in the running. And on that occasion, once again, tight single, 49, 1 away from her 50. Haley Matthews batting in complete control. And she's given her wicket away there. Fantastic bit of fielding there by the Pakistan fielder, getting in there quickly and hitting the stumps down directly. But Haley Matthews and Kaishana Knight, in particular as well, will be disappointed with that, Jack.
Yes, falling one short of what would have been her 5th one-day international half-century, having had 100 at this level. And so she would be very, very disappointed. And because she hasn't had a good run either in the T20s and in the first one international, she would have been hoping to bat maybe until the end.
Unforced error, like Garfield would say.
So we have what? The twins out in the middle? Kaisia and Kishona. Kaisia has come in, and she's at the non-striker's end because and it's hit over the top by Kishona, and it has gone away for 4 runs and hit with a certain degree of contempt. That delivery from Da was up to the left-hander, and she really went into a massive hit and hit it over the wide long-on position for 4 runs. And so the West Indies are pushing on. They're now 69 for 1. They need 121 for victory.
A shot of real disdain there from Kaishana Knight. On that occasion, we were saying she'd have to be brave. You know, she's been hitting the fielders quite a lot, not being able to pace the field. And I said, yes, the field has been coming in closer and closer, crowding her, and that opportunity was there. She would just have to be brave and really trust her technique and her talent and hit the balls over the fielders' heads. And on that occasion, just easily clearing mid-off, a couple bounces into the boundary for 4.
The West Indies 52 away from victory. Kishona Knight with that boundary going on to 16. Her twin sister Kaisia, the wicket-keeper batter in this West Indies side, will face her first delivery on the blazing sun. Like Kishona, she's left-handed. And so here is Khan into Bolter, and she comes forward. The ball comes off the outer face of that, perhaps the thick outside edge, and runs down to third man. I think she was looking to play that one in front of her. And the ball just running off the thick outside edge along the ground, and the backward point having to give chase, and the batters cross for a run. So Kaisia is off the mark. She's on 1, and the West Indies are 70. They're 70 for 1. They need 51 to win and take a 2-0 lead in the 5-match one-day international series against the Pakistan side. It would be their 5th victory in succession against Pakistan, having won the T20s 3-0. Here is Kishona going back and forcing off the back foot. But it goes underbounce back to the bowler, Khan. And so the West Indies can't add to their score.
And it's important the West Indies continue to be clinical in all phases of play, because winning becomes a habit. And you have to go through these processes in order to become a top team, and no point in letting Pakistan back in the game here.
Hit over the top, massive stroke, and it's gone one bounce into the boundary for 4. So Kishona Knight, in the last couple of deliveries, has decided to really shift gears, because she has hit 2 lofty boundaries. In the last over from Dar, she hit the final delivery over wide, long on, and this one was smashed over long off.
What you're not sure about, though, is why it would take the run out of Hayley Matthews for this to come out. She's faced almost 50 deliveries, and you just want to see her be a bit more positive earlier in her innings.
She's back and cutting and missing on 20, looking there to pierce the offside field, looking to smash that square, not being able to get bat onto it. Khan walking back to her mark, and the 2 batters, Kaisia and Kishona Knight, meeting in mid-pitch. Perhaps Kaisia saying to her twin sister, look, take it easy, bat until the end.
Kaishana looks to be the slightly taller of the 2. I think that's the only way I can tell them apart, to be honest.
I tell them apart by the numbers.
All right, well, apart from that.
One is 47
and one is 42.
So 47. Kishona is driving, again with a certain degree of bottom hand there. The ball going very, very quickly to the short straight mid-wicket. I think she has been positioned there for the uppish drive. And the ball went to her. Not in the air. Here is Khan, and she's back and clips it again to that short straight mid-wicket fielder. And the over has come to an end. The West Indies are batting well. They're 74 for 1. 74 for 1 is the West Indies score. They need 121 to win.
And it's like on that final delivery, Jack, where you want to see the improvement. Yes, the field is close, but very straight on the onside there in a mid-wicket shot, mid-wicket catching position. And Kaishana on that occasion, all you needed was just a little, her hands to be a little softer in order to make that fielder move a little to her left, and it would be an easy single. But she just punched it straight up, almost just turned it, worked it straight to that fielder at the short mid-wicket, and it's on those deliveries where you want to see that real improvement in the batting.
Yes, and I suppose that the coaches will be working with her on that. Here is Kaisia coming nicely, purposefully onto the front foot, and drives this one with a fair degree of elegance into the offside, goes straight to the mid-off fielder, batting with flourish.
I mean,
Kaisia Knight.
Yeah, I don't want to be too harsh, though, because no one's perfect, but...
dies in, and Kaisia is dabbing this one down to the third man position. The ball has gone square, and they'll come back for a comfortable second. Just getting on top of that one and deliberately angling the bat and steering it down to the square third man position for a couple of runs. The West Indies now 76 for 1, and Kaisia with that couple goes on to 3, and the West Indies 76 for 1. And here she coming forward and just turns it into the forward square leg position.
Got a bit of air there on that delivery there. Jack needed tossing that one up, looking for a bit of turn, but Knight just being up to the task.
Yeah, needed that. Not afraid to give the ball generous flight. Trying to lure the batsman into indiscretion. Here is this one down the legs. I called wide by the umpire, just losing her control there. Trying there to force the batsman to play probably in the air and the onside. Just missing. Here is Knight Kaisia coming forward, stretching forward, bat and pad close together, and playing a purely defensive shot. Realizing that they have time, they have overs in which to get the 121, and trying here to get batting practice, I suppose, as well in the circumstances. This one is given flight and she's driving, getting close to the ball, but not going through with the full-blooded drive, just stroking the ball up to the mid-off fielder. See, the rain's on 77 for 1 as Nidada around the wicket, bowling off spin, and Kaisia Knight plays the final delivery into the offside. The West Indies 77 for 1 with Kaisia Knight on 3, and a twin sister Kishona is on 20.
More than enough time here for the Knight sisters. The required rate only being 1.47, Jack. Windies under no pressure whatsoever. Makes you also harken back to that Haley Matthews run out as to why such a dicey single was necessary in such a situation. You know, batting the way she was, finding the gaps, played some exquisite drives through the offside, peppering that extra cover, wide extra cover area, and to give a wicket away. I'm sure she's still fuming in the dressing room now about that run out.
Yes, would be really, really upset because she was playing so well. Some exquisite drives through the offside and batting with a certain degree of poise and certain degree of assurance. Haley Matthews. And so we have a change at this end, and this ball is driven into the offside, goes up towards the mid-off position. So the West Indies, they need 44 runs, and they have 30.5 overs in which to get those runs. Hit into the onside, almost in cross-batted fashion there, not really keeping her shape in executing on that occasion. She got a run for it. That was Kishona Knight. She's on to 21.
It's important she doesn't try and hit the ball too hard as well, Jacka. That's where she loses her shape on that occasion. The ball was there, but didn't time it like she normally does. She struggled mainly in terms of her placement, finding the gaps, but she's timed the balls actually quite sweetly. It's important that she continues looking to do the same thing as opposed to trying to overhit.
So it's now 78 for 1, and Kaisia is back and turns it into the onside towards the forward square leg position. The mid-wicket having to give chase, and the single is comfortably taken. And the West Indies are now 79 for 1. The target 121. Pakistan having enfolded for 120. 36 came from the opener. Ali outside the off stump, wide. And just pitching and then just going further away.
Well, yeah. Got a bit of turn there, pitching into the, it looks like the footmarks, but not poorly lined delivery.
Yeah. So Hale bowling from the commentary box or southern end of the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, and the bat is on the back foot and plays it into the offside.
Slightly awkward action Sohail has here. Kind of does a little hop and a jump before she delivers. Kind of keeps the batters off balance.
She's in once more, and Kaisia is trying to whip the ball into the onside and not being able to make contact. Signal of wide comes from the umpire. That's Kishona, in fact, on strike. Kaisia, the non-striker's end. And here is Sohail, and it's again down the leg side, called wide. So having problems here with her line and being called twice for straying down the leg side.
Something they can't afford, with a score of 120. Yeah. Can't be giving away extras, especially when the Windies only gave one run away as an extra.
Outside the off stump, much better. Batsman lifts the bat. The batter, lifts the bat and allows it to be taken outside the line of the off stump. We're going to often make that mistake and call in the batsmen.
Man, yeah.
But they, in fact, batswomen.
I said batswoman the other day. I was like, wow.
Okay. Outside the off stump, fuller length, and there was Kishona Knight allowing the ball to go by outside the line of the off stump. So Hale finally getting it right. She has completed her over, and it's now 82 for 1. The West Indies, they need 121 to win the match. And I know that the Pakistanis would be keen to get off the field because the sun has been hot,
it's been boiling
extremely
today.
hot today.
It's gotten hotter as the day's gone on as well. You see them, just the energy sapping out of them at this point in time. But Windies not quite home and dry yet. You know, we've seen stranger things happen in this game of cricket. They still have to be clinical all the way to the end.
Yes, and the batters out in the middle should say, well, we're going to take it home. That should
For
really
sure.
be the psychological ploy as well. Here is a ball which is turned away down to the backward square position. The fielder falling away to her right there and managing to make the save, but the batters were through for the single. And the West Indies chasing 121. They're now on to 83. 83 for 1. We're in over number 22. And they have a lot of overs in which to get the remaining runs. So we're watching now as Nida dies in, and Kishona Knight is coming onto the front foot, makes some exploratory steps up the pitch, looking for a single, inviting her sister to come, but she spotted the danger, and she said no. The fielder came in very, very quickly from that cover point position. Ring of fielders on the offside. Here is Nida Da bowling around the wicket. This is smashed into the covers, but doesn't get the timing that she wanted into that particular stroke. That's Kishona Knight. And the ball went straight to the fielder. No run resulting. West Indies kept on 83 for 1. Nida Da has been very economical in both the T20s and one internationals so far. The ball is outside the line of the off stump, and Kishona Knight decides not to play. So the spinners in operation here, as we have seen so often in the battles between these two sides. Hit off the back foot and go straight to the fielder at that mid-wicket, that mid-on position, and there is no run. So Nida Da has been very, very economical in her spells outside the line of the off stump. Hit off the back foot by Kishona Knight, and you could tell the frustration there as Sylvester Jones comes alongside me because she hasn't been in fluent, prolific form, and she's just beginning to I think, get a bit frustrated.
Yeah, and good afternoon to you, Jack. Pleasure to have you in our company today for the first time.
Good afternoon to you as well, Sylvester.
Yeah, that has proven to be, one of the most effective player overall for the Pakistani team, and she continues to really put sustain pressure and the batters. It's very difficult for Kishona Knight, who has been there for quite a while, to even rotate the strike when she's on.
Yeah, she has bowled 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 10. Extraordinary figures. Ball tucked into the onside towards the square leg position, and they'll get a run here as the West Indies go sedately on towards the target of 121. Kaisia Knight now on to 6. Kishona Knight on 21 from 68 deliveries. Not an equation she would like to relish, and she should not relish, because she has struggled for runs. She's now stroking the ball into the offside, another dot ball. 69 deliveries she has faced now, and 21 runs that she has scored. West Indies 84 for 1 off 22.2. Sohail in her second over, none for 6. Punched off the back foot and down towards the mid-on area. The ball is picked up there by Diana Baig, who was taking some wonderful catches in the series, combining the series, the T20s and the one internationals, and she's hitting this one in the air. The fielder running back will not get there, and they'll come back for the second. That had an element of frustration in that stroke. Kishona, she was really throwing caution to the wind, and she just had a go at it. It was airborne for a long time, but went beyond the 30-yard circle. There's no one outside the 30-yard circle on the offside, and she got away with it. So she's on to 23 now from 71. And here is Sohail into bowl turn. She's forward. It goes on the offside of the pitch for the bowler to pick up. Sohail nearing the end of her second overs, conceded 8 runs. And bowling from the commentary box end, and turned away towards the mid-wicket. No run, goes straight to the fielder. and the batters having to remain in their respective creases. That was the last ball of Sohail's over. So she has had 2 overs, none for 8. And the West Indies are 86 for 1, target 121.
Well, Jack, I mean, she's batting really slowly, but the important thing is that she's still there. You know, the most important thing is for the West Indies not to lose wickets, and she's out there. The score, I don't think, has any adverse effect, you know, on her, because of the total 121. 121 is gettable as long as they're out there batting, and that is the most important thing for her, to just stay out there. Her sister is out there. Both of them are twins, so they will comfort each other in the ins and out of each other. So yeah, it's best to be out there. And things
that is in, and that's when the batter is forward and he goes away into the offside. Now, in the context of the game, it's not worrying. But I believe somewhere along the line, and we've seen glimpses of the concern, because she has played some shots that ordinarily she would not play. Dies into bowl, and Kaisia is pushing the ball into the offside. Chance for a run out. Did she make it? Yes, the umpire says Kishona got there in time. But it was a very tight single. Ball just nudged down to the third man position, and they set off for the run. And the return came over the top of the stumps to the wicket keeper, Nawaz. She had the bails off, but in the judgment of the umpire at square leg, Kishona had made her ground. She's on 23. Kaisia on to 7 with that cheeky single. And the West Indies now need 34 from 159 balls. I'll continue to explain what I meant with the frustration. Ball is hit in the air. Fielder is running back. Will not get there. From the mid-off position towards the deep extra cover area to retrieve, and they're back for the second run. So perhaps that's another example where she tried to hit the ball over the top, almost in frustration, and did not get hold of it. So I'm looking at the psychological effect it would have on her, especially going forward.
Yeah, she needs to be more positive, in my opinion.
Dies in, and Kishona Knight is back and strokes it into the onside for Dar to field.
Yeah, I think she needs to be more positive with intent. Look at the offside. All the fielders are in the 25-yard circle and even coming in tighter to save a single.
Da in once more, and she drives the off spinner into the cover point position. Ball leaving the bat with a certain degree of force. Fluent square drive on that occasion, but not being able to find the gap. Dies into Bolter, and she's back and cracking this delivery, and it is half stopped by the fielder at extra cover, and the cover fielder tidies up very, very quickly, and so there is no run. So Da has completed another very, very good over. She has bowled 9 overs for 13 runs, and among those 9 overs she has delivered 3 maidens. So this has been exceptional work from the Pakistani off spinner.
Yeah, she continues to do her part, you know, show the series so far, especially in the bowling department. But I think that Kishona Knight, I think, can be a bit more positive. Some of the balls that are flighted, she tried to hit a few, but I don't think that she's getting close enough to those deliveries. If she take a step or two and get to the pitch of the deliveries, I mean, she will hit those for 6 or 1 bounce 4, to be honest. And it wouldn't be a highway shot, Jack. It's going to be a quality shot, because all of the fielders are in trying to save a single. So it's important, I think, for herself and her confidence, that she, you know, play a bit more positively.
So Hale to bowl to her twin sister, Kaisia, and she's driving into the offside. A diving save by the fielder, moving around from the cover position, the extra cover position. Deflects the ball to mid-off, and she can't score. Kaisia Knight, over 1,000 runs in 1 internationals. She has had 150. She's getting a ball which is tossed up, and they go for the run. The return comes to the bowler's end, and she gets home. So they set off right away. Launching herself into that drive. Wasn't timed, and perhaps that's why they decided to go for it. The ball didn't travel all that quickly down towards mid-off, and so she got a run for it. Kaisia is on to 8. And that solitary half century in 1 internationals, a score of 55 by Kaisia Knight. Sister Kishona back on strike. She's yet to get a half century in 1 internationals. She turns the ball away, down to the backward square position. They contemplate the second, and they decide not to go for it. A return comes to the keeper's end. 30 now required. Kishona is on to 26 with that single, and Kaisia on 8. So Kishona has had 614 runs in one internationals before this, and at an average of 21.2, having played 39 matches, so she's playing her 40th, turned away by Kaisia towards the square leg area, and they just amble the single. So they've had a few singles in this over, managing to break the stranglehold of consecutive dot balls that we have seen on several occasions during the West Indies innings. Target a small one. They need 121 to win, and they're 92 for 1 at the moment after 24.4 overs. So 29 needed from 151 balls. As Sohail is in, and it's pushed into the offside, down to mid-off by Kishona, who is unbeaten on 26. 29 runs. She may have visions of getting close to that half-century mark, but it could be a tight situation. She's just standing up straight and allowing the ball to come onto the bat, and it goes away into the offside. So we have had another over completed. 29 needed from 149 balls, more from Sylvester Joseph, and then it will be Vernon Springer.
Yeah, they had a few more singles in that over to ease the pressure a bit. But I don't think the score is not a problem. I mean, is for them to continue to build their confidence. That is what, with the series going on, with your, being more fluent and coming out with a not out by your name, you can really push forward. They have been, striking the ball well throughout the series so far, include the 2020 series. So a good total here. Kishona Knight, especially, coming off with a good not out batting today and seeing the West Indies home for victory would do a bit for her confidence, Springs.
Dar starts her 10th over, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 13 runs, no wicket, and she continues on a possession of bowling a number of dot balls. This time she's bowling to Kesia Knight. West Indies need 29 runs off 148 balls. At the end of over number 25 and the start of over number 26, the West Indies are 92 for 1. Kishona Knight is on 26. Dar with a flighty delivery to Kesia Knight, who comes quietly forward, and so she can't score. 6 bowlers used so far for the Pakistan team. Diana Baig, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 11 runs, no wickets. Fatima Sana, 3 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, no wickets. And Dar is into her 10th over. She's bowled well so far, but the most important thing is she's not been able to get any wickets at all, Sylvester. So the West Indies have known that they've been able to keep her out. They've lost the wicket of Hayley Matthews, run out by Diana Baig. Just a lack of concentration within that period of time with the loss of that wicket. But Matthews batted beautifully. Dot ball again to Kesia Knight. Matthew would have faced some 58 balls, 9 spanking boundaries. Sylvester, it really was a joy to see her. For 49, it's a pity that she didn't get a half century, but that's life, that's cricket. Cricket is life. Kesia comes quietly forward, beaten by a drifter, as we would say. Ronald Paul would have bowled you a number of those over the years, right, Sylvester?
Of course, all all drifters.
Good afternoon to Ronald. We're listening, but they're smiling. 92 for 1. Here comes Dar around the wicket. She comes in now to bowl to Kesia. Kesia stands up straight and just defends her delivery. So Dar's spell comes to an end, Sylvester. What a spell. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 13 runs, no wicket. Dar's spell comes to an end. She's done her job, Sylvester.
She definitely does, and the respect that the opposition gave to her, which she I think she earned. But that's a good plan, I think, there by the West Indian batters. They decided early that she's not going to get any wickets. She's one of the main wicket taker, contributor to the Pakistani bowling, and they, from what we have seen so far, they made up their mind that they're not going to take any chance with her. And I mean, what she does is very good, very economical, but I don't think it has such effect at the moment with the West Indies. In the West Indies chase, they're still in control, they're still calm, they have a lot of overs, a lot of time, so the part of the job has already finished.
So Hale comes around the wicket to bowl to Kishona Knight, who's back and cracking that and getting an easy single. Javera Khan and the Pakistan team, they're a little bit ruffled, Sylvester. Ruffled to the point that they weren't able to get any wickets. and you saw the frustration. They were appealing. They were, they just can't be able to just get around. They would have known that they blew an opportunity by winning the toss and being bowled out. It's a cardinal sin to get bowled out in any level of cricket, whether it's 10, 20. There's a little injury here to Kashana Knight. I think the throw coming in hit her on the elbow. And so the umpire is allowing the physio to come out to have some treatment. So we'll have a little break here, Sylvester. But while you're here, Sylvester, I just wanted to comment a little bit on the Pakistan innings. There were a total of 193 dot balls in the Pakistan innings.
Wow, that's a lot.
And for the West Indies, the last time we checked, it was a high proportion. I can get Sharma to give me the how many dot balls we've had so far. At one time it was 67.
And Pakistan didn't really bat out all the overs, so that's a high percentage of dot balls. But having said that too,
118 so far for the West Indies, Sylvester.
Yeah, but having said that, the spinners for the West Indies team, they really came today and bowled well. And I think the management staff, we never mentioned that the management, including the head coach Courtney Walsh, must be credited, because when we started, we thought that we would have given Isaac the opportunity to bowl again, but they brought in the extra spinner, and the spinner came in, and the spinners did the job exceedingly well for the West Indies team today, and they have a very meager total to chase down. So you must give credit to where credit is due, in my opinion. I think the plan works, and even though we see again that they plan that Dah should not get any wickets, and even though she bowled very economical, I mean the job that the plan is working, and they're on their way to a very convincing victory.
Well, let me support your point, Sylvester. Anisa Mohammed would have bowled 9.4 overs, 1 maiden, 27 runs, 4 wickets. Karishma Ranarak, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 27 runs, 2 wickets. And Hayley Matthews, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 17 runs, 2 wickets. So between the 3 spinners, they would have picked up 8 wickets. The captain, Taylor, 6-1, 18 not, and the seamers in Selman and Connell, they picked up a wicket apiece. So credit must go to strategy in terms of happening. I just would have loved to see Kanisha Isaac getting another opportunity, and she will maybe have more opportunities in the future. 93 for 1, we into over number 27. Good afternoon to Trevor Shillingford, Thomas Kentish. Just opening the face of the back there and just staring that down to third man. I think they wanted they can come back for 2, but they're not interested in 2. And so the score quietly goes up to 94. Keisha Knight goes to 10 from 22, and Kashana Knight, the Knight sisters, maybe it's a long time, Sylvester. I think this is the first time I've seen them back together.
Yeah, I mean, I have to jog back my
memory. I'll jog back my memory to see if they play for the West Indies, they batted together. But we're here live and in living colour at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies, and Kashana Knight stands up straight to a back of the length delivery, more or less from Sohail. Sohail could be a little tricky, Sylvester. She starts, and then she almost like in her gather moment, she waits, and then she comes through. So you have to be very, very, very careful. Here's Kashana Knight, just back and expansively looking to punch it. Just went wide of the third man fielder, who had a dive, but couldn't stop the single. She's rehearsing the shot there. She wants to be able to just get that back foot parallel, playing it as late as possible. She need to go to Mali to know how to be able to late cut. Mali will teach her a thing or two, left-hander.
Yeah, he's definitely a left-hander. He likes that shot.
Yeah, he does love that shot. For the first time I think I met Mali, he was always practicing that. He had that little dab there. He'd go right back, stay right over on top of it. Over number 27 completed, Sylvester. West Indies coasting along here. Pakistan, trust me, I don't think they would want. They maybe can't wait to get off the field. It's really, really, really a tough one. 96 for 1. Kashana is 28. Kisa is 11. West Indies need 25 more runs of 137 balls. Not looking good at all, Sylvester.
Yeah, well, you're looking good for the West Indies team, and the captain, who I think has a little ailment. This will be give a added rest, I think, so it's good that especially if these two can continue, the good work and bring it home for the West Indies team. But the Pakistanis, I know that they want to come off the field, but to be honest, I must say to the fans that they're not looking like they want to come off. They're at least giving it a try. You see, they're changing, and
They don't have a choice, Sylvester.
in the outfield, they're still throwing their bodies around. So it's not like they're giving up and just wanting the game to finish. They're still out there, making changes. But one thing I don't like is that they don't have anyone in any catching position, Springs. So totally, you have run saving, and hopefully that the West Indians will give away the hit. But it's not happening today.
You've got to get wickets. Got to get wickets. Iqbal is switched now to the Citizen Investment Unit end, and they're coming back quietly for 2. She could be in trouble.
No, that's good.
She's out. Danger. And Keith, for a moment there, Sylvester, we thought that she was in. We're not right behind the wicket there. And for a moment, Sylvester, we saw danger. Danger lurking around, but the umpire said that she was run out, and West Indies losing a wicket that they really did not need to lose, Sylvester.
Another run out. From my vintage point, that looked like she was in quite comfortably, and I have seen closer ones than those, to be honest. But the umpire, he's there at square leg, and maybe he sees something. He definitely sees something that I didn't see. But 2 run outs, 2 wickets, 2 run out, Springs.
Danish Ramdani giving the signal there that the batsman was run out. He's now having a conversation with his mate, Christopher Taylor. From our vantage point, I wish that we could be able to get back the replay. So we'll look at it now, Sylvester, because we're getting back the replay of it. So, Sylvester, you an umpire, because Shauna Knight just working this into the leg side area. Feel her coming around nicely. Beautiful piece of work right there. I think she's home, Sylvester. Safely home, but that's part of life. That's the name of the game. Fatima Sana Khan coming in with an excellent run right there.
A direct hit will definitely.
No, I don't even think you needed a direct hit. I think she was always shooting a bat and getting across the line right there, and she looked confident in terms of that. But that's history, Sylvester. So we'll talk about that on another day. That's really, really, really a tough one, but that's how life goes sometimes. Keisha Knight run out. And she maybe would not feeling too well at all about that one. Dottin comes in. They need 24. If Dottin maybe can get 12 out of this.
12?
Yeah, that's all I said. I just think that she needs 12. I just wanted to just get some confidence, get herself going. Iqbal into bow to Dottin. And Dottin just played a lazy shot. She's got to wake up. She's got to understand that this game is not over yet by a long shot. And I don't think that we can say that the West Indies are in trouble, but they clinically just have to be able to just make sure they execute right down to the final level. Here is Dottin standing up straight, easy, calm, and just playing it back to Iqbal. And the score is 97 for 2. Kashona Knight not out on 28 from 83 deliveries. The most important thing is she's still there. Iqbal, the left-arm spinner for Pakistan from the CIUN, comes in now to bow to Dottin. Dottin is back and cracking that. Can't find the gap. They have the Pakistan wall on the offside, the ring, and so you can't get out of that 25-yard circle, and they're closing in like ants. So it makes it very, very, very difficult for you. And they're sharp within the field. Iqbal comes in now to bow to Dottin. Dottin stands up straight. She almost looked like she didn't want to bat, Sylvester. What you thought there?
Well, I guess she thought that the way that the two sisters are going, that they're going to bring it home, but Dottin is there, and I know that those deliveries that they're bowling with the field is so close. She's not going to accept that.
Iqbal into bow to Dottin. Dottin just playing from the crease. So the over is completed. West Indies are 97 for 2. 97 for 2, Sylvester. Kashona Knight is not out on 28. Dottin is just coming. She's faced 5 deliveries. She's not. And the West Indies looking to be able to wrap this up very quickly, Sylvester.
You said very quickly?
Well, you just told me that if Dottin, based on how they're bowling, if Dottin get her eyes in, then we could be out of the park very early.
Yeah.
So
from evidence, they're not looking to do it quickly. From evidence,
they're not looking to do it quickly.
No, but we have to wait and see what Dottin's plan be. But knowing her naturally, it's going to be a quick one if she's there and get the opportunity to face some deliveries.
Sandu starts, and she will begin to move away nicely. Goes past Ramdani in out the bowl to Kashona Knight. She's back and steering this down to the third man boundary. I think it will have the legs to hit the CG International throw and sign now for 4. So the pressure just eased off a little bit. Kashona Knight goes to 32 and the score 100 up for the West Indies. 100 up for the West Indies, and once Sharma comes with a score, that's likely to get me the dot balls also, because dot balls have been very, 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 very high in this inning so far for the West Indies. Umpire just getting out his right hand and just saying, hold a minute. 101 for 2 the West Indies. Sandhu is in now to bowl to Kashona Knight, who's just working it away. If they want, they can maybe get another couple of runs, and they get them quite easily. So the score just motoring on, Sylvester, here at the Coolidge ground. Sure you want to go to the beach, Sylvester, or the golf course?
More like the golf course.
More like the golf course. Sylvester. Well, Mali for sure will be thinking about the beach.
Yeah.
He's told me that he's been on all of the beaches in Antigua and Barbuda.
Yeah?
Yeah.
366
beaches Mali has covered. Kashona Knight picks up her 35th run. I have to get on an expedition with Mali one these days.
I see you have some locks. Like he's going on like a real Rasta man.
A real Rasta. Say good afternoon to Sunshine in Nevis. In fact, Sylvester,
what about Sunshine, man?
He's still there. I had to tell you a little sad news, Sylvester. You remember Levi Adams, Snoop, the groundsman?
Yeah.
Warner Park.
Yeah.
He passed away a couple of days ago.
Oh, my condolences.
Yeah, my condolences from our commentary panel to him. A real loss there in St. Kitts. That was when you talk about a real professional.
Yeah.
He made no joke at all. He was, somebody that you could have talked to. I learned so much from Snook, even around the Newtown Cricket Club in Newtown and in Warner Park. Oh, man. Even Snook will be rolling the pitch himself alone. Everything. Here is Dottin having a heave into the leg side. He's running away into the make-it boundary. 4 runs. So as Sylvester said, once Dottin is there for a little while there, Isha Nasim chasing for all her worth. Boundary to Dottin. And the score shots up very quickly to 108 for 2. And all of a sudden, the West Indies is just deciding that, listen, we're just going to move into overdrive.
Is the West Indies are just the Dottin. The arrival
of Dottin.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
I mean,
all right.
Dottin's not going to be out there batting, and they're going to just keep looping those stuff up. No.
Sandoin out the boat to Dottin. Dottin hits this one, and it's 1 bounce into the long on boundary for 4. So as Sylvester said, they can't continue to loop those balls up, and Dottin don't have a go.
With the feelers in.
So Pakistan, really now, Sandhu's figures have been really spoiled, Sylvester. Not for 41. Oh, my. Sylvester, we have some real outstanding curators over the years in the Caribbean, especially right here in Antigua and Barbuda, who are still working hard. I think about Blacks, who religiously, even though he's retired, maybe he's retired from the service, but he's not retired from cricket.
You have to make sure you call his name Alfonso
Jarvis.
Blacks Jarvis.
So good afternoon to Blacks. And here is Dottin looking to undrive. Can't go past the short mid-wicket fielder. Captain Javera can. West Indies need 9 runs. Dottin is 8. Over completed. 29 overs bowl. And Sandhu's 5 has now cost a Sylvester. 5 overs, no maidens, 41 runs, no wicket. And you compare that to Dar's spell of 10 overs, 4 maidens, 13 runs, no wickets. Fatima Sana, 3 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, no wickets. Diana Baig, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 11 runs, no wickets. Iqbal, 3 overs, no maiden, 12 runs, no wicket. Sandhu, her figures have just been dashed away. And Sohail, 4 overs, no maidens, 15 runs, no wicket. 6 bowlers used by Pakistan so far, Sylvester.
Yeah, that's why I said the plan that the West Indies came out with, was superb, in my opinion, because of she bowled well, but there's other bowlers that they can take runs from, and that they're doing at the moment. So
we break for a little while as Knight is just back. Kashona Knight and just working this into the leg side. She's thinking about 2, but change her mind. In fact, she already said, listen, I've had enough of this here. You take the strike. Iqbal starting just a little bit offline. We gave Knight enough time to be able to just get deep into a crease and just work it onto the leg side. Let's see what sort of approach it will be from Dottin. Kashona Knight goes up to 36. And 36 from 87 deliveries. I want to say good afternoon to Dina Baker, Jason Peters, Joshua White, Stevel Rodney, all those guys in Montserrat. They glued in and listening to the cricket. Thanks again. Jason said to hail you up, Sylvester. And Dutton almost getting a little under edge there, pulling away, more or less. I'm trying to pull that one. I got a message bouncing from someone. Oh, yes. Mr. Singh in St. Martin, Richie Singh.
Oh.
Richie said to hail you up. He's been listening to the commentary.
I like they're doing some great work in St. Martin. Every minute they have some kind of tournament. It's like cricket is life in St. Martin.
5,000 US for the winner of the Cricket for Life T20 tournament they had the other day, Sylvester.
Wow, Springs, you on the Leeward Island board, you gotta go to St. Martin to get some advice or some cash to have the Leeward Islands team playing some competition or something.
Maybe we need to laze with cool and smooth and take the T20 tournament there. Here is Dutton driving up to mid-off, can't score. Pakistan under the gun here. And Dutton is 8, and she's maybe not opened up yet, but if Iqbal continues to be tossing that up, I can tell you, Dutton is going to be eyeing the CIUN. Hope she doesn't hit it into the car park. Iqbal starts from the Citizen by Investment Unit N in Antigua and Barbuda. Comes in out to bowl to Dutton. And Dutton is down the wicket. And when she gets there, she just chips it over the mid-off area, hitting the CG insurance sign for 4. That's a good cricket shot there by Dutton, Sylvester.
Definitely. This is a positive cricket that I'm talking about. With these bowlers just bowling some slow flighted deliveries. If you're positive and get to the pitch of the deliveries, you can get them over the top, and it's not a high risk shot because, well, for Dutton they have a long on and they put back the extra cover, but for Kishona, this is the field that has been there for quite a while.
Iqbal comes in out to bowl to Dutton is 12, into bowl to Dutton 12. Dutton is giving herself room, pulling away to try and bisect the offside. Missed out completely. She's still there. And Kashana Knight, who is on 36, will get an opportunity to maybe hit the winning run. 30 overs have been bowled. The latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. West Indies are 117 for 2. 117 for 2. So, Nelda, I hope that you're training, even though you're on lockdown. You're Melissa. You have 2 days out, so make sure that you hit the beach and get yourself organized. West Indies need 4 runs, Sylvester.
Yeah, and very, very commanding position throughout the day for the West Indies team, the bowling and now the batting. They really taking command of this series, and I'm happy to see how clinical they are in finishing off, and the tactical aspect of the game as well, and the plans that you can see plainly. And this is what we are looking for, I think, as ardent cricket fans and cricket lovers, that we have a plan and the girls are executing and following as closely as possible. And it is pleasing to see and heartwarming, to see that the women's team is really putting in a good effort here for us.
Again, we go back over to Nevis and say good afternoon to Mr. Steve Manners, the voice of Nevis. Here is Kashona Nice just looking to punch that up. Andrew Merchant, those guys. I think it's a Nevis on a little lockdown, Sylvester. So
a little lockdown?
Well, they've got a break today. Yes, Thursday and Friday, and then they go back into lockdown for a couple of days there. Just hoping that things will be slowing down sooner rather than later.
So what about you, Springs? Are you not going back down?
As soon as they opened up, here is Kashana Knight just turning this out to the deep backward square leg boundary. Lots of work still to get done here. The West Indies have to get over the line, so we can't start celebrating yet, Sylvester.
A lot of work. Springs with 3 runs from 117 balls. That's a lot of work. 8 wickets.
A lot of things have to happen first, Sylvester.
I'm going to put my house on this.
You are?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not even thinking about betting that one day, Sylvester.
You sound like a Pakistani on the cover. You sound like a Pakistani on the cover, Mali.
118 for 2. I want to say thanks to Garfield Burford, Jack Matthew, Mali Richards, and Sylvester Bouncing Joseph, and the technical crew have done an excellent job so far. Dottin is 12 and pulling away. She's be advised to just stand up and just punch that, get her foot back on a cross. She's moving to leg side really. The coaching staff for the Pakistan team, they're just getting their gears organized to get them into the bag. I'm impressed with Beg's pace.
And you still say there is a lot in the game, and you see the coaches are
Never over until it's over, Sylvester. Pakistan, you'll have to say, over the years they've produced so many fast bowlers. Waka, Wazim, and they continue. They have to call them the land of fast bowlers because it's like a machinery coming out, and all of a sudden the whole clippings of change as Dottin just chipped that one into the onside, picking up a single. When you look at the amount of fast bowlers, Sylvester, that is coming out of Pakistan, in fact, all around the world right now as we speak, because India have got a couple, and they're just reeling through.
A couple. India, India has the real Macaws.
They got the real. What about New Zealand?
Yeah, New Zealand has a few, but when you look at India is surprising to me.
Yeah, but you have to understand, Sylvester, dot delivery right there to Kashana Knight. The Dennis Lilly Cricket Academy has the MR. That has been producing, that has been some work that has been done over the years.
Kudos to the England administration, the BCCI, to take that away from Australia. When you have that legend in
so
Dennis.
You'll understand what's happening. Royal Dravid has also contributed to the Indian cricket in terms of the level of batsmen that you're seeing punching through there. Very easy single right there. Good run there. Just choked up to the offside and getting an easy single. So it's almost like a stroll in the park right now. Scores are
almost. I don't like how you're talking.
I have to. I want the game to go.
In the park.
I want the game to go. I want the game to go for another 2-3 overs, and you never know. Just get a little tickle. You reckon you'll be over now, Sylvester?
I reckon.
120 for 2. 31 overs bowled.
I want to go home and watch the West Indies team.
We don't need any tantimos here. But that game is 7:30, Sylvester. You got some time. You can go and play around the golf on the course and still get yourself organized. 7:30. Yeah. So you got some time, Sylvester, to get yourself organized. So the West Indies, Sylvester, they need 1 run. Sohail will be the bowler. Kashana Knight is on 38 from 91 deliveries. Let's see if she will be able to bring home victory for the West Indies. She's back and turning this. Victory for the West Indies. Just turn that into the leg side and short fine leg area. Very easy single. Fatima Sana Khan just coming around there, cutting it off. Congratulations all around to the entire West Indies team. West Indies winning by 8 wickets. 8 wickets in the second CG International ODI series. And as Sylvester said, you have to give major credit to the coaching staff led by Courtney Walsh. They made a change, brought out Kanisha Isaac and brought in Karishma Ramarak. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 27 runs, 2 wickets, 193 dot balls. Hayley Matthews, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 17 runs, 2 wickets. But the lady who really turned the Pakistan team upside down, Anisa Mohammed, 9.4 overs, 1 maiden, 27 runs, 4 wickets. Shakira Selman, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, 1 wicket. Shamila Connell, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs, 1 wicket. And like I said to you, Sylvester, 193 dot balls. The scoreboard not looking good at all. Maniba Ali, 37 from 63. Aisha Zafar, 4 from 9. Javera Khan, 5 from 7. Sohail, 19 from 34. Nidada, 20 from 41. Aliyah Riaz, 26 from 52. Sidra Nawaz, 2 from 16. Fatima San Khan, 2 from 15. Diana Baig, 2 from 10. And Sadiqa Iqbal, not out 2. Those were the scores there in terms of the scoreboard pressure there. Pakistan bowled for 120, Sylvester. And in the end, the West Indies getting home by some 8 wickets. We will just give you a little brief summary in terms of what happened with the West Indies. Hayley Matthews, Sylvester, run out by Diana Baig for 49, 58 balls, 9 boundaries. And then we have Kashana Knight, who's not out 39, 40 balls, 4 boundaries. Keisha Knight run out by Fatima Sana for 12 of 25 balls. Deandra Dottin not out 13, 15 balls, 3 boundaries. West Indies reaching their target, 121 for 2. Victory to the West Indies. Bowling lineup for the Pakistan team. We had Diana Baig, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 14 runs, no wickets. Fatima Sana, 3 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, no wickets. Nida Da, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 13 runs, no wicket. Sylvester, 6 bowlers used, and you can't overemphasize the contribution by Dar, even though she didn't pick up any wickets here at all.
Yeah, I mean, she continues to show that she's one of the leading players of this team. Her experience and her mannerism, the confidence that she has, she goes. But I give credit to the West Indies players and the management team again for the plans against her. Try to score the runs is of such that you didn't have to push anything. So they really stuck to their plans and did very, very well. But the commanding victory here by the West Indies team, speaks a lot concerning the remainder of the series. When you start off a series in this manner, and for winning the first game and then demolishing Pakistan in the second game. Remember, Pakistan won the toss and chose to bat first. So the bowling came in and did their job, and now the batters come in with such command and control and take full control of the series. And hopefully that I must mention, hopefully that the skipper is well and able to go again on Monday, and that they can continue and win this and take the series at home.
Well, the first objective would be to win the series. They're 2-0 up in this 5-match series. Pakistan will have to do a lot of rebounding. You think they'll play on the same track against Sylvester?
Remember.
Well, yeah, we're going to survey, but I'm saying even here, because maybe they might want to come back here, because these are the kind of conditions they're going to get going out. And so that's why you're talking about dropping Kanisha Isaac and playing the spinner would have been important today.
Yeah. Hopefully, I mean, the scores, I don't think give good justice to the pitch. I think it's
that's why I asked you that. Yes.
I think it's a better pitch, especially today. I think it was a better pitch than the first game.
Yes.
And it's just that the batters they really apply themselves the way, every time, as Marley said, they put themselves in a good situation to go forward. They did something, that causes a disruption in the flow of the game in terms of the batting. But overall, I think the conditions here are very good.
And as we look there, we see that Hayley Matthews has been picking up the player of the match for today in terms of her own performance. Sylvester, 133 dot balls by the West Indies.
Well, we can look at it in such a way that because of the total, the aggressiveness that we have seen throughout from the West Indies batters throughout this series, they are more. They didn't have that aggressiveness because I don't think that they needed it. They understood what they had to do. The 50 overs and the conditions were good, so they didn't have to take any additional risks. And eventually, it's a commanding victory. So kudos to the West Indies team. As I said, the dot balls. I mean, when it is required, I think that they will step up. Because the first game as well, I think that they did a better job.
So, to complete the figures for Pakistan, Iqbal 4.1 overs, no maidens, 80 runs, no wicket. Sandhu 5 overs, no maidens, 41 runs, no wicket. Sohail 4 overs, no maidens, 15 runs, no wicket. It's game over here. The West Indies winning over Pakistan by 8 wickets in the second game of the CG ODI International Series here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And Hayley Matthews been announced as the player of the match. A paltry score, a cardinal sin committed by Pakistan, being bowled out in 42.4 overs, 120. The West Indies getting their target in 31.1 overs, winning by 8 wickets. Your final thoughts, Sylvester, as we look to compliment everyone who have made it possible for us to be able to bring this broadcast live and in living color. Garfield Burford, Jack Matthew, Mally Richards and yourself. Final words from you.
Yeah, I think the Pakistani needs to regroup. Having been on the tour so long and haven't won a game, is going to play mentally and their minds, and it's important that they understand what it is required. And basically, I think they need to be more disciplined in their batting. The bowling has held its own for throughout. It's just the batting not really living up to expectations, and they have quality players, Springs, and they just need to apply themselves and understand that they have more time than they are showing, and some of those shots that they're playing are not necessary. So it's important that the players gather their thoughts together, the management team, and to come up and give a better showing. But for the West Indies team now, they have to go from strength to strength, come well prepared again and well ready. Today they were ready. They come out from ball one and they were on the ball. So it's important that they continue that positiveness and finish off the series, because I think the next game, Springs, if they can finish it off maybe they in the other games they can maybe give one or two of the 18 players a look in. If you know, I try out some of the players on the bench. So if they continue and finish off the series, hopefully they do, that we can expose some more players.
So exposure for the West Indies A team, both Pakistan and West Indies A team will be here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. We won't be bringing it to you, but they'll get an opportunity to try it at the 50 over level. And the next time we'll be on, we'll be hoping for either Pakistan to stop the West Indies or the West Indies to collect the series and go 3-0 up.
Well, I'm hoping for West Indies to capture the series.
So, Sylvester, thank you very much. I'm Vernon Springer, saying entire crew to all the stations all around, thanks very much for tuning in to us, and for the folks via the West Indies YouTube channel, and for Flow TV for being able to bring the coverage to you. This is Vernon Springer signing out on behalf of Cricket West Indies.